Right, first ball of the morning is left by Zain ul Hassan outside off stump. Over the wicket is into the left-handed ul Hassan, and that was a very odd delivery outside off stump and something of a freebie, and ul Hassan smashed it away.
Having been used as well. In fact, it might have used 12. This one's clipped nicely into the leg side, and that'll be 4 runs out square leg for Ace of Tribe.
There's 3 slips and a gully, bowling to Tribe, who drives beautifully towards us at long off and will pick up 4 runs. His next delivery is driven by Tribe through the leg side, tucked into that one, something of half volley length from Lewis Rees, and the ball rattling the advertising hoardings caused a few eyebrows. Tribe drives again through the offside, this time slightly squarer. It may just be hauled in inside the boundary. No, it won't be. It's probably the longest part of the ground.
Tickner bowls. That's on inside edge. 4 runs down to fine leg. A very fine leg. It kind of missed the stumps by much.
Great, as that's driven again by Tribe through the leg sides, and he's got hold of that one as well, sufficiently to send it to the boundary. Drives that one nicely back down the ground. That was beautifully timed. That was quite the shot from Ace of Tribe, the 21-year-old from Jersey.
Came in the same innings. He bowls now. That one is on leg stump and clipped away into mid-wicket by ul Hassan for 4 runs. So a change of bowling.
It's a moot point, as that struck beautifully in through square on the offside.
A third is the next delivery from Zach Chappell, and ul Hassan has managed to carve that down to a wide third man.
Last ball of the over, and that's whipped square, and that won't be cut off, and that's sped away to the leg side boundary.
4th over. He's in now, and he guides to a degree this one down to the vacant third man area. Morning, Ed. As Chappell is in and bowls to Tribe, who clips this nicely into the leg side and will reach a half century with the boundary out towards the straight mid-wicket rope, and that's a 3rd successive half century for Ace of Tribe.
Anderson, who continues from the Cathedral Road end, coming round, and that was a slash outside off stump, and it went through that vacant third man area for 4.
As in comes Rees, the balls. That one is cracked into the onside. There might be a chance here of a catch, and it's taken by Martin Anderson. He's rather thrown it away there, I'm afraid, has Zain ul Hassan. It was a pull across the line. The ball looped into the air, and the catch was very comfortably taken indeed in the air.
Tickner in to bowl to northeast, who jabs it down towards and through the slips, between slips.
Around the wicket, bowls to Tribe, who drives at that one, and it flashes just to the left of Anuj Dal, who's at backward point, and goes all the way down to the boundary for 4 more. Rees is in. That was bowling. Off stump's gone. He went for the drive again, and once too many drives for Ace of Tribe. And all of a sudden, they're not back in it, Derbyshire, but they're certainly starting to pick up the wickets.
And here is that final delivery, bowled by Dahl and played by northeast gently to mid-on. It's no run, 105 for 2 then.
They're on top as Tickner begins new over, and it comes off the edge of his bat and goes down to the vacant third man area for 4, first ball. And Carlson, who hadn't scored in the 3 deliveries he faced before lunch.
14 for 2, Dahl bowls, and Carlson flicks this one off his hip, and we'll get 4 runs down to fine leg as the ball skips over the advertising hoardings.
Sometimes they are and sometimes they're not. That's the worst. As Tickner bowls, that one is guided out into the offside. That might be 4 runs. It will be 4 runs. Right up on his toes, Sam Northeast, who's gone to 13, although the scoreboard hasn't moved yet. 124 for 2.
As Tickner bowls, and that's dispatched in exactly the same place by Kieran Carlson for 4 more. That one more of a back foot punch.
And Zach Chappell is into bowl to Sam Northeast, who whips this one away for 4 runs to the square leg boundary. Really nice shot from Sam Northeast. Very wristy. Here comes Zach Chappell in and bowls to Kieran Carlson, who just jabs it towards the cover boundary, and it races away towards the empty grandstand. Runs towards us. It's a short delivery. It's in the air. It's going down to Tickner, who takes the catch. Down at long leg. He's fallen for the short ball, and Carlson flips his bat in the air. Tickner has his second catch of the innings.
Doing a day's work.
Thompson. And that's been clubbed way over long on, and that is the first 6.
Anderson is in, and ball's edged by Ingram, past slip for 4 runs. Madsen is down on his back, made a late grab at that one as it went sizzling past him. Old Merchant Taylor's ground.
Thompson in and swept away confidently, aggressively by Ingram, and that's gone square the wicket, and they won't have to run for that.
More subjective. Anderson is in to bowl. Ingram lashes this one through the offside. I wasn't sure for a moment whether that had gone straight to a fielder, because absolutely...
Thompson bowls. That one is cut away nicely by North East. There's a chase on here for the aforementioned David Lloyd, but the ball wins the race to the boundary.
Tickner back over the wicket to the right-hander, and North East has skied this one, but he's got away with it as it bounces down towards fine leg, but...
2 balls left of Alex Thompson's over. Coming over, cut, and it's through, and it should speed away for 4. Yes, it does. So just too much width on that for Alex Thompson, and North East gave himself.
Dal is in, and that one is striking me on the pad, and he's gone. And Anish Dal strikes, and Sam North East is out for 63. Next delivery from Dal is turned into the leg side by Ingram, and there's his half century. He's been very, very patient as Colin Ingram, and he's finally got there off 103 deliveries.
Thompson coming over the wicket to Callaway, who launches one, clubs it over the head of Alex Thompson. A couple of bounces for 4.
Derbyshire would be more than happy with that. The first delivery with the new balls cracked away for 4 by Callaway. Normal service resumed. Tickner again and balls to Callaway, who's trapped leg before wicket. Umpire's finger goes up, and the new ball, the second new ball, does the trick.
As Dal bowls, and Cook, is he caught at the wicket? Yes, he is, pushing forward. Low catch through to Brookgast, 296 for 6, second bowling point for Derbyshire. New ball doing its stuff. For Chappell to bowl to Colin Ingram, who drives that one nicely through the offside. He might have got a boundary here. It does reach the ropes. It's a rare boundary for Glamorgan. Glamorgan 309 for 6 within about half an hour of the close today, and Colin Ingram's 70 not out is leading Glamorgan's efforts to build a substantial total. It's been slow going for most of the afternoon and evening sessions. Derbyshire.
Chappell in and bowls, and that's firmly struck through the offside, through covers for 4. Off the bat of Timmy van der Hoogten, who moves to 12. First class 50 against Leicestershire. Chappell in. Oh, that's a top edge, and that's gone over the slip cordon, over everyone. 1 bounce for 4. Final ball then of the day. It's Lloyd to Tim van der Hoogten, who fends that one. That will be Stumps on the end of the first day, with Glamorgan 336 for 6 still there.
John Brains and Tiny Rebel. Your brains are missing there, I think. I think I turned and I thought, let's not put my foot down because I'm near the thing, and then look at it, cross over the hill. Yeah. The professional trainers were ballet dancers came through there and kept me up. Sorry, I said that. You come yesterday?
No, not I was working yesterday.
Yeah. Tried England twice with the boat on. Sorry? Yeah, well, yeah. Bit of soccer, but and that Eastern tribe was acting and that was you. Took 4 really. I'd say you've gone over just ahead. Yeah, go in together. I expect England to go.
Morning.
England used to play Spondon, now.
Yeah.
When I was playing Spondon back in last year, they come up and drink them after the Derbyshire. Glamorgan playing the Derbyshire. I thought, who's that with Glamorgan shit? And I realised it's
It's good morning Borodar to our 2 match umpires, Tom Longley and Mark Newell.
Very good morning and welcome to Sapphire Gardens for day 2 of Glamorgan against Derbyshire, where Glamorgan are about to resume on 336 for 6 in their first innings, with Tim van der Hoogten on 18 not out, Colin Ingram on 80 not out, and I'm glad to report that the temperatures are favourable here at Sapphire Gardens. Again, there's hardly a cloud in the sky, and make the most of it wherever you're listening or watching.
And it's good morning Borodar as well to the Derbyshire team, led into the field by captain Wayne Matson.
So today expected to be pretty warm before temperatures drop on Sunday and Monday through most of the UK.
2 not out batters from Glamorgan, Colin Ingram and Tim van der Hoogten.
And if you're involved in club cricket for the first time this summer today, then very good luck to you, and may the sun shine on your efforts, whether you're playing, officiating, scoring or just watching.
For Derbyshire at the Cathedral Road end, Blair Tickner.
So it will be Derbyshire's Kiwi paceman Blair Tickner to open us up for this morning. I'm Nick Webb. I'll be joined in a couple of moments by Kenneth Davis. And then Edward Bevan is the other member of our commentary team today. Dave Fletcher, the BBC Radio Derby commentator, is in football action. He's travelled up the M4. Taking the train to London anyway to cover Burton Albion against Charlton this afternoon. You can listen to that on BBC Radio Derby, as well as Derby's match, which is a 12:30 kick-off. Radio coverage, of course, of the Welsh clubs as well through the afternoon on BBC Radio Wales. Here's Tickner then to start us off then from the Cathedral Road end. In bowls to Ingram, who's on the defensive, playing it up to mid-on, and there is no run. Derbyshire starting with 2 slips and a very deep gully, as we saw pretty frequently on day 1, where there were 2 wickets apiece for Lewis Rees and Anuj Dal for Derbyshire. Colin Ingram, Glamorgan's top scorer, as Tickner's in to bowl, and Ingram is underway for the morning, taking a single out to deep point. There were remarks on social media about Derbyshire's field being a little on the defensive side at times. There were long periods of near stasis in the match in the afternoon, to be honest, as Glamorgan just ticked along and accumulated their runs. Derbyshire a bowler down, with Lewis Rees having gone off with a hamstring injury, and we're not expecting to see him bowl again in this match. He is, however, expected to bat, as Tickner will come in and bowl to Tim van der Hoogten up in the block hole, and driven by van der Hoogten to mid-on, and there is no run. Good morning to Andrew Culshaw, who said great to see Asa Tribe replay the selectors with his 50, and was enjoying our commentary yesterday, as that's a short delivery from Tickner and goes down leg side, and van der Hoogten doesn't do anything about it. Basically, it just swayed out of the way. Barely swayed, really. Remember that you can contact us via X, Kenneth Davis, or Nick Webb 2017, and you can also contact me via Blue Sky, Nick Webb 2017, or Gmail as well, nickWebb2017 at gmail.com. Tickner is in and bowls. That's driven into the offside into a gap by van der Hoogten. He'll pick up a single, and they'll turn and think about it and decide that there isn't a second run to be had, as Anuj Dal had backtracked quickly. Hat flying off, as always, from the all-rounder. Good morning to Chris Drew, who enjoyed our commentary on the gulls yesterday. The amorous gulls behind the bowler's arm. I think they got a round of applause from the players at one point. Steve Duffy said who gave the gulls a mention, quite a partnership. Henry Blofeld with Van der Haastag. We hope not, my dear fellow. 3:38 for 6. Derbyshire's over rate is -1. As Tickner bowls short down leg side, Ingram swings at it and is caught at fine leg, and the trap works. Ingram didn't quite middle it. There was a moment's pause as they waited for the catch to be taken, and Colin Ingram will be gutted with that one, as he hit it straight down the throat of fine leg, where Alex Thompson took as comfortable a catch as you're likely to see in the outfield. So just a single added for Ingram this morning. Glamorgan 338 for 7.
Colin Ingram was caught by Alex Thompson off the bowling of Blair Tickner for 81.
And Derbyshire will have high hopes now of picking up maximum bowling points, with another 13 overs to get the next couple of wickets. Well, Ingram really resists a challenge. He'd applied himself so well yesterday, as Andy Gorvin will come in at 9 for Glamorgan. Ned Leonard and Asitha Fernando are the remaining batters. And that a real blow struck by Derbyshire in the first morning of the day. So Tickner probably deserving more than the one wicket he had before that. Ben Callaway, his only victim yesterday. He has looked Derbyshire's most threatening bowler. And Anuj Dal who said, having missed the last match in which Derbyshire bowled 210 overs on the bounce, is quite looking forward to bowling some more overs. 3-3-8 for 7 as Dahl goes through a few warm-up exercises, and well, Glamorgan will be just wanting to make sure to get to 350 now. I think 400 might look a long way away as in comes Dahl, bowls to Van der Hoogten, who drives to mid-off, and there is no run. If you are just joining us a couple of moments late here on BBC Sport Online or on the county website, Glamorgan lost Colin Ingram, caught at fine leg by Thompson off the bowling of Tickner, final ball of the first over, and Derbyshire have their key wicket, and Kenneth is with us to describe the rest of this Dahl over.
What a very good morning, and Dahl comes in hoping to take another quick wicket, and they obviously the target would be trying to wrap up the Glamorgan innings as soon as possible. Well, they've had the prize asset of the wicket of Colin Ingram, who would be disappointed. Again, the ball that was there to be hit, but probably didn't give it the full treatment and was caught out in the deep, not too dissimilar to Kieran Carson's dismissal yesterday afternoon from the other side as Dahl comes in, bowls over the wicket, and that's left, although a bit too close for comfort as far as Tim van der Hoogten was concerned, or brilliantly adjudged leave.
Indeed. First women's match to take place at the County Ground Derby today in the One Day Cup, and Yorkshire have made a bit of a flying start after being put in by Derbyshire Falcons. They're 68 for 1 in the 10th over. Lauren Winfield held the England player is 42 not out. First wicket went to Pagan Hardwick for Derbyshire.
Coming in is Dahl, and that's defended resolutely by Tim van der Hoogten.
As far as Glamorgan women are concerned, they're in action over the bridge at Bristol, and they've made quite a decent start there. 51 for 1 in the 9th over. Glamorgan having decided to bat, and Daisy Jeans is 30 not out there.
Dahl starts his run and right arm over the wicket to Tim van der Hoogten, who gets behind that and defends, and there's no run.
I think it was interesting, the comment from Anuj Dahl, that the ball got soft quite quickly yesterday, and therefore accounted for the afternoon's relative slowness of progress.
Yes, we'll discuss that further as Anuj Dahl comes in, and that's good delivery by Dahl, and well, Timmy van der Hoogten flirted with that just outside off stump, good line and length, and that's a good very first over for Anuj Dahl. Yeah, in terms of the wicket, they were probably not lulled in, but they obviously saw a bit of green tinge on the wicket, and understandably went for a bowl, and coupled with the fact that Glamorgan have found runs hard at top of the over as well, at top of the order as well.
Indeed. So Blair Tickner, having broken the overnight partnership in the first over of the morning, is in to bowl at the new man Andy Gorvin on strike for the first time after Van der Hoogten survived that maiden from Dahl. And Tickner is in to bowl, and Gorvin is behind it defending. Gorvin having got his maiden half-century in first-class cricket in the first match of the season. Took 4 wickets as well, and then missed out on selection for the games against Gloucestershire and Middlesex, to the surprise of quite a few followers. 3:38 for 7 as Tickner turns and prances away from us and bowls, and that's turned on the leg side gently by Gorvin, and there is no run. And even though this is a newish ball, only 18 overs old. I mean, starting to go off. The ball still doesn't sound as though it's coming off the middle of the bat at all.
No, and that was obvious from the lack of boundaries yesterday. They were few and far between.
There's in. Bowls a short ball, and that's hit Gorvin somewhere, and he will take a moment. He didn't seem to duck away from that very well.
He's taking everything off. The helmet has come off, and he's going to be checked over.
Yes, that was strange. If we get a replay of that, he seemed to lose track of it slightly.
Yeah.
Yes, he ducked but didn't get low enough, or the ball didn't get up as far as he thought, and he appeared to be struck on the side of the grill, which is testament to the efficiency of helmets these days, that he didn't go down like a sack of spuds, but he will have to undergo a check and may have to have a helmet change. And glad to say that we are loud and clear on BBC channels this morning after a few technical issues to start with yesterday morning. Out come the helmets, out come some drinks, and Gorvin will be asked if he knows who he is, who he's playing, and what day of the week it is. And another helmet is provided for Andy Gorvin, and Blair Tickner really has had a yard or two of pace on the other Derbyshire bowlers in this match.
But back to the wicket, it's probably a few of the wickets, they've not come onto the bat either as quickly possibly as the batters have thought it would. If you think about Zainul Hassan's dismissal, Kieran Carlson, even Colin Ingram's this morning.
Yeah, good point. They're not coming off the middle, are they?
And that, incidentally, we banged on about it on the first day. That was the first wicket, I believe, from the Cathedral Road end.
Yes, it was certainly the bowling. Either the bowling was better or the pitch was trickier for the bowlers from the River Taff end. And for those of you who weren't with us yesterday, just to explain that there is more grass on the wicket on the near end to us, the Cathedral Road end of the ground, and therefore that will just benefit a little the quick bowlers from the River Taff end. As the helmet is just being prepared to Andy Gorvin's satisfaction as he slots it on now. And he appears, well, maybe shaken but not stirred by that blow.
Still glorious conditions here at Cardiff. See the walkers in the distance on the Taff's trail with the River Taff behind. It'll be a popular spot today.
Yes.
Although it is a bit cooler, I think, than
A little bit cooler.
the last few days.
Yes, and those passing by at the moment, because one of the advertising hoardings is not in place yet, those passing by can have a quick view of the cricket if they so want. 3:38 for 7, back in play then, after that injury delay, as Tickner is into Gorvin, again back of a length, but Gorvin gets a fairly solid bat behind it and gets it off a thick inside edge down towards square leg to get off the mark. 3:39 for 7. Remember, 350 is the immediate target for Glamorgan to get the third batting bonus point. Apologies. And Derbyshire need another 2 wickets for their third bowling point. As Tickner's on his way in again. Bowls to Van der Hoogten again, back of a length, and Tickner's able to get some life out of the wicket from both ends, it seems, having started his work at the River Taff end yesterday. But an interesting contest now after the early dismissal of Colin Ingram for 81, and that really has given Derbyshire an early tonic on day 2. Tickner in to bowl, driven by Van der Hoogten on the leg side. It's fielded by a diving Zach Chappell. 10 for effort, 5 for style, and keeps them down to a single. 2 off the over. Van der Hoogten retains the strike.
It will be interesting to see what a competitive total is on this wicket, because we were deliberating before play that as much as we want to see a result, the early indications are it's got a drawn match written all over it. But at the very least, with Glamorgan posting north of 350, they can put a bit of pressure on Derbyshire.
Yes, it's not a position they've been in
Exactly.
the first 3 games to be well in the game after the first day.
So Anuj Dal will continue from the River Taff end, right arm over the wicket, passes the umpire to Tim van der Hoogten, and that's played on the leg side. They will take a quick single, and Gorvin scampers home.
Edward Cooper messages on X. The quote of the day from yesterday, in response to a Glamorgan member who said to Sam Northeast, "Good toss to win and bat first." Sam Northeast apparently said, "Yes, I didn't." Wayne Madsen having won the toss.
Yes.
And chosen to bowl first.
Apart from that, it was all right. Coming in is Anuj Dal, bowls, and that's Fuller, and Tim van der Hoogten thought about playing it and thought otherwise, and taken by keeper Guest.
Yes, Gorvin is not a huge striker of the ball, but he's a reasonably technically correct batter who bats in the top half at club level for St Fagans. Not that he has much time to play for them these days.
Half a century in the first game against Leicestershire, as Dahl comes in and bowls, and again a good line. He's hitting his straps, is Anuj Dal, early on, and that went through to keeper Guest again.
Yes, the huge honour behind him of having been interviewed by Dave Fletcher last night, of course.
Yes, who's absent today, as you've explained.
I have indeed ran football duties.
Catching an early train was Mr Fletcher this morning from Cardiff Central, as Dahl comes in, bowls, and again he's really on song in this over is Anuj Dal, without much reward.
Yes, he's beaten the outside edge of both batters now, isn't he, in the first couple of overs. And as you say, they're lucky not to have feathered the ball through to keeper or slips. And it's noticeable that with the lesser pace of Anuj Dal, Gully is probably about 5 metres further forward than for Tickner.
As the bowler comes in, Dahl bowls, and again it's a carbon copy of the previous few deliveries, and he's not getting much reward. Lovely line, and Tim van der Hoogten will say, of course, that he's leaving on length. Gorvin, rather, apologies, Tim van der Hoogten is at the non-strikers end. Gorvin leaving on length, but he's hitting the mark beautifully in this over is Anuj Dal, with 2 slips, a gully, cover mid-off, mid-on, as he comes in to round off a beautiful over that struck Gorvin on the pads and dribbles down. An end to a very good over without reward from Anuj Dal, with Glamorgan 341 for 7, if you're just joining us here on BBC Sport Online this morning, and from listeners from Radio Darbyshire. They have the prized asset. The wicket of Colin Ingram fell in the first over, the last ball of the first over, caught out in the deep off the bowling of Tickner, and only added 1 to his overnight tally, with Glamorgan resuming on 336 for 6. They're now 341 for 7.
Yes, Tickner is eager to start his new over, and he's into bowl to Van der Hoogten, and that'll be 4 byes, 4 wides. Well done, umpire That one should not have been debited to Brooke Guest because it sprung high. A short ball over the head of Van der Hoogten, who's not the shortest, and way over the leap of Brooke Guest. And Glamorgan will take any contributions they can get through to the 350 mark. That will go down as 5 against the bowler, and doubling the number of runs scored this morning. It's just 5 singles before that. As Tickner, well, you can see why he's an international bowler, despite the very strange run-up. As he's in bowls, again short of a length, and Van der Hoogten this time plays it comfortably out to the mid-wicket area.
Yes, it's an unorthodox run-up. However, it's been successful this morning.
Yes, I did get one message, I think it was from Grontius, saying it reminded him of the Lipizzaner ponies, famous dancing horses, as he sets off. As that is a fuller length ball, but it's glanced away comfortably by Van der Hoogten down to fine leg for a single. 347 for 7. There's definitely something horse-like about the start to it, isn't it?
Well, he has a few hops on the spot before he gets going.
You expect to hear a little clip-clop, clip-clop. But the mustachioed Kiwi has been a remarkably effective operative in this game, although his figures of 2 for 89 just do not reflect the amount of difficulty that he's caused the batters. As Tickner's in bowls, and that's through Gorvin, beaten him for pace and through to Brooke Guest, and well, Andy Gorvin is just hanging on in there at the moment.
But that's the seldom have we seen a ball climb so high. There was a bit of lift there, certainly, as it left Gorvin. That we haven't barely seen any uneven bounce at all on this wicket.
Yeah, but Tickner is bending his back, isn't he? So you would expect him to get a bit more lift than most, as umpire Langley wanders over to point for some reason. As Tickner bowls, and that's flicked away on the leg side for a single by Gorvin down to deep square leg. And the point that was made on social media that Derbyshire have had rather defensive fields. Not quite sure why Harry Kame is out there, in case, unless they think that these batters are going to go for the hook shot and really take it on. But maybe not much indication. Obviously they got Ingram that way at fine leg, but Kame is at deep square and is maybe slightly superfluous. Maybe there's a cunning plan. Tickner in bowls, turned on the leg side, it's a comfortable single.
Because of that very point.
Indeed. Came in, does his fielding, and another single to Van der Hoogten, who moves on to 23 not out, having not been in the runs this season so far. Top score of 28, the second innings against Middlesex. We hung around for a decent length of time as Glamorgan battled in vain to avoid defeat. As Tickner's on his way. Bowls another short pitch ball, and Gorvin does well to get out of the way of that one, having been struck by a similar delivery in the previous over. And Tickner is it's the batter maybe, just Van der Hoogten possibly saying to umpire Newell, that was an awful lot of short balls in that over. Surely there must have been more than 2 there. But umpire not talking to the bowler as yet. 349 for 7 at the end of the over. 1 for the third, and probably final batting point. I don't think Glamorgan is showing any indications of trying to get towards 400 in the 110 overs, particularly after the early loss of Ingram.
Dahl continues from the River Taff end, past the umpire, right arm over bowls, and that's squirted and turned Tim Van Hoogten. He was trying to play that on the onside, squirted off the bat, turned him inside out, and ended up at gully.
Yes, and that one didn't carry, even though Anderson has actually crept slightly closer, and Derbyshire now down to one slip, the skipper Wayne Madsen.
Who's wide-ish, and then, as Nick was saying, there's a gully in place. As Dahl comes in, bowls, and that's again a beautiful ball by Dahl. He's very, very unlucky. He's bowled about half a dozen in that spot without any reward, taken by Guest, the keeper.
Yeah, Caleb Jewell at cover is quite close. I think he's in a catching position by the time the ball is delivered. Mid-wicket is also pretty close as well.
But the point regarding the field is probably indicative of the wickets that have fallen throughout the course of Glamorgan's innings, as Dahl wheels round, comes in and bowls, and again it misses everything. I think that went inside. Missed the inside edge of the bat. We'll just have a little look again, because he's missed the bat. Yes, it did.
That's
It's come back. That was not too dissimilar to the ball that dismissed Asa Tribe yesterday morning. That was a beautiful ball and came back quite a long way.
Yes, and in a way, Gorvin, watching from the non-striker's end, will be encouraged by this, because Dahl maybe just a little bit quicker than Gorvin, but similar sort of wicket-to-wicket accuracy, nagging away.
And he comes then, and that is played that time into the offside, and the man comes in from the deep. That's the 350 up, to the applause of the Glamorgan faithful here at Sophia Gardens. It's been tough at times, but Glamorgan will be trying to get some valuable runs and get this, well,
I don't think they'll go for the fourth point. No. They need to score at 5, 6 and over, and there's been no indication that anyone since Asa Tribe's early onslaught has been capable of doing that.
So Gorvin is on strike. Dahl coming in and bowls, and that's a forward defensive stroke. There's no run. Yes, all the wickets really have been wickets, apart from, you'd say, Asa Tribe, have been enforced errors.
Yeah, there have been several catches, so maybe I'm doing Tickner a disservice when querying that fielder in the deep, because Hassan, Carlson and Ingram, but they're all top order bats who are more likely to play that sort of shot anyway.
Dahl steams in, bowls, and there's a big appeal, and nothing given. They went up in unison, but no interest from the umpire. As we look at the replay, yes, he was high above the knee roll.
Yeah. Might have hit outside off as well. Gorvin got a half stride in.
Was the final ball of the over, with Van der Hoogten on 24. Gorvin is on 2. Glamorgan 350 for 7.
And in case you're wondering about Dahl's bowling figures, so he's still 0.4 at the end of the over, which is been annoying me ever since it started. He took over mid-over from Lewis Rees when Rees went off with a hamstring injury, which is why the bowling figures look a bit funny. Here's Tickner in, galloping in, bowls, and on the back foot Van der Hoogten defends on the leg side. And in a way there's also merit, of course, in Glamorgan denying Derbyshire a third bowling point themselves. Although you don't often see that in first class cricket, teams playing to specifically block out the 110 overs. 350 for 7. As that is, where's that one gone? Off the edge, through the slips, over the slips. Yeah. As Van der Hoogten wafted at it, there was a flurry of motion in the slip cordon, and the ball has flown away for 4 without Van der Hoogten knowing much about it. It was over a leaping Madsen at second slip, and well, he did his best. Van der Hoogten, I suppose, went at it reasonably hard, and if you're going to flash hard and all that, but Tickner's unlucky and Glamorgan is struggling. Derbyshire have got the fun of find the ball, boys.
Oh, it's usually the case.
It's disappeared underneath the hover cover.
It has. There was one last night, but that was a top edge from Van der Hoogten on this Cathedral Road end. He is a firm striker of the ball, of course, Timmy Van der Hoogten. He's the main man in this partnership now with Andy Gorvin.
Now the ball has been located by Alex Thompson, scuttling around behind the hover cover at the far end, the River Taff end, on this picture postcard perfect vista we have in front of us. 3:54 for 7. Morgan edging along this morning. Half those 18 runs that they've added have been 5 wides and a edged 4 from the bowling of Blair Tickner, who's into the Tickner dance and is in to bowl, and that one is legitimately played by Van der Hoogten down towards third man. They'll get a couple of runs at least. They might turn and look about a third. No, by mutual consent they settle for 2. Gorvin doesn't fancy dashing back. 356 for 7. Van der Hoogten moves to his top score of the season, which is 30. So Glamorgan looking to get some sort of partnership going, though Gorvin has yet to really play a shot in anger. As Tickner bowls yet another short delivery that Van der Hoogten ducks underneath. Glamorgan women 79 for 2 in the 15th against Gloucestershire. Lauren Parfitt has gone for 19. The skipper playing her first match of the season after missing the first couple through injury, with Bethan Gammon taking over the captaincy for those two. And well, it's all action at the County Ground Derby. Free admission there if you fancy going along later. As Tickner bowls, that's down leg side, and Van der Hoogten feels he's missed out on a rare bad ball from Blair Tickner, failing to make contact. Yorkshire women 111 for 3 in the 17th over, so a very busy start for bat and ball. Lauren Winfield Hill is out for 49, 111 for 3 after being put in by Derbyshire. 2 wickets for Rose, 1 for Hardwick. Tickner bowls short of a length again, a grunt of effort as the ball goes through chest high. Well, Tickner has had reward for 1 short ball early on, getting the prize wicket of Colin Ingram, but since then he's been banging it in short without reward. And it's 356 for 7 as the commentary is taken forward by Kenneth Davis and Edward Bevan.
Thanks very much, Nick. So Derbyshire trying to strive for these 3 remaining wickets to wrap up the Glamorgan tale as quickly as possible. But Van der Hoogten, we've seen him in T20 action, more than able to get a decent score as Anuj Dal continues his spell from the River Taff end, and he's struck a beautiful rhythm and line and length this morning without reward, passing the bat of Timmy Van der Hoogten on numerous occasions. It is Gorvin on strike at the moment with 2 slips in the gully, mid-off, mid-on. There's a man at point at cover, mid-wicket, and man out in the deep for the pull shot as Dahl comes in, and good length delivery. Gorvin takes a stride, and it's defended resolutely by Andy Gorvin, and there's no run. Boreda, Edward Bevan.
Boreda, Kenneth Davis. Interesting morning. Thought Dahl's bowled brilliantly this morning. I know Tickner's trying to knock people's heads off. Managed to get a wicket, but that was more or less Colin Ingram's fault. Falling for the last ball of the over.
No, Dahl has had very little reward for bowling. Beautiful line and length as he comes in, and again Gorvin flirts with it outside off stump. And they're really, well, they've had a few lives out there. Both of these batters, very, very unlucky again, is Anuj Dahl.
Well, he's pitching the ball up, Kenneth, and, you know, trying to get the edge, whereas Tickner just banging it in, and you're not going to get many wickets doing that. And he'd be far better advised, I think, if he just he's quick and bowls a good length.
Here he comes, wheels round, past the umpire, right arm over to Andy Gorvin, who struck that beautifully, and they won't have to move for that. Beautifully on drive for 4, and that is the shot of the day without question from Andy Gorvin, who has shown his batting prowess already this season, having struck a half a century in the opening game against Leicestershire. That was a beautiful shot.
Very good shot, one of the rare half volleys that we've seen Dahl bowling, and I think his figures reflect it. He's just gone for 47, he's in his 21st over, and Tickner's gone for 97 in 25.
Dahl continues coming in. Beautiful day at Sophia Gardens. That's worked round the corner to square, and they will come back for a single as an overthrow, but the man is backing up as Tim van Hoogten comes home. Safe and sound. Of course, they are hampered with the absence of Lewis Rees, who pulled up yesterday, looked a nasty one, and told that he will bat but will not take any part in the bowling department with the hamstring injury, of course.
Yes, it was a shame because although he didn't bowl particularly well in the
no, he was
overs,
expensive early on.
Yeah, but he was always useful to have a left arm seamer.
In comes Dahl then for the last bowl of this over, and that's squared up Timmy van der Hoogten, and there's no third man in place. That'll dribble all the way over the boundary for 4, and these are valuable runs as far as Glamorgan are concerned, between Tim van der Hoogten and Gorvin, but he's had not much luck as Anuj Dahl this morning, having bowled beautifully. So Van der Hoogten moves on to 34, Gorvin is 7, and Glamorgan are 365 for 7. The man to depart this morning, Colin Ingram, just adding the 1 run to his overnight tally, caught out in the deep, a deep fine leg in the first over for 81.
Yes, and you've got Ned Leonard coming in next, and he got 47, career best at Lord's the week before last, so he can bat. The less said about Fernando's batting, the better, I think. But it does show that Glamorgan are now batting down to number 10, as are most county sides. And it will be Tickner to continue, and he's got 3 slips. And a cover and a mid-off on the offside. And I think he's going to continue because he's brought a man just around the corner and a short 45 to bowl short. In he comes. That's a better delivery on a length, and it's pushed back by Gorvin. And the score remains on 365 for 7, and 6 overs, less 1 ball to go. And I don't think Glamorgan, well, if they come, the runs come, are thinking a lot about the final bonus point. Try and get as many as they can. The backward short leg there, and that's for the short ball, where you try and fend off. And also a man with deep square leg and deep fine leg. Tickner in bowls, that's edged, and it goes to 3rd slip. And we'll just feel it all along the floor. Tickner now just 3 runs away from conceding 100 runs.
Very uncharacteristic bowling style.
Yeah, it reminds you if you go to a show, a horse show, just as a little pony's about to start taking his run to jump. There he goes, yeah. And he comes now and bowls, and that's short again. Going, there's nothing at all to do with it, sails over his head to the wicket keeper.
It's been a strange pitch, Ed, in that Derbyshire, that is, were encouraged by the green tinge that was on it yesterday, but I'm not sure if they were lulled into a false sense of security.
But I've often, many times seen pitches were green, and they play perfectly. The ball is going through, which is good. And Tickner, again, from this end, is coming over the wicket and bowls, and Gorvin tries to play that down to third man. It wasn't a particularly wise shot, and it goes through to the wicket keeper.
But it seems a slowish pitch. The ball isn't coming on. I think a few of Glamorgan's batters. Ingram got out to one, not too dissimilar to Kieran Carlson's yesterday, caught out in the deep, perhaps not coming on as fast as they had anticipated.
I think there's a little, perhaps a bit of toothpaste in it. Glamorgan will hope it will deteriorate, but I don't think it will. In comes Tickner and bowls. That's a good delivery. Far better advised to bowl. Where's he going to? He ends up with extra cover there, the bowler, in his follow-through. I suspect he'll be having a rest before long. He's bowled for 40 minutes this morning. Got the wicket of Colin Ingram. Now, had Ingram got going, Kenya, then Glamorgan would have been interested in that bonus point, the 400. But they've had to rebuild. As a man is sent back now to the backward point boundary. And let's see what this delivery is. In he comes, he's in, and a straight ball, he's driven back, and he sprawls all along the floor and stops it. That's the end of the over, 365 for 7. And there are just 5 overs of the 110 where you can get your bonus points left to be bowled, and Glamorgan need 35 runs, which I don't think they're going to get unless they go absolutely berserk at 7 runs and over.
No. It'd be interesting to see what a good score is on this pitch. But Glamorgan haven't been in this position where they are able to put pressure on the opposition. We haven't seen that in the first 3 games. They have been under the cosh.
I think there's a bit in it for the bowlers, especially the new ball, and Tim van der Houten is a good exponent, one of the best in the division. So I look forward to seeing him bowl.
Dahl continues his spell from the River Taff end, and that's played on the leg side, square of the wicket, and there's an easy single taken by Tim van der Houten. Tim van der Houten, obviously a key component of this Glamorgan side, and a lot will rest on him throughout the course of the season. He got through an awful lot of work last year, and that is a worry if he doesn't take...
Yeah, but he didn't play, did he, for a lot at the start of the season. He was injured, but when he did come into the side, he was very effective.
Dahl comes in over the wicket, and Gorvin rocks back on his stumps and defends, and there's no run.
You'll often can see counties rotate their fast bowlers. I think every county's done it. Glamorgan, having played 3 games, fortunately had a week off, so he could rest then. But they've got a couple of games coming up now to end this first batch of championship matches, and they have to go down to Canterbury, and that pitch down there has produced results over the first 3 games.
In comes Dahl then, steaming in from the River Taff end, bowls, and that's a good length delivery with Guest standing up to Dahl. 2 slips, a gully, mid-off, mid-on cover. There's a point in place, man at mid-wicket, and this man still at in the deep for the enforced error that saw Colin Ingram depart on the pull shot. Still glorious conditions here at Cardiff. It's slightly cooler than yesterday, with a few members still trickling in to Sophia Gardens. Dahl in, bowls, good length delivery, and that's defended by Gorvin. Looks to run, but thinks otherwise. Weather is turning next week, although still dry.
Yeah, Glamorgan go down to Canterbury next week, and they'll want their full pace attack going down there. From what I've seen, the scores down there, especially the first day or 2, although it did flatten out, and Middlesex were well beaten when Kent scored 330 for 2.
Dahl, who's bowled beautifully, that's driven an off drive by Gorvin, struck firmly straight at mid-off, and there's no run. So there will be home games for Glamorgan against Northants and Middlesex as well this month, before they turn their attention to the Vitality T20 competition, a competition that well, has been a bit of a mixed bag in the last few years, it has to be said. Dahl coming in, bowls, and again, Govin rocks back, and they take a quick single, and a direct hit from keeper Guest would have been interesting, and Govin might have been struggling.
I think he would definitely be struggling again. It was a very strange run, that. We'll just have a look at it.
I think there's a bit of indecision early on. Yes, no, and then Guest had a shy yes. I think it went out.
Out by a yard.
So Glamorgan get away with one. They weren't quite sure whether to take it on. Guest reacted quickly. Oof. Yeah. He was playing with fire there, was Andy Govin. He got away with one. Glamorgan a 367 for 7. That was the last ball of the over. So just the one wicket to have fallen early on in the first over. That of Colin Ingram. And there will be a change with Anderson taking over from Tickner at this Cathedral Road end.
Yeah, it's just the one wicket falling in the first 45 minutes, and Glamorgan making steady progress. They'll want to get into a position of strength where they can put a little bit of pressure on Derbyshire, who've got a good batting, solid batting order, and most of them have performed. And David Lloyd has come into his own in the last game when he got 93 against Middlesex. And he'll want to perform, and Glamorgan will want to try and get him out as soon as possible. I think there'll be a little bit of chirping going on there when David opens the innings. Here's Anderson. First ball for him of the morning. Bowls, straight delivery, beats the forward prod of Govin as it goes through to the wicket-keeper. 7 bowlers used by Derbyshire. Most of them, well, nearly all of them, apart from Thompson, and a few overs from David Lloyd, have been medium pace, or in Tickner's case, a bit more than medium pace. Anyway, he's off now, and Anderson, who has bowled 11 overs, 0 for 37, brisk medium pace, as Tickner has a word with him. 2 slips, cover, an extra cover, and a mid-off on the offside. As in comes Anderson, bowls short, down it goes to fine leg, and it'll be collected just in front of the sunbathing spectators on that warm, very warm part of the ground. And they go through for a single, which takes Govin up to 9, Van der Guten's 35, 368 for 7. Big day in the football world today. As the Football League is concerned, the Championship, last games, and also in Division 1 and Division 2. But the Championship's got a few games left. The Rams, home, more or less, playing Stoke City, a local battle, that. In comes Anderson, bowls, and that's a good delivery again, which I think if you pitch the right length, then you could well be rewarded, because there's been a lot of play missing this morning. Burton Rovers, the Brewers, are up at Charlton. That's where our good friend Dave Fletcher is. He'll be back tomorrow. Cardiff City, who are already relegated, are away to Norwich. Swansea City, mid-table, home to Oxford. And a new manager has been appointed, which I think everybody was agree with. In comes the next one. That's short, cut away up, and that is fielded just inside the boundary. Yeah, good bit of fielding there. Lovely return, and restricts the batsman to just a single.
And Wrexham are away to Lincoln, newly promoted.
Yes.
Wrexham, what a story that's been.
Yeah, you get the money and you're rewarded. It's like the Premier League clubs, Kenneth, isn't it?
Yes.
You've got plenty of money, you
It'll
get
be
the best players.
Interesting to see how they fare in the Championship, which is a different beast altogether.
Absolutely. Anderson turns, he comes in, bowls to Govin, Govin off the back foot, nice looking shot. It's going out towards the extra cover boundary, but it's picked up, and then come back for a second, and then it, well, he either kicked it, or he went with his hand as he tried to pick up for 4. So how many runs, that was, well, I'm sure we'll have a look at this again, because it was quite extraordinary. The fielder went to kick it pick it up and made a complete hash of it as he played out to the extra cover boundary. And no, we haven't got the. But with the naked eye, we did see it was a schoolboy's error.
Yeah, ricocheted off his boot
Yeah,
over
he
the
went-
boundary, much to the disgust of
The bowler.
Martin Anderson.
Gorving moves on to 13, 3, 7, 3 for 7 in. Anderson comes again, a good length ball, and it's pushed away on the outside. There's no run. 373 for 7. Steady progress in the first, what we had, 50 minutes. I wonder if we'll have a look at this again. A good friend, the camera. Yes, we've got it this time, and we'll just watch this.
Oh.
He picked the ball up, should have smiled and laughed really, and then dropped it and booted it into touch.
Yes.
So, quite a expensive over in the end.
Valuable runs though, Ed, and
Yeah.
it'd be interesting to see what they're looking at here.
Well, they're
Glamorgan.
back as long as they
Yes, of
The
course.
bowl at the other end, Zach Chapel.
Probably heard that. Zach Chattel coming back at the far end, and they will bat if they can. Whether these two and the other two can take it on into, I don't know, after lunch, an hour or so after lunch, and see where they are there. 450 will mean 301 for the follow-on, which is always in the back of your mind. But
Zach Chappell then, 1 for 59, took the wicket of Kieran Carlson yesterday afternoon.
we've seen this morning, even if the new ball is, well, it's rather new, it wasn't rather old now. We've seen that if you pitch it on a good length, you're going to get rewarded on this tinge of green, which is still there.
Zach Chappell then, to start his spell, comes in, bowls fullish, but straight down leg, and a single down to the man in the deep, who hurls it back at Brooke Guest, the keeper. There were there were a lot of looseners yesterday for Ace of Tribe, who dealt with them, it has to be said. Had a good knock of 58, and surely one would have thought has nailed one of those opening positions by doing so. Had 250s at the tail end of last season. I remember one of them, I think you were with us, Ed, for the game against Yorkshire, who were gunning for promotion anyway during that game, as Chappell comes in, right arm over the wicket to Andy Gorvin, good length delivery, and it's defended out on the offside. There's no run. It was, I think he made 55 in that game, and played well. Played a smart innings for a young opening bat. And it has been a problem position at the top of the order. Byram not playing in this game.
Yes, I was a little surprised, but, well, it's proved the point. You play a young man and he gets 50. A good selection.
Again defended, back to the bowler Zach Chappell. And there is no run. Gorvin is 13. Van der Hoogten is 37 from 78. All valuable runs. And just to remind, from a Derbyshire perspective, they're without Lewis Rees, who's on the sidelines with a hamstring injury. Wheeling round is Zach Chappell, bowls and bangs that one in, and Gorvin deals with it. It comes out to backward point, and there's no run. Harry Kame fields.
It was interesting tactics. I watched on the stream yesterday. Thompson was bowling very, very quick. He wasn't giving it any sort of air and had one slip, and the rest were out just saving one. And Dahl had the same sort of feel. So it was a containing day yesterday, if you like.
Chappell in short, and that's pulled. It won't possibly get to the boundary as the man in the deep comes round. He will, but they'll collect 2 runs. And there's no mistake that time.
They're going to kick it over into touch again.
No. That in years to come, that would have been on Question of Sport what happened next.
Yeah.
So just the 2 then that time for Andy Gorvin. Chappell banged it short. Here comes Zach Chappell, last ball of the over, and good length delivery, but that just worked down, and they might come back for 2 in the offside. The man coming in from deep cover. And there's 2 runs to add to Glamorgan's tally. End of the over, then Glamorgan are 378 for 7. Van der Hoogten still there on 37. Govin on 17. It will be Edward Bevan and then Nick Webb.
Yeah, this partnership again, building, they put on 40 very useful runs. As the 2 batsmen converse, and they'll say, well, just carry on, we'll see what we get and take it from there. It also keeps Derbyshire in the field. They bowled lots of overs in the last game where they asked Middlesex to follow on. As we watch Anderson coming in, bowls, and this time Van der Hoogten takes his bat away and he topples over, loses his balance. Morning, Nick.
Good morning, yeah.
Just
210 overs on the bounce last game and another 108 at the start of this one. There'll be some weary legs, not necessarily Dahl because he didn't play in the last one, but certainly the other members, the Gloucestershire seam attack, although they did bowl quite a lot of spin on the Monday through Thompson and Morley, who's not playing today.
Here comes Anderson again over the wicket. This is played away nicely on the onside by Van der Hoogten. He'll get a single. He moves on to 38, 379 for 7. Yet another useful innings we've seen from Tim Van der Hoogten over the years. He's coming as a night watchman, something he rather enjoys, which I found strange to believe. But there we are. And he's no dud by any means.
No, he's been at as high as number 7 on occasion.
Yeah. Anderson to Govin. Runs away from us and bowls now short, and it's dropped just short of the man at second slip, and they'll take no, Govin thinks of second. He took an eccentric run in the last over, which had it been a direct hit would have run him out, and he was just lurking there as if to have a second, but sent back by his senior partner.
Yeah, the running in the on the first afternoon was quite conservative. I think North East and Ingram on a hot afternoon were not willing to
I think you're trying to
risk
say poor,
anything.
which I agree with. Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't push the Derbyshire fielders very much.
Anderson in bowls, and this is played away onto the onside. The ball ducks into the batsman and there's no run.
Though conversely, it was nice to see Ul Hassan and Tribe in the opening partnership, who did just steer the ball wide of a fielder and take the single to keep the score rate ticking on.
Young men, you see, Nick.
Yeah, give them another 10 years and they won't be doing it.
Yeah, they put on 93, which is a good partnership. Not the best of the season for the opening partnership, but very useful. Anderson bowls just outside the off stump. Van der Hoogten has nothing at all to do with it. Good luck to everybody today. It's the first Saturday of the league season in many leagues in Wales. Some have started. And I went down to see a friendly, would you believe, in a local club last week. It was a glorious afternoon. And I reckon there were as many people there, nearly as many as people are in here today. It tells you interesting club cricket. Anderson in bowls, forward defensive response from the batsman. That's the end of the over, 380 for 7.
Yes, we hear a few prophecies of doom about participation in cricket, but at the sort of lower levels that I'm familiar with, we tend to get as many teams forming and as disbanding. So I don't think numbers are particularly dropping in the men's recreational game in this part of the world anyway.
No. Especially down West Wales where there's nobody from there, and lots of people are making the point in the Glamorgan squad, which is sad, and they tend to watch the club matches, and very well attended they are.
Here's Chappell in then to bowl outside off, and Govin allows that one to go through to Brooke Guest. Yes, certainly there is party to discussions about possibly getting an extra team out, and where could we get a ground from, because there are other clubs looking for extra teams as well. So it's unfortunate, really, that
Very unfortunate.
as Chappell is into ball, driven, fielded by the stumps at the non-striker's end, crashed back into the stumps, may well have gone for 4 had it been 6 inches either side, but Gorvin, who hit one previous nice straight drive, hit that one just too straight. There is, of course, the debacle over at Blackweir, in which some pitches will be taken out of action for some weeks because Cardiff apparently doesn't have enough concert venues.
Says he.
Chappell bowls and Gorvin pushes it out into the offside. Fielded by sub-fielder Jack Morley, and there is no run.
Tell you what's very interesting, Nick, with the huge money that was supposed to come April, May, and still they're talking about it and haven't seen any money change hands.
I don't think Glamorgan were expecting it to be in the bank as yet. There's Chappell bowls and short pitch ball that Gorvin plays no shot. Yes, the money from sale of the 100 franchises, which is expected or due to see Welsh Fire half owned by the owners of Washington Freedom in the United States, an Indian, Canadian, American businessman, as Gorvin defends out on the offside. And there is no run. What's happening elsewhere in Division 2? At Old Trafford, Lancashire have moved on to 386 for 6 after 109 overs. Marcus Harris made 167, the Australian there, one of 3 wickets eventually for Ajit Singh Dale. Now, this is the last ball of the 110th over, provided it's a legitimate one, and Chappell bowls to Gorvin, who defends to mid-off, so that's it for batting and bowling bonus points in this innings, and Glamorgan have 3 batting points to Derbyshire's 2 bowling points.
And as we know, Nick, to get bowling points, 3 batting points is an achievement, and if you can't, and you end up with a draw, then it's not a bad haul, is it? With 8 for the draw these days. And many people think like that because somebody on social media said, why should it be that side who win a game and lost one and drawn a few underneath the people who have drawn 3 games? Well, it's a valid point.
Yeah, it's not maybe ideal, but you've got to play the rules as they are.
Yeah. Anderson starts on the over, the leg side, which is clipped with ease by Van der Gooten for a single. He moves on to 39, 381 for 7. Slow but steady progress from Glamorgan. And I noticed watching, you get a close look yesterday and today, of course, when you look at the stream, and there's a fair amount of rough at both ends. It's a pity in a funny sort of way that Lewis Rees bowling left arm over is not bowling. It would help the Glamorgan spinner. The next ball is played up to mid-on. There's no run. And, well, you and I have been watching Glamorgan long enough, and we say in every game, will it deteriorate? The computer says no.
It usually doesn't. It usually flattens out, and it's hard work bowling sides out twice. Yeah, although, of course, Leicestershire managed it against Glamorgan in the opening game here at the beginning of April.
Anderson, medium fast, comes up, bowls, and Gorvin just pulls his bat away. And making a point, Andy Gorvin will say, well, I got 50 in the first game, I took 4 wickets, better figures than anybody. He left me out for 2 games, and now I'm back, and I'm going to make sure that I keep my place. It was something I could not understand.
Well, Glamorgan were constrained by the need to select Bashir, I guess.
In comes Anderson. Bowls short, cut away. That might just run away up to the boundary. It was firmly struck, but no, it's overtaken and picked up by Jack Morley, the 12th man, and they cross for only a single. Yeah.
Two to Gorvin.
It was 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did, yes. I thought, yeah, and he moves it on to 20. 45 is the partnership for this, the 8th wicket, as Glamorgan near 400 mark. And this is bowls left by Govin outside the off stump.
At Leicester, Leicestershire made 304 all out. Northants in reply are 59 for 1, so that game is fairly evenly poised. Middlesex just about in charge against Glamorgan's next opponent, Kent, at Lords, so that doesn't look likely to go the distance, that game. 17 wickets have fallen already.
As Anderson in bowls, Govin's back on his stumps, pushes it away for an easy single to the vacant gully area. He keeps strike, and the score moves on to 384 for 7. Govin's moved on to 21, and Van der Gooten 39. Been in there for some time.
Yeah, Middlesex actually have just lost their 8th wicket. They're 220 for 8. That's in reply to Kent's, though, 129 all out. So Middlesex already 91 runs in the lead. Ryan Higgins 54 has been the top scorer there. 3 wickets there for George Garrett for Kent. Glamorgan in action at Canterbury on Friday. I'll be joining Matt Cole of BBC Radio Kent for that one.
Prepare yourself for could be a 3-day finish there. Prepare yourself for a 3-day finish. All the games there.
All right.
On juicy pitches apparently, and
Okay.
wickets tumbling on the first day.
Here's Chappell in to bowl, and Govin is forward defending.
If our colleague, rugby commentator and par excellence after dinner speaker Phil Steele is listening, then if you come down here, you'll see your double in Chappell, which he has no hair to speak of. He's very tall, like yourself, Phil, if you're listening, and enjoys his cricket, also like you do.
Here is Chappell in to bowl.
Would you agree?
Govin is in behind it. With all due respect, probably Phil in his prime rather than Phil now, who has, as we all do, a little extra around the middle. But I'm not one to criticise for that, since
A very, very useful rugby player.
indeed.
Newport, remember commentating on here. Played full-back and centre, didn't he?
Mainly fullback, yeah.
A running full-back.
In comes Chappell charging towards us from the River Taff end, and Govin is behind that defensively, and there's no sign of Glamorgan looking to accelerate at all. They're just going to try and bat the distance, go as long as they can into the day and get more yards into the legs of the Derbyshire bowlers. In Division 1, Hampshire against Durham. Durham 371 for 6, Clark 125 not out. Chappell bowls, Govin drives, but doesn't time it, and it rolls to mid-on. At Taunton, Essex were bowled out for 206 on, a green-looking wicket, but Jack Leach still did quite a lot of bowling yesterday. The spinner taking 3 for 35 in 30 overs.
Yeah, I saw that this morning.
And there were very few runs scored in that match yesterday. Somerset in reply are also struggling. They're 56 for 3. As Chappell bowls, Govin drives again, and again it runs to mid-on, and again there is no run. So yes, a few peculiar pitches around. I saw a picture of it before the start, and it was spot the strip, really. It wasn't that different in colour from the outfield.
They need a win, don't they? Somerset, they're languishing. I think they're bottom of 1. Suffered a defeat.
Yeah, it hasn't been all Syrian Somerset as many predicted. Chappell in bowls. Govin drives. He does get this one through the onside. This one may go all the way to mid-wicket. It is being chased, but the ball will win ahead of Thompson getting to the ropes, and Govin having played a couple straight to the field, has just turned the wrist slightly and found the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on. 388 for 7. Gorvin has 25. Van der Hoogten has 39. That was the 50 partnership as well, to the delight of the Glamorgan balcony. Just to give you the final score that we haven't given you from the Men's County Championship. Yorkshire against Warwickshire. Yorkshire 205 all out, despite the presence of their England stars. Warwickshire in reply 244 for 9, so leading by 39 runs. And Bo Webster, the Australian, has popped up for Warwickshire. He's 81 not out.
Ex-Gloucester,
Playing for Gloucestershire
Yeah, I
last
thought he
time.
was.
So that's the, well, you get so many overseas.
Yeah, in and out.
I was talking to Dave Griffin, the Derbyshire photographer, and he said, Fernando's that chap played for Yorkshire? Said, no, he's just been playing for Warwickshire. This Fernando has played for Nottinghamshire.
That's right.
But you can't blame the players. They've got to go where the money is and where the work is.
Yeah. Got a change of bowling. We're going to have spin at last with Thompson coming to bowl. He was bowled very flat yesterday, and I'd like to see him bowl just a little bit, give it a little bit more flight. I think you're going to speak to the Welsh airwaves in just a moment, Nick.
Yes, carry on. I'm sure there'll be time. I'll chip in when needed for the radio update.
Watching Chappell bowl that last over, and you mentioned in the 200 and odd overs that they bowled, he looked very weary. And that last ball, he just sort of went through the motions and bowled a half volley. Let's see what Thompson can do. He's bowling from the same end as he bowled yesterday, and he's going round the wicket and bowls, and this is driven. And it's stopped by the bowler, and there is no run. This mid-off is sort of a little deep, and long-on is, mid-on is deep. Has given it more air, certainly, than he did yesterday, and he's got a man on the drive on the onside. He's also got a slip.
Well, he ought to have good memories here, because he took 12
a lot of
wickets in the
wickets
match
last
last
year,
year, which was ended in a draw.
Here he is again, bowls, and again that's flighted, but mid-on is that deep that they can take a single. 389 for 7.
Just looking at his workload, it was 47 overs he sent down in the last match against Middlesex.
Ex-Warwickshire bowler with a rather odd hairstyle.
Yeah.
Comes round the wicket again, a little short, and this is just defended by Gorvin.
Update for BBC Radio Wales. Glamorgan's first innings still moving gently along at 389 for 7, plus another couple as Gorvin cuts towards the boundary and will pick up 2. Colin Ingram, who was 80 not out, fell in the first over of the morning, caught at fine leg, hooking at Blair Tickner, the Kiwi paceman, for 81. But since then, Tim van der Hoogten and Andy Gorvin have ridden their luck slightly, but they've put together a useful partnership for the 8th wicket of 53. Van der Hoogten has 40, Gorvin has 27, as Gorvin goes for a big shot and will pick up another single out on the leg side, slightly mishit. 391 for 7, Glamorgan. 392 for 7 was that one. Sorry to pinch the end of your over, Edward. Chappell
No problem.
will continue. Thompson remains wicketless in this particular match, having enjoyed Sapphire Gardens last year. 7 for 65 and then 5 for 136. As Glamorgan set a Derbyshire target of 400, which they didn't really look interested in going for, and batted time out fairly comfortably in the end, with Rees and Guest putting together a big stand. Here is Chappell then, from the River Taff end, as Madsen is still thinking about buying wickets at square leg, having got 3 wickets through catches on the leg side. Maybe Gorvin less likely to go for those big shots, as he leaves one outside off stump that, as Chappell with his arms aloft, it did come back and It's noticeable that Derbyshire bowlers have managed to get a bit of movement off the pitch, particularly at bowling towards this end.
Yes, as I mentioned earlier, there's a little bit in it if you put it in the right place, and whether I don't think there's any residual dampness or anything like that there.
Chapel in bowls. Gorvin plays a very odd shot that results in a single down to backward square leg and took one hand off the bat. He had no idea where it had gone, and the ball off a thick inside edge. What was that shot meant to be? Any idea?
No, I think the ball came in with the arm, and he was looking to play through, as you say, through the offside, and it ducked in and ended up at deep mid-wicket. There's been a little show of aggression now from Gorvin. The last ball of Thompson's over, and that ball there.
Here is Chapel to Van der Hoogten, who looks to flick it off his pads. There is a solitary appeal from LBW from Zach Chapel, and they go through for a leg bye. So Glamorgan inching towards the 400 mark, albeit won't matter in terms of bonus points. Well, that struck in front of Midland leg, but it was so angled that it was going well down.
More than hope.
Umpire Lungley having nothing to do with it.
Former Derbyshire player, of course, Tom Lungley.
As Chapel is on his way, bowls. Gorvin drives nicely, but again to mid-on, as he did several times in the last over.
Scoreboard pressure might be at the back of Sam Northeast's mind. And a weary Derbyshire side might lack a little bit of concentration, but they do bat well down, as we've seen from their scores this season, and they shouldn't have a problem with this, apart from perhaps weariness.
Here is Chapel into bowl. Gorvin drives to mid-off this time. He is usually pretty technically correct, Andy Gorvin.
He's a good cricketer now. He's developing. Certainly this year, he's. When he came on the scene, we thought he was just a little medium military pace, keep it standing up and just keep it tight. But he showed last season that he certainly has the ability to succeed at this level.
Valuable squad member on the right pitch.
Mid-wicket has come over, and he's going round the wicket, the bowler. Is he attempting A, reverse swing, or B, trying to negative bowling?
Bit of leg theory.
Good Lord, 5.
In comes Chapel bowls, and that takes off, flies. Keeper gets a hand to it just about, and Chapel was rather lucky that wasn't called a wide, because if he was bowling for the hook shot, that was outside off. Extraordinary.
He's looking very weary. He's now bending down, his hands on knees, and thinking, well, how long are we going to stay out here? Well, if these two go on,
so you get another 3 wickets,
yeah,
mate. Glamorgan aren't declaring any time soon.
And the partnership is past 50s, 56. Van der Hoogten will eye another half century. He's on 40. Gorvin is on 29, and it'll be the off spin of Taylor.
And Chapel only bowled 35
Thompson,
overs in the last match, which is not extraordinary by any means for a seamer.
Not in 2 innings, I suppose.
No. 19 and 16.
Van der Hoogten on 40 faces the off spin of Thompson from the Cathedral Road end, and he bowls down the leg side, which is played to one of 2 men there, saving one of 3 men, saving a single, and then we have a long on.
And a deep mid-wicket.
Yeah. Thompson, in he comes and bowls, and this is again played defensively. There is space here. If you middle it, it will go over long on. It'll certainly go over long off. But he's again bowling just a little bit flatter, but not as flat he was yesterday. In comes the next delivery, which is played away to that man at deep mid-wicket, and they'll cross for a leisurely single. A few people here today, and lots of them enjoying this glorious sunshine. They won't be dressed in this attire tomorrow, but apparently it's going to be average or even below average temperatures.
Yeah, the shorts will be packed away tonight.
Probably until August.
Oh, don't.
He's going over the wicket, different line of attack now. As he comes in and bowls to Gorwin, who pushes forward, and there's no run this time. Plenty of pitches as we look down from our perch here. 1, 2, 3, green, 4, 5. So they'll be next in use for the T20s, and a couple of games to go here in the championship. Another defensive response from the batsman, no run. Thompson walks back slowly to his mark, and now he turns, takes about 4 paces and bowls down the pitch. Came the batsman, Gorvin, but I fancy the bowler saw him coming and pushed it through. And the score remains the 3-9-5 for 7, Van der Gooden 41. Gorvin is on 29. Just a reminder for you Derby listeners that I call it a local derby, because if you've ever driven from Derby to Stoke, it's not very far at all, and that match kicks off at 12:30, and it's an important game certainly for the Rams.
Yeah, they're not out of the mire.
No.
They if they get something out of that
Something
game,
out of it,
they
yeah.
should be safe, because they've got a better goal difference than several of the sides around them. So they're a couple of places above the dreaded drop zone, which is sadly anchored by Cardiff City. 395 for 7. So those fixtures in the Championship: Derby County against Stoke City at 12:30. Norwich City against Cardiff City, and Edward's beloved Swans entertain Oxford United.
Yes.
As Chappell in round the wicket bowls, Van der Hoogten plays a short ball down into the gully, where it's picked up by David Lloyd. Have you managed to give away your season ticket use for today?
Season tickets?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got 3 of them. All the family are doing something else. A couple of them are playing, so I'd rather than play cricket this time of year. I don't know what they're doing. They're probably enjoying themselves on the patio. I know they're coming down.
395 for 7. Chappell bowled short ball. Van der Hoogten takes on the pull, but plays it quite well past a diving square leg out to deep mid-wicket stroke square leg.
Yeah, emotional day down at the Swansea.com Stadium. Last game for Joe Allen, terrific servant, great man, playing his last game, as is Kyle Norton, who's been there for 10 years and never let the side down.
As in comes Chappell and bowls. That's surely a wide. No, not given, as it was a short ball that Gorvin didn't really need to duck, but he did anyway, having been hit earlier on by Tickner. Yes, I mean, Joe Allen, the brief dealings I've had with him was
He's
always
great.
a pleasure to deal with. Interviewed him a few times
Pembrokeshire lad.
for BBC Radio Wales. Indeed, and possibly the only footballer to have made the cover of a chicken rearing magazine. Sounds like something out Have I Got News for You, doesn't it? 396 for 7. Here's Chappell with a short leg now in place, bowling to Gorvin, who looks to play it wide of gully, but there's a good diving stop by Caleb Jewell, who milks that slightly, rolling over, making the most of it. Now, Derbyshire have gone to this odd position that we've seen occasionally before from them, with Wayne Madsen is almost a long stop. He's a very, very fine third man. So he's
They're
there
desperate for a wicket,
for
that's
the
the reason, I think.
uppercut.
Yeah.
Short leg, a gully, and a very fine third man deep.
Yeah.
And Gorvin plays it off the thick edge down to Madsen, and he fields, and they go through for a single.
It's an extraordinary looking field. On the leg side, you've got a fine leg, a deep mid-wicket, and then in between them, you've got another man on the boundary. So if one of these tries to hook and gets out to one of three waiting there, you'll not be very popular, I don't think. Surely you're not going to fall for that trick.
And Jewel is now swapping places with the man who was at short leg, David Lloyd, who wanders off to gully. And Jewel will now go to a square leg position. Oh, the leg side's absolutely packed. Chappell is in to bowl, the short ball. Van der Hoogten ducks out the way of. So wasting your time there, mate.
Yeah, well, in defence of Wayne Madsen, the captain, he is trying everything that he can to try and separate these two batsmen, who must be quite annoying now for the Derbyshire side, because they've got to stay out there in this in the hot day. Excuse me, they've got nearly 400 runs, and he's thinking, well, how am I going to get these? Now, I've seen Madsen come on a number of times in the past with his little off breaks and immediately gets a wicket.
Yeah, one wicket this season, 1 for 32 this season.
Surprised that he hasn't come, because people think, yes, he doesn't bowl much, and then get out to him.
Quite right.
Off spin of Thompson to continue from this, the Cathedral Road end, and he comes in and bowls, and this is pushed forward by Andy Gorvin.
Yeah, Glamorgan have used Kieran Carlson in that sort of capacity, haven't they? You know, with nothing much happening, get on a less than regular bowler, and he'll might nick you a wicket or two.
Next ball is pushed into the offside, and no run.
So a reminder that you can hear radio coverage on BBC Radio Derby of Derby against Stoke shortly, also on BBC Radio Wales of Swansea City against Oxford, Cardiff up at Norwich.
Here's the next ball, short, clipped away on the onside, a couple of arms go up, and it just passed David Lloyd there at short leg.
The lower divisions are 3 o'clock kick-off, League One, with Fletch in action at the microphone for Burton Albion's match at Charlton.
If he gets there.
Wrexham have made the long track over to Lincoln.
Next ball is pushed back defensively to the bowler. No chances taken by either batsman. And, they're intent on getting over 400, certainly 398 for 7. Next ball is driven into the gap on the offside, and they'll go through for another single. 399 for 7.
More charity runners chugging past along the Taft Trail.
I've seen them. Off they go. In comes this, tossed up, but is driven up to the man at mid-on, who comes in very quickly from a deepish position. That's the end of the over. 399 for 7. Time for Kenneth to come back. Van der Hoogten 43. Gorvin 31. And another useful partnership in this innings. The partnership is 61.
Yes, and wickets have not often fallen close together. There have been lots of bits and pieces of partnerships. 399 for 7 with just over half an hour to go till lunch. Of course, plenty of grounds where commentators can remark on buses or trams going past, but it's eco-friendly in the middle of Cardiff. We talk about joggers, walkers, runners, cyclists, etc.
Scooters.
Oh, don't.
There's a few of those as well, unfortunately.
Yes, well, they can get lost. 399 for 7. Unless you're under 10.
Glad to say I got on air eventually, Nick, on Radio Derby.
Ah, good.
Dave Fletcher, I must have been doing something wrong for the first hit at 11 o'clock. It was meant to be foolproof.
Oh,
however...
No. Change of bowling. Anderson bowls to Van der Hoogten, who defends out into the covers. No run. Yes, it's been quiet progress for Glamorgan, who resumed at 3-3-6. For 6, lost the main man Colin Ingram in the first over of the morning, but since then Van der Hoogten and Gorvin rode their luck a little bit early on, but now seem to have settled in this partnership of 61. They came together in the 97th over, so they've been together 20 overs, scoring rate about 3 and over. Anderson bowls, Van der Hoogten flat bats it through the covers, will pick up at least one, and hasn't been cleanly stopped, so they'll come back for the second run, and up goes the 400 on the scoreboard, to the delight of most of the Sapphire Gardens crowd.
Yes, valuable runs, and as you say, Nick, there was that few overs from Anuj Dal where he bowled beautifully without any reward or any luck. But apart from that, they've looked solid.
Anderson in, bowls. Van der Hoogten plays this one into the offside and will pick up at least a single, down 2 points. And Van der Hoogten wants to hassle back for a second and gets there as the throw comes in, putting the pressure on Harry Kame out in the deep in front of that empty but picturesque grandstand away to our right, with the daffodil motifs picked out by yellow and green seating on a background of blue, and hopefully that stand will be fairly full for the T20 stuff next month, as well as the England International here against the Windies on the 1st of June and the Welsh Fire Games later. Van der Hoogten is pushing forward to Anderson, who's fallen over, and I think he's all right. He's got up rather gingerly.
Well, they can ill afford to lose another bowler.
The ball just dribbled back past him, and he actually put his hand over his head because he was in no position to stop it. Oh, he's gone absolutely flying there. Lost his footing in the bowling stride. And with Rees down, missing in action. Here's Anderson in again. Down leg side. There is an appeal for a catch behind, but not much of one. The appeal was, I think, led by cover rather than anyone directly involved. Anderson hoping for a cheap strangle down leg side.
And if the appeal is led by cover, you know you're in trouble.
Yes.
Probably just whisk the thigh pad or something.
If anything. 4:03 for 7 then here on BBC Sport Online, as Anderson bowls to Van der Hoogten, who drives gently to mid-on. There is no run. It is the end of Martin Anderson's 15th over. 0 for 53. Steve West says Van der Hoogten is worth a higher spot, and Ian Holmes on X contributing the thought that Tickner must have perfected the opening steps of his run-up at the Vienna Equestrian School.
Well, it was interesting that they pushed Callaway above Chris Cook.
Yeah, it seems to have happened this season. Just giving Callaway a bit more responsibility, I guess.
So spin will continue from the Cathedral Road end in the shape of Thompson, and that's worked into the offside, and there's a run. The constant theme of Glamorgan's innings, Derbyshire haven't been able to take wickets in clusters, and it's happened this morning. They haven't had any reward after taking Ingram in the first over. Thompson coming over the wicket. To the pitch of the ball is Van der Hoogten, and that's fielded at mid-wicket came around, and there's no run. And they've been able to build many partnerships, and this is another one. Thompson in to Van der Hoogten, who comes down the wicket, squares him up slightly, and they take a quick single to cover, and Gorvin comes home in time. Again, those is there a race for life on Nick in Butte Park or something?
I'm not sure what the charity is, but it's obviously a coordinated one-for-one charity, doesn't it? Because there are lots of.
It's usually
the
pink shirt. It is usually Race for Life. That's dropped short, incidentally, by Thompson. That's play to point. There's no run. glorious conditions once more in the Welsh capital and throughout the UK. Thompson in, good length delivery, played to mid-wicket, and there's no run from the bat of Andy Gorvin, who's there on 32. So Glamorgan going about their business methodically, carrying on. Thompson, and that was a good length delivery forward. The pitch of the ball was Gorvin. That is the end of the over. So Glamorgan have added, what, 69 overnight? They were 336. So they are posing a commanding total here. We're yet to see how good a total it is, of course, but it's been hard toil for the Derbyshire bowlers, especially in the absence of Lewis Rees, who's off the field, having pulled up with a hamstring injury in the first session.
Well, it's not quite the race for life, but it's the same charity apparently. As Anderson is in to bowl, and Van der Hoogten drives up to wide mid-off and goes through for a smart single. Today's is known as the Cardiff Pretty Muddy 5K.
Oh, right.
So there's a bit of an obstacle course there as well.
So it's not too dissimilar to the Tough Mudder is another one of those.
Yeah, I think this one's a gentle sort of Tough Mudder.
Right.
It's called Pretty Muddy. It's a race for life style event, and the main race for life is tomorrow here, so we're going to see lots more Cancer Research UK people. Good luck to them all. Anderson
Indeed.
bowls, and Gorvin looks to flat bat one through the offside, but just pokes it straight to David Lloyd at cover, and there is no run. So the pretty muddy race today and the race for life tomorrow.
Not ideal conditions for running.
I don't know that it's going to get that muddy, actually, to be honest.
No.
Pretty dusty, or pretty scrape your knees sort of time if you're taking on obstacles. Anderson is in, bowls, and Gorvin does take on the hook shot and plays it well and gets 4 runs forward of the umpire. And applause for some rare aggression from the Glamorgan pair. Gorvin moves on to 36, having middled that one very nicely, and Morley dashing down round the ropes in vain. So there are fewer players on the leg side in this over. Madsen has vacated his weird third man position, and Gorvin flashes at that one and misses as it goes through to Guest outside off stump. Anderson beating the bat. So they've gone back to a more conventional field now. There's a fine leg, a deep square leg on the boundary, mid-wicket, mid-on, conventional, mid-off cover. Deep point. Are they needed? Is a deep point needed? Wayne Madsen thinks it is, and he's played 20 years more professional cricket than I have. Anderson is in to bowl. Gorvin defends to mid-on. Lloyd is in the gully. Madsen himself at second slip. There is no first slip. There's a gap between them. I guess apart from Tickner, no one has really given the batters the hurry up. Tickner did hit Andy Gorvin on the helmet early in his innings, but Gorvin settled in well since then and faces up to Anderson and defends that one out to cover. There is no run. It is the end of Anderson's over. 410 for 7. Van der Hoogten 49, looking for his first half century of the season. Gorvin has 36. The partnership is 72, and if Derbyshire hopes were high when they got rid of Colin Ingram 3 minutes into the day's play, then they're now probably crumbling slightly.
Yeah, that was a bit of a false dawn, but so it has been throughout the course of Glamorgan's first innings. There'll be a few jaded bodies out there now, and Derbyshire will be slightly frustrated as Van der Hoogten and Gorvin settle. They've got into the groove. Van der Hoogten especially one shy of his half century as Thompson comes in over the wicket, bowls, and that will be Van der Hoogten's 50 as he comes home for a quick single, much to the delight of the Glamorgan faithful. And he receives warm applause here at Sophia Gardens. A fine knock for Tim Van der Hoogten, who's been ably supported by Andy Gorvin, and he will be looking to push on.
107 balls, 5 fours.
Thompson in and rocking back to his stumps is Gorvin, who defends, and there's no run.
Yeah, looking at the players who have passed 50, North East in 88 balls, Ingram in 103.
Thompson just a tad short. That's cut by Gorvin to backward point. There's no run.
And Tribe, the fastest half-centurion of the innings, 72 balls, 11 fours, and
Yes.
no one else has got near that, really.
Yeah, he got off to a flyer.
Some loose-ish stuff from Rees early on before Rees came back to take the wickets.
And that, well, short leg was interested. There's a shout of catch it, but it dropped short from Gorvin.
Isn't there always a shout of catch
There
it?
is, yes.
Whether the ball is in the air or has hit the bat or not.
It's all psychological. As Thompson comes in, fullish and big stride down the wicket from Gorvin. And that is the end of the over. As we hear Mr. Hignell, Dr. Hignell, going through. There we are, exactly. Here to you, Nick. 5 fours in Van der Hoogten's 50.
Yes, even Colin Ingram's 50 was only 3 fours and a 6. Went on to make 81. He was the only wicket to fall so far this morning, and if Glamorgan can prolong this innings into the afternoon, then Derbyshire really will be getting a bit weary. Anderson to try and cut them off. Bowls to Van der Hoogten, who plays to mid-on. And there have been a few past the outside edge. Dahl bowled a really good opening spell. Tickner gave the Glamorgan batsman a little bit of G-up at times. But once you're settled in,
Yeah.
then it's difficult to prize the batters out on this wicket. Anderson back over the wicket to Van der Hoogten, who turns on the leg side, thinks about a single, decides otherwise. As far as the women's matches are concerned, Derbyshire playing their first match at the county ground. Well, Yorkshire are knocking up a useful total. They're 250 for 5, still with 11 overs left. And that's despite 4 wickets for Gemma Rose for Derbyshire at the 5 to fall, as Van der Hoogten defends to mid-off. And there is no run, and Amy Campbell is on 90 not out for the White Rose. Glamorgan women having a decent day with the bat as well. 184 for 4 after 34 of their 50 overs. Bethan Gammon is 65 not out, and Daisy Jeans made 59. Anderson bowls. Van der Hoogten pokes at a ball that moves away from him, and Anderson getting a little bit of bounce now, and it's not entirely regular. There hasn't been much that's kept low, but the high bounce has been a bit intermittent.
Caveat here, of course, is, as we've said, Derbyshire are a bowler shy, so it has been hard toil for them.
Yeah, they've still got the 4-seamers to use, plus Thompson and David Lloyd spinners back up. Van der Hoogten clubs an over-pitched ball down the ground for 4 runs. That was either right in the block hole or low full toss, when it was duly dispatched, seized upon from Van der Hoogten.
When he
Low full
catches
toss.
it full meat of the bat, he does go for it. We've seen that, Nick, haven't we, in T20? He's proved valuable in that format for Glamorgan.
Can strike a long ball, certainly, as the ball has disappeared under the hover cover. And has it been retrieved? Yes,
I remember him
it has.
clubbing a 6 to win a game at Bristol. Was it I think it was the year before.
4:15 for 6. As Anderson is in balls to Van der Hoogten, who's hit on the pad. A despairing shout from the weary Anderson. Not much in the way of backing vocals from Brooke Gast. 415 for 7. Glamorgan with quarter of an hour to go till the luncheon interval, assuming they're going by the digital clock rather than the one on the pavilion, which is a couple of minutes fast as the pretty muddy contestants wander past. Perhaps they've finished. They don't look as though they're in a hurry. Pictured on the stream. Oh, there's one or two token shots. They heard me.
Thompson then, continuing from the Cathedral Road end. I remember my wife actually did the Tough Mudder a few years ago,
right.
and it looked awful, I have to say.
Perhaps this is a gentler version, pretty muddy.
Thompson, fullish, and that's whacked in the offside. Only one on offer there as deep extra cover comes around. You're actually, you have to go through what is described as tentacles. You get electrocuted.
What?
Somewhat at the end.
Oh dear.
To get through to the finishing line as Thompson bowls and they come. Van der Hoogten comes through for a single.
I say.
Yes.
My better half's doing a 20-mile walk in aid of breast cancer now next weekend. 20 miles is far enough without any electrical shocks along the way.
Thompson in a good length delivery, but to the pitch of the ball is Andy Gorvin, who's there, 37. Van der Hoogten unbeaten on 55. Thompson with Guest standing up. One slip. Again, Gorvin, who looks very calm and assured and looks solid for his 37. So you're going to have to try and prize the wicket from Glamorgan and try and get them to make an enforced error, as we've seen a few, because there's nothing much happening out there. There's no demons, there's no panic, there's nothing untoward, and Glamorgan are looking good guns for 417 for 7, and we'll back through to lunch, obviously.
Yes, I think they'll just let this innings take its course, really. I don't see any particular need for declaration. They will look to put Derbyshire under a little bit of scoreboard pressure. As David Lloyd, former captain of Glamorgan, and I don't remember him ever bowling off spin for Glamorgan, but he's turned to that.
No, he was more medium pace.
Yeah, he was pretty much always used as a seamer. I don't recall him bowling offies before, but maybe that'll conserve the knee a bit better as he looks to prolong his career. And Tim van der Hoogten fiddling with his gloves and is now ready to receive. Lloyd bowls fairly flat, and Van der Hoogten plays it short mid-wicket. There's no run. They're looking to induce Van der Hoogten to hit on the leg side. No doubt of that, because it's a 5-4 leg side field. So Van der Hoogten plays it through wide mid-off and has beaten the dive of the fielder, and that one will race away for 4 runs. That really can't afford to give the batter a chance of hitting through the offside when you've got 5 on the leg. Looking for the top edge sweep or the pull towards mid-wicket. Lloyd bowls. Van der Hoogten drills this one hard straight at cover, where Anderson prevents any run being scored.
Got away with one there.
Lloyd in again. Another chance for Van Duchten to drive straight to Anderson. Well, Lloyd floated that one up temptingly, but he's not quite bowling to his field at the moment, it seems. That one is on leg stump and turns to Morley at backward square, as well as a backward square next to the umpire. There's a short fine leg for the top edge sweep. There's a deep mid wicket for the pull shot. There's a short mid wicket and a deep mid on. Van der Hoogten defends back to David Lloyd. 4 runs off the over. It's probably not the greatest that David Lloyd's ever delivered. And Glamorgan with 10 minutes to go to lunch here on BBC Sport Online there. 421 for 7. Van der Hoogten has 59, his highest score of the season. Gorvin has 37 not out.
And Tim van der Hoogten will take advantage of any wayward bowling and can chance his arm a bit now, having had his 50, and Glamorgan trying to push on to put, as Nick said, scoreboard pressure on Derbyshire. Thompson coming in and rocking back to his stumps defensively as Gorvin just prods that into the offside, and there's no run.
And Glamorgan, after their struggles in the first innings of 2 of the 3 matches so far, really, who can blame them for taking the advantage to construct something as substantial as possible?
Thompson none for 77, and there is a quick single taken that time. That was good running. Just dabbed that one down, did Gorvin. Van der Hoogten was backing up well, and they were there comfortably, which brings Van der Hoogten on strike. Thompson, good length delivery to the down to the pitch of the ball is Tim van der Hoogten, and beaten on 59. Partnership is 84. So they've done well since Colin Ingram's dismissal in the first over. Thompson in, and that's a full toss, whipped down to long on, and they take a single. They'll just see this innings take its natural course now. Maybe they'll try and chance their arm more after lunch as Gorvin gets down defensively. It's fielded by the bowler himself.
Yeah, when you get guys like Ingram and North East who are unable to accelerate, though, you might as well just plod along for as long as possible.
Thompson over the wicket, comes in, bowls, floats that one up, and that's glanced down, and they do eventually take a quick single. They thought twice about it before saying, yep, we'll take that, and it's another single to Glamorgan's tally, and to Van der Hoogten, who moves on to 60. Gorvin is there unbeaten on 39. Glamorgan now 424 for 7, with some 7 minutes to go before lunch.
Glamorgan's session at the moment. Derbyshire in real need of a couple of wickets, as David Lloyd goes into his second over of the session and bowls outside off stump, and Gorvin plays no shot. So early football details halfway through the first half. The championship. Gorvin edges to slip, and Derbyshire do have the breakthrough courtesy of David Lloyd. Gorvin has gone for 39, and Glamorgan are 424 for 8. And boy, did the visitors need that one.
Yeah, it's just having a little dabble outside off stump, and smartly taken at first slip. So we'd be disappointed with that. Gorvin looked to be going well and would have been targeting a second 50 of the season, but alas, he's gone for 39. Madsen, the captain, taking the catch at slip.
Yeah, just caught in between there, Andy Gorvin. He didn't really go for the aggressive shot, just half aggressive, half defensive. But the 8th wicket pair added 86 and were together for around about 28 overs. So a little edge to slip gets David Lloyd his first wicket of the match and his 4th of the season.
The incoming batter for Glamorgan is Ned Leonard.
Ned Leonard, who got his highest first-class score in the defeat against Middlesex. In the second innings, he made 47.
Yes, came to Glamorgan at the tail end of the season on loan from Somerset, but has made that move permanently this season.
Yeah, certainly a bowler of some promise, not always reflected by the output. He's got 6 wickets at 41 this season.
Of course, played in the One Day Cup final at Trent Bridge.
And Leonard, well, he bowled poorly at Bristol, really, on the first day in particular, but was considerably improved at Lord's. Gorvin, by the way, faced 99 balls for his 39 and hit 4 fours in the process. Van der Hoogten has 7 boundaries to his credit, which is more than anyone apart from Mesa Tribe. Lloyd is in bowls to Leonard, who is forward defending. I was about to give you some latest football scores when Gorvin edged there to slip in the championship. Leonard drives slightly uppishly towards mid-on, but there's no run. Derby County and Stoke City, still no goals there, midway through the first half. As Lloyd is in bowls and Leonard is forward defending. Well, Cardiff City have clocked off early. They're 3-0 down at Norwich after 27 minutes. Swansea City 1-0 up at home to Oxford United. Lloyd bowls and Leonard defends to cover. No run, successful over for David Lloyd. A wicket maiden for the Wrexham supporter. Wrexham already promoted and will be in celebratory mood at Lincoln this afternoon.
Yes, well, it's been a fairy tale story for Wrexham. 3 in terms of promotions.
The Hollywood scriptwriter's dream come true.
Yeah, be interesting next year in the championship. As Thompson continues from the Cathedral Road end, and that was edged past slip. Don't think it'll go all the way, but they will get a couple as the ball is thrown back to keeper Guest for 26 for 8. So Ned Leonard is not on. It's Tim Van der Hoogten on strike. So just we'll be seeing this one out before lunch.
Yes, Darbyshire might run round and try and get a second over if there are no aggressive shots played.
There's a shout for Thompson and he's fallen. Well, that looked a bit innocuous from Van der Hoogten, and it wasn't a full-blooded appeal from the spinner, but the dreaded finger went up as we see the replay. Yeah, can't argue with that one. Didn't get forward enough, Tim Van der Hoogten, and has been given out LBW.
Now, normally if a wicket falls in the over before lunch, then lunch is taken. But if it's the 9th wicket, I presume we will go on now. Yeah, the players remaining out in the middle. And Derbyshire chipping away and looking as though they will achieve their target of bowling Glamorgan out before lunch, with Gorvin for 39 and Van der Hoogten for 62 falling in consecutive overs. And just the number 11, Asitha Fernando, to bat. So we are not expecting to detain the lunch, to postpone the lunch interval by too much.
The incoming batter for Glamorgan is Asitha
Fernando,
The
who's
Sri Lankan striding onto the Sophia Garden pitch.
the Sri Lankan slogger. I did warn Dave Griffin, the photographer, to get at the ready when he's on strike.
So a new pair at the helm. Ned Leonard is probably discussing lunch with Fernando.
So yes, these two will be in bowling action. Fernando probably opening the bowling, and Leonard at first change is a rough guess.
As the clock strikes 1 o'clock, so this should be it for the morning session. Thompson has 3 balls to go.
To get rid of Fernando. Otherwise, of course, we'll go on.
Fernando takes, well, some sort of guard.
They've got a long on.
This will be floated out, no doubt, by Thompson, and that's, well, he lets that hit him on the thigh guard. Just dribbles down to short leg, there's no run. Slip in place, short leg, mid off and mid on up. As Thompson comes, and that's a dab down towards slip.
Where's the Fernando whirl? 2 balls he's faced and he hasn't swung at it.
This the last ball then.
Of the innings?
Well, could be Thompson, and that's forward defensive from Fernando,
Oh, he's found a defensive shot.
and they will go on.
Yep. 9 wickets down, so there's up to half an hour. The chances of this innings lasting another half hour are virtually nil, I would humbly suggest. With apologies to any friends and relatives of Asitha Fernando who may be listening, and it may be that Ned Leonard now decides to have a little dip at David Lloyd. Mid on is dispatched back to long on. Mid off is about 2/3 the way back. There is a deep mid wicket virtually on the boundary, but there's also short leg for David Lloyd. A ball to Leonard, who looks to drive.
A slog. In every sense of the word.
Yes, drags it back to the bowler, who collides with Fernando as he goes for the ball. Lloyd in again, looking to pick up a second wicket. Leonard comes down the wicket and slams him through long off for 4 runs. Well, not quite sure which textbook that was out of, as Leonard is going to give it a go. Didn't quite get to the pitch of it, but cleared his left leg and slogged it, basically. 4:30 for 9. Why not? Long off retreats, Lloyd bowls again, and Leonard drills it down to long off, all along the ground, and they will take the single.
Right, what are we in store for here?
Anything. We expect the unexpected. 4:31 for 9. Last man Fernando does take a token guard. He's went up from Michael Hogan in that respect, but not in terms of actually hitting the ball. And he's carved it too long off, and he's out. Fernando goes for naught. Glamorgan 431 all out. David Lloyd has 2 for 18. And, well, Glamorgan will be pleased with that as a total, you guess. They've added a further 95 runs this morning for the loss of those 4 wickets, so Derbyshire have dragged it back in the last 15 minutes of the session. Tickner was the catcher. Leonard is left 5 not out, and we will resume commentary here on BBC Sport Online at just after 20 to 2, around about 13:43, I would say. Speak to you then.
For those of you who like to keep your scorecards up to date, I'll give you the Derbyshire bowling figures in just a moment. So Glamorgan 431 all out, Ned Leonard unbeaten on 5. In that total there were 11 byes, 3 leg byes, 10 wides, and 4 no balls. Here are the Derbyshire bowling figures. Lewis Rees 6.2 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 33. Blair Tickner 26 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 97. Anuj Dal 21.4 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 54. Zach Chappell 20 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 71. Martin Anderson 17 overs, no maidens, 0 for 62. Alex Thompson 29 overs, no maidens, 1 for 82. And David Lloyd 7.4 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 18. Play will be resuming at 1:45. As I said earlier, you're very welcome to go out to look at the pitch during the lunch interval. Please don't take any food or drink with you though if you are venturing into the middle. You may also, during the interval, wish to visit the Museum of Welsh Cricket, which is open today. It's situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre, and together with the Glamorgan Cricket Heritage Gallery, which are on the 3 floors of the building, these facilities have recently had a refurbishment thanks to a very generous grant from the Welsh Government. There are lots of new information panels and other displays and films for you to watch, and amongst the videos which are playing during this game involves a discussion between members of the 1969 Glamorgan playing squad reminiscing about the season when they won the county championship. The museum also has a number of second-hand cricket books as well as old Glamorgan yearbooks, which together with a range of other items and souvenirs are on sale to raise funds for the running of the museum. And the museum will be open until the end of the tea interval today. Reminder, the official Glamorgan website, www.glamorgancricket.com, contains details of how to purchase tickets for all forthcoming games here at Sapphire Gardens this summer, including the internationals on June the 1st and the 10th of September. Also information about the matchday hospitality packages. If you're seeking a score sheet for this game, they're available free of charge from reception, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. That's where you can also purchase a copy of the 2025 Glamorgan Yearbook. The Glamorgan Club shop, run by Missouri Sports, is also open today. It's situated opposite Gate 2, and as always, it's selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit, plus a range of recently published cricket books. Now, as far as refreshments are concerned, a full range of food and drink can be purchased in the Pyramid Lounge, which is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. There's also a 10% discount for Glamorgan members on all food sales. Hot and cold drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the mobile unit beneath the Cassette Howell stand, and snacks can also be purchased from the vending machines situated at the rear of the indoor school. Don't forget as well, in this warm weather you can refill your water bottles using the various complimentary refill points dotted around the stadium. Now, as I mentioned earlier today, the Glamorgan women's team are in action once again today in the Metro Bank One Day Cup competition at Bristol, and at the moment the Glamorgan team, who are batting first in the 42nd over, are 233 for 6. The lunch scores in the other games in the Rothesay County Championship, like here at Sapphire Gardens, they're all in the second day. At the Utilita Bowl, Durham are 434 for 7 against Hampshire. At Taunton, Somerset are 106 for 7, trailing Essex by 100 runs. At Headingley, Warwickshire were dismissed by Yorkshire for 205, and in their second innings at lunch, Yorkshire are 9 for 1, still trailing by 39 runs. At Lords, Kent are also in their second innings, that's after Middlesex were dismissed earlier on today for 238. Kent at lunch at 25 for 1, still trailing by 84 runs. At Grace Road, Northamptonshire 87 for 6, still trailing Northamptonshire by 217 runs. And at Old Trafford, Lancashire are still batting against Gloucestershire. They're 437 for 8. Finally, a reminder that we stand against all forms of discrimination. There is no place for it in our sport. We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with diversity, together we are stronger. Here at Glamorgan County Cricket Club, we are dedicated to raising the game. So if you witness any form of discrimination, you can challenge it and call it out by contacting your nearest steward in strictest confidence. Thank you very much. Diolch yn fawr.
Derbyshire will have all pressure in reply, chasing 431.
Yep. Glamorgan were bowled out for 431 on the stroke of lunch. They added 95 for the last 4 wickets today. Colin Ingram fell early for 81, but then we saw a good partnership of 86 between Tim van der Hoogten, who made 62, and Andy Gorvin 39. Spin then brought the last 3 wickets in a hurry, 2 to David Lloyd, the former Glamorgan captain, and 1 to Alex Thompson. So a decent total posted by Glamorgan here. Meanwhile, Bethan Gammon has made history for Glamorgan women. She's 102 not out, with Glamorgan at 267 for 7 with 3 overs left over in Bristol against Gloucestershire. Here, Glamorgan 4-3-1 all out. We resume at 1:45. Here's Tickner then to start us off then from the Cathedral Road end. In bowls to Ingram, who's on the defensive, playing it up to mid-on as Tickner bowls short down leg side. Ingram swings at it and is caught at fine leg as that is... Where's that one? Gone off the edge through
over
the slips,
yeah,
over the slips.
Yeah.
As Van der Hoogten wafted at it. The
Right arm over to Andy Gorvin, who struck that beautifully, and they won't have to move for that. Beautifully on drive for 4, and that is the shot of the day. Last bowl of this over, and that's squared up Timmy van der Hoogten, and there's no third man in place. That'll dribble all the way over the boundary for 4.
Anderson turns, he comes in, bowls to Gorvin, Gorvin off the back foot, nice looking shot. It's going out towards the extra cover boundary, but it's picked up and then come back for a second, and then it, well, he either kicked it or he went with his hand as he tried to pick it up.
Chappell in bowls. Gorvin drives. He does get this one through the onside. This one may go all the way to mid wicket. It is being chased, but the ball will win ahead of Anderson is in bowls, and Gorvin does take on the hook shot and plays it well and gets 4 runs forward of the umpire.
Thompson comes in over the wicket bowls, and that will be Van der Hoogten's 50 as he comes home for a quick single, much to the delight of the Glamorgan faithful.
Thompson and David Lloyd spinners back up. Van der Hoogten clubs an over-pitched ball down the ground for 4 runs. No doubt of that, because it's a 5-4 leg side field. So Van der Hoogten plays it through wide mid-off and has beaten the dive of the fielder, and that one will race away for 4 runs. Early football details halfway through the first half. The championship. Gorvin edges to slip. And Derbyshire do have the breakthrough courtesy of David Lloyd. Gorvin has gone for 39. Lloyd in again, looking to pick up a second wicket. Leonard comes down the wicket and slams him through long off for 4 runs. Well, he's one up from Michael Hogan in that respect, but not in terms of actually hitting the ball. And he's carved it too long off, and he's out. Fernando goes for naught. Glamorgan 431 all out.
starting the batting for Derbyshire, David Lloyd and Caleb Jewell. And to open the bowling for Glamorgan at the Cathedral Road end, Asitha Fernando.
Very good afternoon and welcome back to Sophia Gardens, where Derbyshire are about to begin their reply to Glamorgan's 431 all out. 2 wickets for David Lloyd at the end, 1 for Alex Thompson, 1 for Blair Tickner early on today. And Glamorgan's main run scorers today, Tim van der Hoogten, who made 62, and Andy Gorvin 39. David Lloyd is now on strike as Asitha Fernando bowls the first ball of the innings, and it's a no ball. Not the start that he would have wanted. 2 without loss Derbyshire. So Fernando has not been in the wickets column for the last couple of games against Gloucestershire and Middlesex. Performed well here, taking 4 for 71 against Leicestershire. As Fernando from the Cathedral Road end, wearing 78, charges in, bowls to Lloyd. That's a full length ball that's driven through the leg side, and David Lloyd is underway with a couple of runs out towards square leg, 4 without loss. In the women's game in Bristol, Bath and Gammon has made a little bit of history for Glamorgan women. Their first Welsh centurion, Emma Jones, got 100 last week, 100 for Bath and Gammon this week, and Glamorgan looking like running up a big total. Well, they're in the final over actually, 299 for 8 with 3 deliveries left, as that's through outside off stump. So Emma Jones, a loanee from Surrey, made a century last week, and Bath and Gammon, so 126 not out. So here Derbyshire 4 without loss. After a second legitimate ball from Fernando, which is a dot ball. Caleb Jewell is the non-striker. David Lloyd with 3 slips and a gully behind him. Defends back gently towards mid-on, where Tim van Hoogten ambles in and does the fielding. So Fernando is here at least until the end of the month. There's the possibility of an extension, but very much depends on how things go between now and then. As in comes Fernando, bowls, and that has dragged him on. Lloyd looking to play at a ball that looked outside off stump, and I'm pretty sure he got an inside edge, and David Lloyd goes for just 2 against his old county, and Fernando strikes early.
Yeah, I think is the line. It was fuller, and we saw just a bit of movement, but it was way outside off.
Oh, that's a horrible drag on. That's a horrible way to go, isn't it?
Yes.
Lloyd was looking to punch it through the covers. There's just a little bit of in-swing, but it's a bit.
Bowled by Asitha Fernando for 2.
And Lloyd has to go. So after bowling success for David Lloyd, it's a batting failure for the North Walian, and he fails to repeat his runs of last week, which was his first significant innings of the season.
Yeah, 93 against Middlesex. He won't want to look at the replay of that. Outside off stump, way outside, dragging on. But my point was, in terms of the line, we saw Anuj Dal earlier, just with that probing length, and he was very unlucky this morning, Anuj Dal, not to take a few more wickets. But Glamorgan has struck early, and Derbyshire under all sorts of pressure in reply to Glamorgan's 431 in the first innings.
Yes, I mean, there don't seem to be any demons on the pitch as Harry Kane walks to the middle. Jewel, of course, has been in fantastic form with 5 scores of over 50 in his 7 innings to date, averaging 59 and a high score of 83. So the Tasmanians in top gear for the season anyway. Harry Kane, he's averaging 36.3, a couple of 50s, and his career best came against Glamorgan as well. 141 not out a couple of seasons ago in a big partnership with Lewis Rees at Derby. So Derbyshire 4 for 1 in reply to 4-3-1 as Kane does a little bit of gardening. Glamorgan women have finished on 304 for 8, Gammon 129 not out against Gloucestershire. Fernando is in and bowls, and that's allowed to go through by Harry Kane. And I'm afraid that Derbyshire women have rather struggled in the field in their first match at the county ground, because Yorkshire ran up 381 for 6 in their 50 overs, with Amy Campbell making 165 not out. Gemma Rose 4 for 73 was Derbyshire's most successful bowler. Here, Glamorgan have moved Gully in a little to 4th slip as Fernando bowls, and Kane is beaten by that one.
Lovely line.
Fernando working up a bit of pace then, starting with a no ball, but then getting the wicket of David Lloyd. Slightly fortunate from the bowler's point of view, but he won't care too much about that. Van der Hoogten is the bowler from the River End, with Leonard, Gorvin, Ulhassan as the seam options to come, Callaway and Carlson with the spin.
Fresh from his 62 in Glamorgan's first innings, Tim van der Hoogten got through a lot of work last year, of course, the main strike bowler for Glamorgan. Still no Dan Douthwaite, of course, who's yet to appear due to a pectoral injury. Mason Crane is on the comeback trail as Tim van der Hoogten starts his run-up. 3 slips a gully, and it's fended to the offside to Callaway at point, and there's no run. Glamorgan 4-3-1 in their first innings. Derbyshire under pressure in reply are 4 for 1, with Fernando having taken the wicket in the opening over. So 3 slips a gully, point, mid-off, mid-on, attacking field obviously for Derbyshire. There is a man in the deep for the attempted pull, backwards square. Van der Hoogten comes in, that's played to the leg side towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. And Glamorgan, well, they're in uncharted territory this season. They haven't been in a position where they've put the opposition under severe pressure. They've always been on the back foot, or behind the 8 ball, as a Southern Hemisphere coach would say. On strike is Jewel, and we'll face Tim van der Hoogten coming in, right arm over. That's a decent line, and that's gone straight through to Chris Cook. That is just that probing line which you never felt Derbyshire did enough of in Glamorgan's innings. There's just a bit there. This
Yeah,
is-
Derbyshire weren't entirely consistent, were they,
No.
in putting pressure on the Glamorgan batters.
No.
Dahl nagged away.
Never any wickets in clusters as Van der Hoogten comes in. Great line, that's the line. Just outside off stump, keeping Caleb Jewell guessing. So a great start for Glamorgan. Former Glamorgan captain David Lloyd has already departed. Bowled Fernando for 2 in the first over. Plenty of runs to play with have Glamorgan. In comes Tim van der Hoogten, penultimate ball of his first over, and that's played to point where Callaway fields. Back to Cook, there's no run. Van der Hoogten, 62, the one of 4 players to get over half a century for Glamorgan, with Tribe, Sam Northeast and Colin Ingram doing so. Colin Ingram top scoring, only adding 1 to his overnight tally. He was caught out in the deep fine leg for 81 in the first over of the morning as Van der Hoogten comes in, bowls, and that's a good forward offensive stroke from Jewell, and that is the end of a good over for Tim van der Hoogten. And Glamorgan out of the block straight away, hitting their straps, putting pressure on the visitors.
Indeed. With David Lloyd dragging on an attempted off drive, big thick inside edge. It was quite a long way outside off, and a little bit of late movement from Fernando, and the ball ended up being dragged onto the leg stump. So Fernando, with his 5th wicket of the season, is in to bowl to Harry Kane, and that is another no ball, as we saw to start his first over. He did have a bit of trouble with this early on against Gloucestershire at Bristol, where Glamorgan had that really horrible first day of the match, and just about recovered to get the draw in that one. Fernando checking a mark. Now on his way in again, 6 for 1. Into bowl and up in the block hole. Blocked by Kane, back to the bowler.
Is he just going to play this first block and then depart next?
Well, TBC, last I heard. Obviously there's the option, I think there's an option of retaining him for...
not too dissimilar to Mir Hamza last year, then he...
Yeah, Hamza didn't really hit his straps until the last game of that first block, so I don't think they were likely to retain him, which was unfortunate. Bowled well without much success. As the next delivery from Fernando is allowed to go through by Harry Kane, outside off stump. So batting to come. Well, they bat pretty deep, really. Madsen, Guess, the wicketkeeper. The trio of all-rounders, though Rees may drop down because of his hamstring problem. Rees, Dahl and Anderson. Thompson and Chappell also know how to hold the bat, and Blair Tickner probably bringing up the rear. Fernando bowls outside off stump, no shot played by Kane. You can't doubt Asitha Fernando's commitment, can you? He really charges in. It's a very physical action from a shortish, stocky man for a bowler. So Glamorgan adding 95 as Derbyshire claimed the final 4 wickets today. 3 of them going in quick succession just before lunch. Fernando is in to bowl, driven nicely by Kane. Nice way to get off the mark. It was probably turning into half volley length, and driven away for 4 through points. 10 for 1 now. Derbyshire in this 3rd over of the innings.
Just slightly too full there, and a bit of width as well.
Yeah, ideal for the batter to try and tuck into. That's what David Lloyd was trying to do in the first over. The sixth but not final ball of the over then from Fernando, because he started with a no ball, and that one's allowed to go through by Kame. No shot offered.
Yeah, he certainly gives it the kitchen sink treatment, as Fernando, to be fair. Just probing outside off stump, just trying to tempt Kame and Caleb Jewell.
Yes, Jewell not an international player, but obviously has made something of a mark at Derbyshire. 355 runs already in the first 4 games of the season. 5 half-centuries or more. Fernando in bowls, played through the leg side by Kame. That'll just be the single as Van der Hoogten does the fielding. 11 for 1, and Kame retains the strike, so we'll face Van der Hoogten as the batters change ends for the first time.
Few football scores. Cardiff City 4-1 down away at Carrow Road against Swansea, against Norwich City. Swansea, who have ensured their place next year in the Championship, 2-2 at home to Oxford.
These are 12:30 kickoffs, weren't they?
Yes, and Wrexham are away to Lincoln at 3 o'clock. Wrexham still partying after their promotion last week.
Derby County in the Championship. What's the
We'll
latest
keep an eye on
against
Derby.
Stoke?
Derby, there's no score in that game. Coming up to 70 minutes gone at home to Stoke as Tim van der Hoogten comes in, charges in. That's played to short cover where it's fielded, and there's no run. Derby County, of course, in the Championship against Stoke. Well, we may as well get the Burton Albion score up.
No, they're 3 o'clock.
3 o'clock, yeah.
It'd be a bit of a feat if there was a goal there already.
Away to Charlton. Mr. Fletcher is in situ at the Valley.
Demolishing his pork pie.
Well, he was demolishing it last night. That's Tim van der Hoogten. Wheels round, charges in, bowls, and that's left. There's groans, oohs and ahs. It was left comfortably by Harry Kame outside off stump.
So in the live Championship table, Derby County are just about safe if they hold on in their match against Stoke, who are 1 place above them. Derby County in the live table are 20th. Hull City point below them, as are Luton Town, but Derby with a slightly better goal difference.
Van der Hoogten in, and that's resolutely defended by Kame, and it's driven to mid-off. There's no run, I should mention as well. And we put County at home to Tranmere in League One. That is the 3 o'clock kickoff as well.
Yes, the final match of the regular Football League season.
As Van der Hoogten comes in, bowls again, left on length, and it goes through to Chris Cook. No rugby for the Welsh regions, of course, this weekend, as there is no one through in European competition.
Indeed, we have to settle for staging the finals, which are down the road in 3 weeks' time.
Yes, the Challenge Cup will be on the Friday night, and then the main event, the Champions Cup, on the Saturday. Leinster Northampton this weekend, Nick, as Van der Hoogten comes in. That's played on the leg side square, and square leg comes in. It is Ned Leonard.
Yes, in terms of Derby County's rivals, Luton Town, I don't think are going to do anything because they're 5-2 down at West Brom with about 20 minutes to go. So it looks as though Derby County should be safe. Yeah, I've got tickets to go to the Challenge Cup final on the Friday night. I'll be strolling down the riverbank after duties here.
Van der Hoogten charges in from the River Taff end. That looked to climb on Harry Kane, who played it comfortably in the end to the leg side, just dabbed it down. There's no run. End of the over. Yeah, Leinster Northampton 5:30. Kick-off tomorrow. Bordeaux against Toulouse. That will be some match. At 3 o'clock.
I'm sure that will be a tremendous occasion to be at.
Yeah, the semi-final.
Two clubs with large followings in the south west of France.
Fortunately, as we've spoken in the past, Nick, it seems to have lost its allure, the European competition. It's developed into a bit of a two-tier competition within the Champions Cup, because the embarrassment of riches of some teams, such as Leinster, Toulouse and so on.
Yes, there's some fine teams, but maybe not the quality of competition all round.
Not as it was, I would suggest.
No, Fernando is in to bowl outside off stump. Jewel plays no shot, the left-handed Caleb Jewel. So,
I'm trying to think where the last final was in Cardiff.
I try and go to most of them.
Northampton. Leinster beat Northampton, that was years ago. I remember that one. I certainly remember Johnny Wilkinson winning for Toulon against Saracens.
Has there been one since Toulon?
There might not have been. There might not have been.
There's Fernando in bowls, and Jewel going for a big drive and made no contact through to Chris Cook.
Same sort of line that got David Lloyd, though. And that would have been carbon copy, in fact, on the for a left-hander.
11 for 1 then. Fernando causing a few issues as he races in balls, and Jewel gets a nice solid bat on that one through the offside. That's really well timed, actually. It is just hauled up inside the boundary by Gorvin, and they'll settle for a couple of runs. 13 for 1. Graham Brill has emailed from Merthyr again when we're discussing club sides disbanding. He says, sad to say that in the county borough of Merthyr there's only one club based at Hills, Plymouth. When he played, there were Dowlais, Hoovers, Penydarren Country 11 and Bent Linog as well.
Played Hills Plymouth many a time over the years in the South Wales League.
As Fernando into bowl, defended by Jewel on the offside.
A very tough sledging side, if I remember.
All right.
In the... But nothing untoward in the sledging.
Okay.
Very fair.
Yeah, Graham was off to watch Merthyr playing at Hills Plymouth ground this afternoon. So sad to see the Hoovers ground being sold off, where Glamorgan played once in the early 90s. I played a match at Bedlinog in the 80s, actually.
Remember rugby being... I think it was Llanelli playing Bedlinog in a cup match.
As Fernando is into ball down leg side, and that is a no ball, but brilliantly claimed by Chris Cook as it swung away wildly down leg side. Fernando overstepping again, I think I saw a signal. Yes, it's now gone up on the board. And thank you, Graham, for your memories of learning to play at Dowlais.
I'm sure I've done a rugby match at Bedlinog, and I believe they play their home ground is the square, but I stand corrected if anyone's listening.
Here's Fernando in at 15 for 1 to bowl to Jewel, wide outside off stump, spraying it a little bit to Setha Fernando, and Graham says he's been clearing his father's house, who's gone into care and has come out across loads of items, including championship winners, ties from Glamorgan from 48, 69 and I think you might have the years wrong there, Graham. Didn't win it in 83. And various other memorabilia he's found. So thank you, Graham. Enjoy your afternoon watching cricket in the sun. As that one has gone past the outside edge. Well, there was a bit of everything in that over, really, wasn't there? It was certainly causing a few issues for the batters, but a couple of rather wild deliveries as well from Asitha Fernando, who's now 3 overs, 1 for 15, and Tim van der Hoogten 2 maidens at the other end.
Both have pitched it up slightly and have had some results, and they have tested both batters here as Tim van der Hoogten comes in. Harry Kame on strike, and that's defended. There's no run.
Yeah, Glamorgan 4-3-1 all out, in case you're just joining us. David Lloyd picked up 2 wickets in the end, 2 wickets also for Tickner and Dahl and Rees yesterday. 1 apiece for Chappell and Thompson. Anderson, the only bowler not to succeed.
In comes Tim van der Hoogten. Bowls! Ooh, that's just outside the outside edge of Harry Kame. Great delivery, great line by Tim van der Hoogten. There are 4 slips in. You can't even call that one a gully for Tim van der Hoogten. Just seeing the replay. Just shaved the outside edge of Harry Kame's bat. 4 slips. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, point. And there's a man in the deep for that potential pull shot. And again, it's left on length by Harry Kame, straight through to Chris Cook. No run. Good over this from Tim van der Hoogten. Yes, they would have had their sights of wrapping up the Glamorgan innings quite quickly, especially after taking the prized wicket of Colin Ingram in the first over, but they were frustrated by an 86 stand by Tim van der Hoogten, who's bowling now, coming in, bowls, and that's cut through the gap, through the covers for 4, timed perfectly by Kame, rocked back on the back foot, some width which enabled him to get everything on it, and it sped away to the boundary.
First runs off van der Hoogten. Probably the first bad ball he's bowled, or bowl, not particularly a bad ball, but which gave the batter a bit of width to work with, and there is no cover fielder. As we see so often at the start of an innings, there's a man at point and a man at a wide-ish mid-off trying to cover the cover positions as well.
Still with 4 slips. Attacking is van der Hoogten. That's left again. Some encouragement from the slip cordon, as you'd expect. The slip cordon is Ingram, Northeast, Carlson, and Tribe is at 4th slip. Tribe, who made 58 and got the ball rolling, so to speak, for Glamorgan yesterday morning. Probably thought he could have gone on. It was a good ball, did move off the seam, but he's not one to hold back, is Ace at Tribe. Van der Hoogten coming in, again similar sort of length, again left, outside off stump by Harry Kame. Good over, apart from that one boundary, 4 coming off it. It's Harry Kame is on 9, Jewel 2, Derbyshire 19 for 1 in reply to 431.
Derby County still goalless at home to Stoke City, still just about safe as far as Championship survival is concerned there. And well, maybe a draw would suit both sides though, with Stoke just above them. So maybe there's not too much attacking intent going on there. Here's Fernando then to start a new over, bowling to Jewel through outside off stump. No shots played.
We spoke about the Champions Cup. In the Challenge Cup, today. Edinburgh entertain Bath at 3 o'clock. I'm not sure, is that at the Hive or have they moved that to
No, I
Murrayfield?
think it's at the Hive, the club ground next door.
And then tomorrow at 12:30, Leon, who beat the Ospreys in the last round, face Racing.
Who've been pretty in and out this season,
they
the
lost.
Parisians.
They've disposed of Stuart Lancaster.
As Fernando bowls, short slapped away, 4 runs for Caleb Jewell, his first boundary. Through backward point, racing away up towards the scoreboard away to our right. And Fernando needs to find a little bit more control than he has offered so far, because he has bowled a couple of 4 balls, and that was duly accepted by Caleb Jewell.
Few more runners passing by. Still coming are the Tough Mudder runners, or whatever they are.
Pretty mudder.
Pretty mudder.
Pretty muddy.
Pretty muddy.
Yes.
Apologies.
I think Tough Mudder being a bit tougher, I imagine, as the name suggests. As Fernando bowls, and well, that one seemed to swing a bit. It was a full length ball up in the block hole and well dug out by Jewell. Certainly there's enough happening to provide a bit of excitement for those watching behind the bowler's arm, and indeed the slip cordon as well.
Yeah, I had a brief word with Mason Crane yesterday at the close of play, and hopefully he's on target to be coming back, possibly in the next game.
As on his way in again is Asitha Fernando, and Jewell on the defensive, looking for a possible quick single, but Kame had to retreat fairly hastily to the non-striker's end. Well, when you look at Glamorgan's championship averages for last season, I mean, Crane wasn't prolific with the ball, but he did get 29 wickets in his 11 matches, contributed well with the bat at times as well, average of 36 with the bat. Harris had 30 wickets at 38. So 2 of Glamorgan's leading performers in terms of wickets tally. Fernando bowls, and that's nicely driven through the covers by Jewell. Sweet timing there, as it's picked up inside the cover boundary, and it's a couple of runs to the Australian left-hander. 25 for 1, and we're only in the 7th over. Van der Hoogten's conceded just the 1 scoring shot, and most of the runs have come off Fernando, including a couple of no balls, or was it 3 no balls? 9, 17, 19, yeah, there's 6 extras on the board already. Fernando comes around the wicket for the left-hander and bowls, and no shot from Caleb Jewell. Ball through to Chris Cook. Derbyshire 25 for 1, having lost. David Lloyd bowled Fernando for 2, and this is in reply to Glamorgan's 4-3-1 all out. So the follow on target, if visitors, supporters are feeling pessimistic, will be 282. It's 149 runs behind, if you see what I mean. Why it's not 150, I'm not sure, but it has to be fewer than 150 behind to make sure you're safe.
Tim van Hoogten, whose line has been slightly better than Fernando from this River Taff end, albeit wicketless so far. Harry Kame strikes that out to cover, short cover.
Yeah, I think Andy Gorvin will probably enjoy this pitch, bowling wicket to wicket, making the batters work hard for their runs. Leonard Gorvin Ul Hassan, the other Seam Resources. Callaway, Carlson, the spinners.
Coming in is Tim van Hoogten, bowls, and that's played defensively towards Fernando at mid-on. There's no run.
Reminder then of the women's scores in the one-day league, one-day cup league. It says on this. Anyway, it's 50 over comp. Glamorgan 304 for 8 against Gloucester at Bristol. Bethengammon 129 not out, and Derbyshire will be in a big run chase.
As Tim van Hoogten comes in, Harry Kane leaves that on length outside off stump, and it goes through to Chris Cook.
Derbyshire women are 10 for 1 in the third over, needing an improbable 382 to defeat Yorkshire in 50 overs.
So they've dropped one slip, has gone out. Still got 3 in there. There's a leg slip. Oh, that's where Tribe is. As Van der Hoogten steams in from the River Taff end. That's defensively worked out to mid-on towards Fernando, and there's no run.
I think I'll give way to Edward Bevan unless you've got any radio updates next door in the immediate future.
No, you
Okay.
go ahead, Nick.
We'll have a bit of Edward, and I'll be back to replace you in around about half an hour.
Thanks, Nick. Tim van der Hoogten striving for his first wicket, and Harry Kane gets a good stride in defensively, and it's struck firmly towards mid-off. There's a bit of cloud cover descends on Sophia Gardens for the first time, and it's an indication possibly it's gone a bit nippier because Edwards put the sweater on.
In here, not out.
Certainly cooler than the last few days. It was baking. As Van der Hoogten steams in, bowls, and again defensively struck, and it's fielded by the bowler himself. That is the end of Tim van der Hoogten's over. Just the one wicket then that came in the first over, former Glamorgan captain David Lloyd falling, and a shot that he will not want to look at the replay. It was well outside off stump, dragged on from a full delivery by Fernando as he was bowled for 2. Tim van der Hoogten has struck the better line of the 2 without any wickets, and Derbyshire are 25 to 1, but it will be Fernando to carry on from the Cathedral Road end.
Good accurate bowling from these 2 opening bowlers, and Caleb Jewell, who's had a very good start to the season now, left-hander from Australia. He is facing Fernando, and he's going round the wicket for the first time. In he comes, bows to Jewell. Jewell goes back, short delivery, and cracks it down to, well, a wide third man, the vacant wide third man for 4. Anything loose, he's very, very strong on, and I think Fernando will just have to try and keep the ball up to the bat, because he was beaten first over and second over a number of times by Van der Hoogten, but Fernando bowling too short now, and he'll get punished. 29 for 1, 282 is the follow-on figure. That's the first objective for Derbyshire, and he reverts now to over the wicket as Fernando. 3 slips in the gully, and in he comes now and bowls to Jewell. Jewell gets a good delivery and leaves outside off stump, a rising delivery that goes through to the wicket keeper. And Van der Hoogten has been very impressive, beat the bat a number of times. He's very unlucky not to get a wicket. Jewell on 12 and Harry Kane on 9. Morgan will be hoping for some more wickets before the shine goes off the ball. Fernando bowling from the Cathedral Road end. He's over the wicket and bowls, and that's a good shot there, and it's going up towards the boundary. It's a chase, and I think the fielder might just get there. Yes, he does. And in comes the return. Andy Govin, a long chase, but they crossed for 3 runs. Wasn't completely timed, but in a 4-3, and fairly good now. Fernando rather has already conceded 28 in 4.3 overs, not what you would expect from an international opening bowler, and especially as there is a bit of help in this pitch with the new ball especially, and 4 slips now are in place for the right-handed Harry Kane. His bat raised up high as in comes Fernando, and bowls to Kane. That's a better ball, and he's pushed gently up towards mid-on.
Myself and Nick were deliberating how long Fernando might be sticking around, given the workload that will eventually fall on someone like Tim van der Hoogten.
Yeah, I think we touched on this, didn't we? Because he's due, really, and all these games coming up for Glamorgan. I hope he won't be rested for the Kent game, because there's been wickets flying there for most of the early season. Here's Fernando again. Comes in, bowls to Kane. Kane just watches that nonchalantly go past the off stump taken by Cook.
But that has been the theme, isn't it, the last few years? A seamer short. I suppose Mark Wallace will say, well, they don't grow on trees. Foreign imports, that is. The counter argument would be one that has been a theme the last few years, that we need to produce more homegrown.
Gone are the days, aren't they, of Michael
Well, there's a dearth of them.
And
Well, Michael Nisa, yes. Well,
Michael Hogan. They were opening the ball in. It was a terrific duo.
Yeah.
Fernando, last ball of the over. Bowls, good length ball, pushed out to mid-off, no run.
Well, they've not replaced Nisa, have they? I mean, he was a brilliant player.
Yeah, he was supposed to be coming back, wasn't he, this season or last? The club said, but he hasn't appeared as yet for Hampshire, but he said he'd coming back. He may just come back for the T20s. But a very, very, not only a fine opening bowler, but a good middle-order batsman. And there's a couple of taps on the back for Fernando, as if to say, have a little rest now, and we'll bring you back later. Somebody like Gorvin, I'd like to see come on bowl too, and sort of tie Jewel down, because he's a very free-scoring batsman, and as we've seen, punishing anything that's offline.
3 slips in the gully for Tim van der Hoogten, who continues his spell from the River Taff end. In he comes, charges in, and that is left outside off stump by Jewel, taken by Chris Cook.
For our Derbyshire listeners, the last time I looked, and they were getting towards the end of the game, there was no score. Derby, Stoke.
We were
and
keeping abreast of that game.
Tense finish there. Luton.
They're into stoppage time. 94 minutes, still no score.
Yeah, I know Luton 4-1 or 4-0 down. 5-2, so next. So that's. Possible. Plymouth were leading Leeds. I think it's 1-1 now. As in comes. Sorry, I've stolen your thunder.
No, well that you did, because I was looking at this one. See City score, and it's a 3-3 now.
3-3.
Yes.
They're not going to move if they win or lose.
Against Oxford United.
Yeah.
And Cardiff, which is also a 12:30 kick-off. Well, they brought one back, but still losing 4-2 at Carrow Road against Norwich City. That is full time. Nick shouts from the back of the commentary box.
They'll be glad to see the end of the season.
They will. But problems
off the field
at that club as Tim van der Hoogten comes in and bowls, and that's evaded third slip will go through all the way, will it? Yes. Down.
He's been unlucky, hasn't he? Because he's beaten the bat, found the edge of Jewel's bat, and
it was just beyond the despairing dive of Kieran Carlson, and just between Carlson and Asa Tribe, who's at gully. .36 for 1 then, as Van der Hoogten starts his run-up, comes in and bowls, and that's a left, and that came back in. They were really interested in that one, because Chris Cook had a dive to his right to take the ball, so it'd be interesting to see how much that swung after pitching.
Yeah, swung a lot, I think.
Well, you have to say,
Good judgment.
brilliantly judged. But it was right on the top of off stump. Clouds appearing overhead at Sophia Gardens. Still the runners continue in the distance as Van der Hoogten comes in, and that's worked behind square, and there's a single on offer. As they swap round for the right-hander, Harry Kane.
I think we are going to have a change. Saw the captain having a word with Fernando, who's now talking to Van der Hoogten. Might not, but he's going, what's he going in at 5? Nearly 6 and over, which is far too expensive.
Van der Hoogten's last ball of the over coming in past the umpire and bowls, and again that's left outside off stump and taken by wicketkeeper Chris Cook. That is the end of the over then. Derbyshire have consolidated somewhat after the early departure of David Lloyd, who has bowled Fernando in the first over. Since then, Van der Hoogten has bowled well, the better of the two in terms of line and length, but no reward. And we've had 10 overs. Derbyshire chasing Glamorgan's tally of 431, a 37 for 1.
Got the anticipated change at this end.
There's a change.
Ned Leonard to come on, and he has replaced Fernando,
Ned Leonard.
who was rather expensive, 28 runs off his 5 overs.
Yeah, just a bit wayward.
Yeah, and he shined with the bat in Middlesex, did Ned Leonard, got 47. And he bowled 29 overs, 2 for 77, so he's a willing workhorse, and he will be looked to improve now. He's a young man, joined a new county, determined to make a mark, and he's bowling at this end with 3 slips and a fine leg on the boundary, and a third man who's very wide. Those are the boundary runners. And here's Leonard for his first ball. Bowls to the left-handed Jewel, and turns it off his stumps down towards fine leg. Fernando will field, and they'll cross over for a single.
Former Somerset man, of course, Ned Leonard,
Yeah.
who came on loan last season, at the end of the season. Played against Glamorgan at Trent Bridge in the final of the
Yes, of course.
One Day Cup.
What is this, an intercity run, or we've seen people running across the... is it
It is, as Nick pointed out, a mini
marathon, is it?
5K.
Oh.
5K.
Pretty muddy.
Pretty muddy 5K. But there's not much.
Don't think there's much mud around
Exactly.
today. Here's Leonard then. Straight run up, bowls outside the off stump, taken by the keeper. Don't know whether, with a bit of training, I may be able to manage 5, and that'll be the lot.
Well,
Okay, it's just under 5 miles, isn't
I
it?
think they probably completed. They're running for some liquid refreshments now. I
Some have given
suspect.
up, look. They're just walking, unless they've reached the finishing line. Sun peeps out behind the clouds. There's no rain forecast on this very dry surface. As Leonard bowled, that's a good delivery, and turned off middle stump this time, and they'll only get a single as Gorvin down on the fine leg boundary comes racing in and returns. Next batsman in, Wayne Madison, fine servant of Derbyshire over the years, and scored as many runs this season as he's done in the past. I don't know how long, he must have been there, about 15, 17 years now. Captain this year, having done it many times before. Leonard to the left-handed Jewel, bowls to him, and he gets down it very quickly and again turns it down to fine leg and goes through for a single. 40 for 1, and the run rate 3.75, very acceptable. But when you've got 4 slips and 3 slips and no third man, etc., the runs do come rather quickly.
Yes, Edward mentioned the next game down at Kent.
Here's Leonard. This time he's bowling to Kame. Bowls to him. Oh, and Kame, well, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt there. He shaped to defend and then very quickly took the bat away from his body and let it go through. Good delivery, though.
Kent away, and then Glamorgan have 2 home matches against Northlands. That ended in a close draw last year. That ebbed and flowed.
They're in trouble today.
This game, and then Glamorgan will face Middlesex on the 23rd.
Ned Leonard, completing the over, bowls, that's driven straight to mid-off, no run, end of the over, and Derbyshire at 40 for 1. Kame has just gone into double figures, he's 10 duels on 22. David Lloyd bowled, played on, dragged on, whatever you call it, bowled Fernando for just 2. And are we going to have a change? No, he's going to continue. Probably 1 or perhaps 2 more overs, because he's only conceded 9 runs. One of them came down here to the vacant third man, and he, as ever, has bowled extremely well. Hasn't picked up the wickets that he normally does, but the attacking field of 4 slips will be manifest to how accurate he is today and always creating chances. And I think, having seen Jewel for the first time, is a batsman who will give you chances with the attacking approach.
Glamorgan on the attack, 4 slips in now for Tim van der Hoogten, and that is left. Plenty of encouragement for the bowler. Asa Tribe, who tosses it towards Ben Kellaway, is the 4th slip. He's been flirting between a gully and 4th slip position.
Nice bit of cloud cover. Won't do Glamorgan's bowlers any harm either.
Yes.
Seam bowlers. We have the 4 seamers plus Callaway. Gorvin we have yet to see.
Yes. Might be time to throw the ball to Andy Gorvin as Van der Hoogten comes in, bowls, and that is left outside off stump by Jewel, who's on 22. Kame is 10. The only wicket to fall was that of former Glamorgan captain David Lloyd. Bowled Fernando for 2 in the first over. Since then, haven't been many genuine chances.
He had a productive season. I think it's Tasmania he plays for in the Sheffield Shield out in Australia, Jewel. A lot of promise. Good signing, probably.
He's facing Tim van der Hoogten, right arm over the wicket, and that squared him up somewhat.
Yeah, he's bowling well, Van der Hoogten.
A few injuries to in the Glamorgan ranks, of course. Mason Crane and James Harris alongside Dan Douthwaite.
They
still
did
on the
play
sideline.
though, those first 2 you mentioned in midweek.
Yeah, on the comeback trail.
Yeah.
Van der Hoogten, and that's played towards point, Kellaway Fields, and there's no run. Yeah, I spoke briefly to Mason Crane yesterday, last night, and could be back for the next match against Kent.
If selected.
If selected. Douthwaite might be the one.
He's got a pec injury.
Yeah, more longer term. James Harris has had that calf injury that blighted him last season. Van der Hoogten in bowls, and that's played down. They'll quickly come for a single. Had that hit from Kellaway, it would have been interesting.
We might just have made it. I'm sure our friends next door with the stream will show us the play back there.
Soft hands, and they were off immediately.
I'm sure we will see that a little later on.
But it's brought Harry Kame to take guard. This is the last ball then of Tim van der Hoogten's over, possibly his spell, and that's a forward defensive stroke towards short cover, and there's no run. It'd be interesting to see if Sam Northeast will say, just have a bit of a rest.
Yes, possibly, but exemplary figures, isn't he? 6 overs, 3 with the maidens, 0 for 10. And I think just the one boundary down to third man. And he would like to have taken the wicket too, but I'm sure he will later on in the innings. Meanwhile, it's Leonard to continue from this, the Cathedral Road end, as the sun is just about to disappear. It's coming from the northwest by the look of it. Leonard to start an over, bowling to Jewel, bowls to him, Jewel plays it up to mid-on as the ball ducked into him, Van der Gooten fields.
Derbyshire, of course, were a bowler light, given Lewis Reese's hamstring injury, but Mickey Arthur said that he will bat.
Oh yes, they generally do, either with a run,
despite the injury.
with a runner probably.
Yeah.
Leonard turns at the end of his run, comes in and bowls again to Jewel, who leaves outside the off stump. Taken low down this time by Cook. Conceded 3 runs in his first over, did Ned Leonard. He had that awful problem at Gloucester, at Bristol. They played Gloucestershire a couple of weeks back, where he bowled 17 no balls. I think that's rectified now.
It's like the golfer having the yips.
Yeah. Leonard again, in and bowls down the leg side, and he fends it off again as it lifted just a little bit on him and went straight to square leg, and there's no run.
Are you golfing these days, Edward?
No, I haven't golfed for a couple of years.
I know you're a member at Haunted Hour Golf Club.
No, I haven't. I go around now and watch my grandchildren play at Haunted Hour. Tell them how to play.
Tell them.
As you do.
Or advise them.
Yes. Infuriating game it can be. Here's Leonard in. Bowls. A bit late on that was Jewel, but an accurate delivery. Good over so far. Yeah, you play well one day and you think, I can't wait to play the following day. You're all over the place. I did enjoy watching the Open a few weeks ago. The Masters.
The Masters. Yeah, it was brilliant.
Up and down, up and down.
Fairy tale stuff. In the end for McIlroy, who finally got the Grand
At
Slam.
last. No runs of this over. In comes Leonard. Bowls. A very good delivery on a length and plays it out into the colours. So the next time you look, you can look on the football scene and see who the relegations are. They must have finished by now, can you, haven't they?
Yes, they were playing injury time. So,
well, it's Cardiff down, I know. Luton, I would have thought might be. I don't know. Here's Leonard to complete a very good over. In he comes. Bowls. It's left, and that is a maiden over. Good over there from Ned Leonard. Score remains on 41 for 1.
yeah, the bottom 3, I can confirm. Luton, Plymouth, Cardiff.
Cardiff points.
44
So they were bottom by
2 points for Plymouth.
There's a change of bowling at
Luton 49, but they were down on goal difference.
Glamorgan is Andy Gorvitz.
And who nearly went down? Was it
Well, Hull were there, Preston and Derby have saved off.
saved off? Good. Swansea finished 10th,
Swansea 11th.
the top half.
Yeah.
That'll do.
So there will be a change, as we were alluding to. It will be Andy Gorvin, as suspected, from the River Taff end. So this might be a good time for Andy Gorvin to come in, bit of cloud cover, and his pace might be conducive here on this wicket.
Yes, you're right, because he is a nagging bowler, and somebody like Jewel might want to try play shots against him. It'll be interesting.
His first ball then, Andy Gorvin.
Yes.
Oh, it's been caught down leg side, his first ball. And what a start for Andy Gorvin. And more so, what a wicket for Glamorgan. His first ball, Kane goes for 10. Glamorgan strike, Derbyshire 41 for 2.
Yes, Well, Gorvin, there we are. He's back in the side and back with a vengeance. It wasn't the best of deliveries, Kevin. Kenny, it was more of a loosener. But it was going down the leg side, and you know what he's doing? Hit it off the face of the bat. He knows he was out, and he has to go. So it's 41 for 2, caught by Cook. Off the bowling of Andy Gorvin. 10.
What a start.
Off the bowling of Andy Gorvin.
Andy Gorvin.
10.
Yeah. Doesn't matter which way.
Yeah, just feathered one down the leg side, off the glove.
Strangled, as they say.
Taken.
I find that very odd when they say strangled, because why play the shot?
Yeah.
You know, if it's sailing down the leg side, we all say that and do it.
He trudges disappointingly off to the pavilion, does Harry Kane. So it will be Marsden to come on, the captain, in his place. Wayne Marsden, as Ed pointed out, a wonderful
player.
servant for Derbyshire Cricket Club
The
over the
incoming
years.
batter, the Derbyshire captain.
Yeah,
Wayne
I've done about 16 years,
Marsden.
Ed, or there or thereabouts.
Loads and loads of runs. I'll look it up in a minute. But you've got the two best batsmen here now. When he comes to the crease, and if Glamorgan can separate one of these, they've had a very, very good start to the innings. So this is a much better all-round performance than they produced in their first 3 games. And they needed it because they well stray down at the bottom of the table. Desperately need some points. Captain goes immediately to the non-striker and says, "What is it doing?" To which he will reply, "Well, I've only seen one ball. I've never seen him before. I can't tell you." One way perhaps you can get at Marsden is that he does like to drive outside the off stump. I've seen him many times driving and edging to the keeper or slip. Now, Gorvin, who's a wicket-to-wicket bowler, will try that ploy, but in this game, first-class game, bowlers remember. They're like elephants, they never forget.
3 slips in for Andy Gorvin, who's taken his first wicket with his first ball. Gorvin in, and that's defended by Captain Wayne Marsden.
The language of heaven awaits.
You're going to depart,
Nick is,
for the time being. Nick will come in place of Edward, who will be doing an update for Radio Cymru.
As Gorvin bowls, and that's slapped away by Madsen on the offside. Well fielded point, and there's no run. 41 for 2 then. 14th over here on BBC Sport Online. Wonder if you want to contact us via X, Kenneth Davis, or Nick Webb 2017, which is also my Blue Sky handle. As Gorvin bowls, and that's driven into the leg side, and good tumbling half stop by Van der Hochten at wide mid-on. But Madsen is safely through for a single to get off the mark. So confirmation that Luton and Plymouth join Cardiff City in being relegated from the Championship. Leeds United won it ahead of Burnley on goal difference. And the sides in the playoffs: Sheffield United, Sunderland, Coventry City and Bristol City. So Luton, Plymouth and Cardiff go down as Gorvin sees Jewell on the defensive, playing up to mid-off, and there is no run. So that means that Derby County finished the season in 19th position, ahead of Preston and Hull, as well as the bottom 3. A goal difference of just -8. Derby having fought out a goalless draw with Stoke as Jewell drives gently to mid-on. At the end of a successful opening over from Andy Gorvin, who has 1 for 1. after 1, and Derbyshire are 42 for 2.
Yeah, what a start for Andy Govin. Wicket with his first ball. So Glamorgan trying to make inroads, and if they can, this is the crucial partnership, you'd think, between Jewel and the captain Wayne Marsden.
Yeah, they've got a bit to come.
Yeah,
Bat
they do
fairly
bat
deep.
down, yeah.
Fairly deep. Marsden averaging 87 this season, and Jewel 59. So, as you say, a formidable partnership.
Yeah. Ned Leonard will continue from the Cathedral Road end. 3 slips in for the young seam bowler. Wide third man, fine leg, backward point, square leg, mid-off, mid-on. Coming in is Leonard, past full, and that's whipped square the wicket, but it's fielded by Zain ul Hassan, and there's no run.
Yeah, it's nice to see Glamorgan with a few youngsters in this match. Leonard aged 22, Tribe and Callaway both aged 21, ul Hassan 24. Has been quite a mature side, mostly in the last couple of seasons.
Leonard wheels round in front of our commentary box, coming in past the umpire, bowls, bangs that one in short, and it allows Marsden to cut down towards Fernando at third man. So they now swap sides with this left-right batter combination. Does bring Jewel on strike. So third man turns to fine leg, and vice versa. Ned Leonard coming over the wicket to the left-hander, bangs that one in short. Oh, that started on leg, then deviated, bamboozled Chris Cook.
Yes, he seemed to go one way or then the other, the keeper there. Eventually got a paw to it.
Yeah.
And thankfully there wasn't a helmet sitting behind him,
No,
otherwise
it
it could have been a 5 pens.
Yes. So no damage done. A few of the Derbyshire players below us here observing proceedings as Leonard comes in, bowls fullish, and that squirted outside, evaded third slip, and will go all the way because third man can't get to it in time. Timmy van der Hoogten was down there, so it's another boundary off Caleb Jewell's bat.
Yeah, it was angled away. I think we give the batter a bit of credit there, down towards a Derbyshire flag at the far end there.
It's Chappell, and I can't see the other Derbyshire player to the
I
right
think
of
it's
us.
Brown.
Oh, it is Brown, yeah.
And 12th.
Coming in is Ned Leonard, past the umpire, bowls, again short, and Jewel ducks out to the way, and it goes through to Cook.
Tight start with the ball for Glamorgan women. Gloucestershire 25 for 1 at the start of the 8th over, chasing 305 to beat Glamorgan at Bristol. And Derbyshire women, well, up against it, 31 for 2 in the 11th, 382 is their improbable target at the County Ground Derby.
Leonard in and bowls. That's a better length delivery, just slightly going down leg. So it's played on the leg side, just a single on offer to add to Derbyshire's tally, which is 48 for 2. The men to depart. David Lloyd bowled Fernando for 2 in the opening over, and then Harry came off the very first ball by Andy Govin, just feathering, gloving one down the leg side, taken by Cook for 10. The other foreign import, of course, which we haven't discussed, Marnus Labuschagne. Is there any discussion that he may play any part this season?
I think if he was going to, it would have probably been announced by now, because it would have been just before the Australia play in the Test Championship final, just to get some acclimatisation. So, unless Glamorgan have got a rabbit in the hat, as Gorvin bowls, and that's played on the offside by Jewel. No run.
Played a few championship games. Well, played T20 last year, didn't he? Derbyshire?
Yeah, and played quite a lot of T20 and a handful of championship games, but with Colin Ingram in the form he's in, they don't really need to replace him. I think the thinking was that maybe Ingram would be rested for a game or two potentially, as that's through outside off stump. Jewel playing no shot.
The problem with Labuschagne, as brilliant as he is, and everybody wants to see him here in terms of, and he gets the bums on seats, so to speak, he is a bit of a luxury player for Glamorgan.
Yeah, in terms of their needs, if they've got Ingram, who seems to be piling on the runs again this season, 3 decent innings in his first 4 games. Gorvin is in to bowl, and that's off a thick inside edge away on the leg side for Caleb Jewell. Takes a single down to backward square. 49 for 2. Madsen has 2. Jewell has 29. A key partnership for these two in-form batters for Derbyshire. But as you say, if you've got Ingram here the whole season, or as much as his legs will carry him, then you really do need a quick bowler as your other overseas.
Yes. Which is why it'd be interesting to see how many games Fernando is here for.
As Gorvin races towards us, bowls down leg side. Madsen has nothing to do with it.
3 games after this one in the championship before they turn their attention to the shortened T20 format, which starts at Merchant Taylor against Middlesex on the 1st of June.
Indeed, and it's a format in which Glamorgan are badly in need of success.
Was it 2017 they were last through the Southern Group?
Yes, it's a long time not to finish in the first 4.
There was talk, Nick, as
top ball,
that the powers that be might look at changing the format of T20 and putting another 3 groups, but that hasn't come to anything.
Started off that way,
yeah,
but then you get peculiar situation with trying to work out the qualifiers, don't you? In that you'll get top 3 or top 2 or best place 2 best place thirds, etc., etc. Van der Hoogten in bowls. Madsen plays it on the leg side, one hand off the bat, takes a safe single down to backward square. 50 up.
A school of thought that it should be shaken up in terms of it's the same teams, isn't it, that you come across because of geographical limitations, so to speak.
Well, it is, but it's given the reservations that the players have travelling long distances as part of the schedule. Glamorgan wouldn't want to be travelling up to Durham or Yorkshire for a T20 game too often. Likewise, Derbyshire, I'm sure, wouldn't want to be heading to the far south too often. 50 for 2.
It will be Ned Leonard to continue from the Cathedral Road end. 0 for 9 for Leonard. That's a cut ferociously through the covers for 4. That was just all about timing from Marsden. It was but he got a full meat to the bat behind that, and it sped away to the boundary.
Yeah, it's a real punch, wasn't it? Back foot punch. And Madsen, as you say, timing it beautifully to move on to 7. As he adds to his 436 runs in the first 4 matches coming into this one. Century in 350s. As
Leonard bowls, and that gets high on Marsden, who leaves it on length outside off stump and is taken by Cook.
Yeah, so decent first hour for Glamorgan so far. Derbyshire need a bit of solidity and an afternoon of accumulation, really, as Glamorgan managed to get through their experienced batters of Ingram and northeast, aided by Van der Hoogten later on this morning.
Leonard starts his runner past the umpire, right arm over, and Marsden gets everything behind that defensively, and there's no run.
Derbyshire 54 for 2 in reply to Glamorgan's 4-3-1 all out here at Sapphire Gardens. David Lloyd fell to Fernando for 2, and Harry Kame caught off Andy Gorvin for 10. Derbyshire 54 for 2 in reply to Glamorgan's 4-3-1 all out, and a couple of wickets for Glamorgan in the first hour of the visitors' innings. David Lloyd played on to Asitha Fernando for 2, and Andy Gorvin's first delivery was feathered down the leg side by Harry Kame for 10. Earlier, Tim van der Hoogten 62 as Glamorgan made it 431 all out on the stroke of lunch. Derbyshire in reply 54 for 2.
Leonard wheels round, and this, the penultimate ball of the over, is edged and caught. And that is the third wicket, taken by Kieran Carlson at slip, just beautifully shaped, just possibly left Marsden just a bit of a way swing, and that is a crucial wicket for Glamorgan. Leonard, and a sharp chance taken by Kieran Carlson.
Yeah, just the footwork wasn't quite in place. There was no doubt about the edge. Wayne Madsen was left wondering how he managed to edge it. Maybe just a little bit of movement, as you say. And it has been the case that the ball hasn't moved prodigiously for anyone during the course of this match, but there has been just enough to trouble the batters. So that puts Glamorgan's bowlers on top for possibly the first time this season. Really, they have struggled to bowl sides out. They've had some big totals against them, but now with a bit of the aid of a bit of scoreboard pressure, running up over 400 themselves for the first time, and Derbyshire in trouble 54 for 3.
Yeah, they're at 6s and 7s at the moment, and a big afternoon session for Glamorgan. The incoming batter is the wicket-keeper, Brooke Guest. They do bat a long way down, of course, to Derbyshire.
Yeah, some healthy batting averages there. Guest on 49 at the moment, Rees on 37. As where are we in terms of updates? I think whose turn is it to have a
I've
break?
still got about 15 minutes before Radio Derby require an update.
There we are. Oh, a little bit of
Can't remember where we are on
peace
the rota.
peace and quiet. Well, I've only done about quarter of an hour, so it's probably your turn to have a blow.
So we will see Ned Leonard, his last ball of the over. There's 4 slips there in place now. Glamorgan on the attack for another wicket, which would really go far to put them in the ascendancy on the second day, still trailing by a massive 377 are Derbyshire. Ned Leonard coming in then after his first wicket, bowls fullish, and that's played. They will come through for a quick single, and off the mark straight away is Guest. And that is the end of a very good over for Ned Leonard, a wicket-taking one, and the prized wicket of Wayne Marsden, who has caught Carlson for bowled Leonard for 7. So it will be the thoughts of Nick Webb, and then joining him will be Edward Bevan.
Thank you very much indeed, Kenneth. Where are we with regard to the tea interval? 15 overs away, so it'll be around about 5 to 4. As the camera picks up Chappell and Brown busy on their phones, and probably just checking the latest bowling figures or something like that. They're parked up at wide long on at the moment, the two Derbyshire players, as Gorvin starts a new over, and forward comes Guest driving to mid on, and there's no run. So wickets so far for Fernando, Gorvin and Leonard for Glamorgan, and Caleb Jewell with 29, the only batter to get going so far.
Yeah, just to echo what you just said, Nick, we've been, I'm quite rightly criticising Glamorgan's bowling this season, but I think this is a vast improvement from what we've seen in this innings.
Gorvin bowls, and that one is dispatched through the covers by Brookgast for 4 runs. Up on his toes there was the Derbyshire keeper, playing it away comfortably. Derbyshire move on to 59 for 3, and Guest is on to 5 not out.
Seen an improvement from Leonard. Well, we know what Van der Gooten can do, and now Gorvin, very accurate, except for that boundary. Well, you can allow him that, and to get Madsen out cheaply is a big feather in the cap of Ned Leonard.
Gorvin bowls, and it's through outside off stump. Guest playing those shot, and even a bowler like Gorvin, who's not the real strapping fast bowler type, is getting a little bit of lift bowling from the River Taff end, and maybe that extra bit of grass on the pitch for the batters at this end is still a little bit of a factor. 3 slips as Gorvin is in and bowls, and that's played away on the offside. If you're wondering where Dave Fletcher, the BBC Radio Derby commentator, is, well, he is at Charlton,
The Valley,
watching them play Burton Albion, Dave's featured side in the football half of the year. Premier League, several matches just underway. Everton Ipswich, Leicester City Southampton. Aston Villa beat Fulham 1-0 earlier on, as that is a repeat of the treatment from Guest, hitting that one through the covers off the back foot, standing tall and dispatching Gorvin. And
yeah, unusual from Gorvin to bowl short outside the off stump, and if he does at that pace, it's quite easy for the batsman. He's generally very accurate. How many times we've said wicket to wicket, but he just wavered in this over.
reminder of those championship results: Derby County with a 0-0 draw against Stoke City that saw both sides stay up. Swansea City a 3-3 draw with Oxford to finish the season, as Gorvin over pitches there on the leg side as he tries to overcompensate, but gets away with it because it's well fielded at short mid-wicket and there is no run. Cardiff City, well, a red card early on, and they lost 4-2 at Norwich to finish a pretty miserable season, bottom of the championship. So Burton Albion are at Charlton now in League One, Burton having escaped the drop last week. Wrexham, having sealed promotion in second place, are just kicked off away to Lincoln, and Newport County safe in League Two. They're 0-0 at home to Tranmere.
There's the round-up field, and it'll be Leonard to continue bowling to Jewell. Bowls down the leg side, and it's no, that was not out. We could see by it. A very, very big appeal from
was that Kieran Carlson by any chance?
Oh yes.
And lead singer
Cook didn't bother. He just went, well, if you insist, Kieran.
And Ned Leonard didn't join in at all, the bowler.
No. And
excitable chap.
the umpires are not going to fall for that little trick. They'll want to try and get rid of Jewell because he's a very fine batsman and has already got a couple of big scores this season. Here's Leonard bowled to him, and that's driven nicely, elegantly by the batsman to mid-off. No run. And to get Madsen out there, well, Madsen, it's really, as I said earlier, a feather in the cap of Ned Leonard, because he is capable, as we've seen for the last 15-16 years, of big scores. But he is fallible. When I was on commentary with Kenneth, I did mention he's been caught slip a few times as we've watched him over the years, and he succumbed in that way today. That's a short ball outside the leg stump and goes through to Cook. So Jewel will play his shots and also make sure that there's no rush shots from him, because okay, there's a lot of batting to come, but he is the main batsman left. David Lloyd out for 2, dragged one on from Fernando in the first over, came just touched one down the leg side of Gorvin's first ball, and then Madsen caught a third slip of Leonard, who bowls down the legs. He is drifting just a little bit down there to the left hander, and he tucks him away for a single and takes the score now up to 64 for 3, and Jewel moves on to 30 out of those 64, and an opportunity for Leonard to have a crack now at the new batsman Guest, who's struck 2 fours, and he's only faced 7 deliveries. Back come the 4 slips. Very attacking field for Leonard, so there's something in this pitch all the time for the seamers. He bowls, and that's a good looking shot through the covers. That will run away for 4 through extra cover. I don't think you have to run for those as he crosses the rope now. And there's been 2 very short deliveries from Gorvin, which he slapped away through cover, and now that was a half volley wide. And with this attacking field, the only man in front of the bat on the offside is made off, and he had no chance as he went through extra cover for 4. 68 for 3. The immediate target, of course, for Derby is 282, which is the follow-on target. If Glamorgan did bowl Derbyshire out for that, well, would they enforce the follow-on? Leonard with a nice straight run-up, bowls again, short, cut away, this time straight to the man Callaway, fielding in that deep gully position. That's the end of the over. 68 for 3, and Glamorgan now will know that if Gorvin or Leonard is rested, at least you can come back with the 2 opening bowlers, especially Van der Gooten, because they bowled 5 or 6 overs apiece, was it? I think Van der Gooten's bowled 6, and Fernando has bowled 5, and they'll be fresh to have a go before tea. 45 overs remaining, so it's plenty of time before tea.
Yeah, 13 to go until the interval. It might be just before 4 o'clock if we're lucky, as the left-handed Jewel is on strike, and Gorvin racing in, and it's a driven 4 down to third man off a thick edge. Jewel flinging the bat at it, and the ball flying away pretty safely, but not entirely where he intended it. And there's a gap there between slips and gully, and Callaway just had to trot after it and retrieve it rather than chase it in earnest. 72 for 3. Jewel moves ominously for Glamorgan, satisfactorily for Derbyshire, onto 34 not out.
He does like to have a crack outside the off stump. We've seen a few go down there. He played and missed a lot early in his innings, and Glamorgan have noted that.
Gorvin in again, bowls. Jewel on the defensive this time, steering it out onto the offside. Thinks about a quick single, but Leonard races across, and there is no run. 3 slips. Callaway backward point cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg about 10 metres in from the ropes on 45 on a short side of the ground. As Gorvin in to bowl. Oh, it's popped back to him. He's held on to it. And
that's a big one.
Extraordinary, really. The ball must have just stopped on Caleb. Jewel popped back to Andy Gorvin. He probably couldn't believe the opportunity that was offered to him, and held on to what was a simple catch. 72 for 4, and Jewel has gone for 34. Well, he's looking to play a defensive prod, but somehow
Stopped
just
him in your Nick.
stopped on him.
Caught and bowled by Andy Gorvin.
And Gorvin diving forward, took the catch knee high. And Derbyshire now in trouble. It's 72 for 4 as Gorvin gets his second wicket.
Oh, this is an excellent performance, and I wonder, Nick, if scoreboard pressure has been playing its part here. Although, okay, Caleb Jewell is a very fine player, he does like to, and I'm repeating myself, like to have a go at the bowling, which always gives the bowlers hope. And even though that wasn't a rash shot, he's proved now that Derbyshire now, without their 4 senior batsmen back in the shed, are in a spot of bother here. And if Glamorgan can keep this up, and with the likes of Van der Gooten to come back fresh, I think they've got a very, very good chance here of dismissing the opposition quite cheaply.
So it's Anderson who is coming in at 6, possibly where Lewis Rees would have batted had it not be for his injury, but he was off the field a long time, so presumably there are restrictions. I think number 7 I think is the top. You can come in if you've been off for
well, they might change it
time.
in the winter, you see, Nick, because I think it was you who said they probably about mid-November they sit there, the ECB, oh, shall we change something? And we did something like this.
Yeah, anyway, Anderson's at 6. Dahl, Rees, Thompson, Chappell, Tickner to come, so plenty of resources left for Derbyshire, but they need someone to get going, and as we've seen there, it is difficult really to get the ball away consistently, and Glamorgan's batters maybe went about it the right way because they didn't try and force the pace. They were happy to accumulate gently at 3 and over for much of the innings, and it was the total rather than the overs they worried about. Gorvin is in to bowl, and Anderson is forward defending into the offside.
Of course, we're saying he played a bit earlier. It might have been a well-disguised slower ball from Andy Gorvin. He might have just caught it across the seam, across seamer. And the more he plays now, the more impressed you get with him, and he is learning the game. It's his sort of second full-ish season.
Yes, it's strange for a guy in the second half of his 20s, isn't it? But he came into the first-class game late as he bowls, and Anderson turns the wrists on it and works it away towards backwards square. Ul Hassan is the fielder, single taken, 73 for 4. 27 years old, and
Anderson with 2 S's. Is you of Nordic descent?
Yes, Swedish father, I'm told by Dave. We did raise this yesterday. So, with his...
What's his first name?
Martin.
Oh, Martin is quite a Nordic, if you know what I mean.
Maiden century early in the season with his parents watching. Gorvin bowls and worked away on the leg side by Guest. He'll pick up a couple of runs here. It's a charge around the boundary for Ul Hassan, who had quite a way to make up there. 75 for 4 Derbyshire after 20 overs. So although they've got a good run rate of 3.75, they've lost far too many wickets as far as the visitors are concerned in these opening stages.
Yeah, big wickets, aren't they? When you think of David Lloyd, got 93 in the last game. Caleb Jewell was a top start for the season, and Wayne Madison, their best player. They will rely, if they can, as Glamorgan did, on their middle and late order batsmen to try and dig them out of this hole. But they haven't mentioned Leonard, who I think has bowled splendidly. And here he is again. 3 slips in a gully, crouch and wait as he bows. And Anderson tries to flick it away on the onside, but it just dribbles away and is eventually stopped at the 4th. Is he 4th? Is he 5th? Is he a gully? I'd like to put him 5th slip.
Yes. Gully just seems to have moved finer in the first class game in the last year or two.
Big gap between mid-off and cover for that drive that they fancy and might edge. As Leonard runs away from us, comes in and bowls. And it's met with the full face of the bat. What's been pleasing about Glamorgan's attack today, that it's been accurate, apart of course from Fernando. Although he got David Lloyd out, he bowled too many loose deliveries on this pitch, which without any doubt is assisting. I don't think I've seen a pitch, it's not given a lot of assistance, you know, if anybody scores 431, but Glamorgan have bowled better than the opposition on it. Here is Anderson waiting, gets behind it as Leonard bowls him a shortish delivery and pushed up to mid-on. 75 for 4.
Some good news from the Welsh point of view in the snooker world as well. Mark Williams is 13-11 ahead of Judd Trump going into the last session of their World Championship semi-final tonight. Mark Williams, age 50, would be the oldest finalist at the Crucible if he gets that.
Here's Leonard. Bowls off the back foot. It's driven to northeast, who's moved out of the slips to field it mid-off. 4 dot balls. 5.4 overs for Leonard, 1 for 19. Gorvin 4 overs, 2 for 18. And the other wicket taker is Fernando. I heard it yesterday coming up in the car. Fernando from the ABBA. Thought of him immediately, of course. Mid-wicket is sent back onto the fence. And we can see a short delivery. In comes Leonard. No. That's a good bit of fielding there on the volley, on the half volley from Sam Northeast. Is quite tall, about 6 foot, 6'1".
He had to jump to get that one as it bounced. As you say, hit on the half volley, bounced up.
1 ball for a main. Back goes Leonard, giving it a vigorous shine on his shirt. Glamorgan looking if they can get a 5th and half the batting side back in the pavilion. In he comes, bowled short, pulled away down to fine leg. That's not gone all the way. I think it might have. Yes, it has. It's a short boundary here at Safari Gardens down by the river. And after bowling 5 dot balls, he bowls a short delivery, and Anderson decides, yes, I'm going to have a crack at this, and does so. He's a big, thick-set young man, and just clears the fine leg boundary. Score rockets up to 81 for 4, and Gorvin will continue.
Yeah, probably was finer than Anderson intended. I think it was something of a top edge, but it was a very safe one because it was a long way away from the fine leg fielder, who was fairly square, Fernando. There's Gorvin, 2 for 18 on the back of his useful little innings of 39 in a stand of 86 with Van der Hoogten in the morning session. So he's been in the game plenty today. May have the joy of being my evening target for interview. Fernando bowls, that's driven into the offside, well stopped by Callaway, diving at point, no run.
Yeah, 18 of those runs have been from boundaries. 12 of the 18 runs he's conceded in his 4 overs have been from boundaries. So apart from those blemishes, he's bowled extremely well. And he's kept it tight. You see, there's so many runs behind that that's a great asset.
Here is Gorvin in to bowl, and Guest playing out towards cover. There's no run. It's fielded by Acer Tribe dashing round, the bespectacled Acer Tribe, Cardiff student, still undergoing work.
If he's ever
assignments.
Thought of contact lenses?
No, I haven't. I've only trotted to him a couple of times. So,
because I remember Jeff Boycott started off with wearing glasses until he changed back in the day.
As Gorvin bowls, straight driven by Guest, but well stopped by the bowler in his follow through. I suppose with helmets as they are today, they're so protective that you don't have to worry about your glasses being taken to pieces. 81 for 4. I had to retire once to tape up my glasses when I got a bang on the bonds. Glasses fell apart and I had to borrow a bit of
Shouldn't
sticky
laugh.
tape to continue playing. Gorvin bowls, grunt of effort, mistimed by Guest as he tries to force on the offside.
Too paced, you can see.
It's not quite coming on
No.
sometimes, is it? Whereas some of the bowlers, Tickner in particular, who's a bit faster than most things we've seen in this game, but he's had a bit of bounce and carry and stuck a couple too much
high.
over the keeper's head.
Yeah.
But a very useful start from Glamorgan's bowlers. Derbyshire with a lot of work to do, and Guest defends into the offside. Still 350 runs in arrears are the visitors. But Derbyshire going slightly faster than Glamorgan did for most of their innings.
Glamorgan paced it perfectly. When you know you've got 4 dry days,
Yeah.
you can do that.
81 for 4 Derbyshire, in need of a big contribution from somewhere in the middle order. Dahl, Rees, Stumps and Chappell, Tickner still to come. There's Gorvin bowls, and Guest is pushing this one back to him. You can tell the fielders are buoyed up by those early successes. There's plenty of oohs and ahs flying around, even though nothing much was happening for those last couple of deliveries. So Gorvin 2 for 18 off his 5 overs. Leonard 1 for 25 off his 6, and we're 10 overs away from tea.
Returning to bowl at the Cathedral Road.
I'll save my breath.
Fernando.
You probably heard that.
So
Fernando is coming back to have a go, and I wonder if we'll see with Gorvin having bowled. What's he bowled? Well, he's only bowled 5 overs. Thinking of Van der Goot. No, he might leave Van der Goot and open up with him after tea. But a good spell there from Ned Leonard. Got the big wicket of Madsen out for 8. Here's Fernando then, a second spell, in he comes and bowls. That's played rather late by Anderson, who dabs down in it. 3 slips now, and the man reinforcing from 4th slip has gone into the covers to an arc of 3.
Dave Fletcher, who will be back tomorrow, is currently describing the excitement of Burton Albion winning 1-0 at Charlton with a penalty from Bennett after 13 minutes.
Well, Charlton, of course, are in the mix to be promoted. Nathan Jones, the Welsh manager there. Here's Fernando in, bowls. Good delivery on a length, pushed back down into the covers.
Wrexham are goalless at Lincoln. Wrexham finishing the season in 2nd place and assured of promotion to the Championship. And Newport County leads Tranmere 1-0 halfway through the first half. McLaughlin has just put them ahead.
81-4. The peaceful atmosphere of Sapphire Gardens. Here is Fernando, comes in, bowls to Anderson. Anderson off the back foot, this time pushes it up to northeast, who's patrolling the onside there at mid-on. Only one of 3 fielders on the onside.
And I think it's a question, if you're coming down tomorrow, of packing a jersey and wearing long trousers rather than the t-shirts and shorts business of today.
As long as it's dry, we'll manage.
Indeed.
Halfway through the over, no runs as yet. As Fernando passes the umpire, in, bowls. Oh, and that's a big... is that a huge appeal again from Mr. Carlson and others, but not Mr. Cook, the wicketkeeper. Good delivery. We'll beat him on the outside.
Carlson needs to calm down a bit, because Cook, who took the ball, didn't appeal. There looked to be maybe a slight deviation. There's half an appeal from Fernando, but the deviation was the ball moving off the pitch.
The days of excessive appealing, I don't know if that still goes. You better be careful. It's good delivery. And he comes again and bowls. That's a good looking shot through the covers there from Anderson, and that's going to get him 4 runs. And it should get him. Yes, it just beats Van der Goten, who was doing a couple of moments ago fine impression of Blair Tickner with his legs up and down, which prompts us the idea that he might come back and have a bowl and pick up a 5th wicket. He's been the most accurate of the Glamorgan bowlers, even though he hasn't picked up a wicket. 85 for 4.
Yes, there's room for a second spell before tea, isn't there, just about?
That's the Fernando then to complete this over. In he comes, bowls, and that's going up again on the onside up towards the boundary. This may not reach it's a long chase for Northeast. He pulls it up just inside the boundary, and they cross for 3 runs. Expensive over in the end, as the score moves on to 88 for 4. Guest moves on to 15. Anderson for 14. And Fernando has bowled 6 overs for 35, albeit taking 1 wicket, as Gorwin comes up to hand the umpire his cap and begin his 6th over.
Gerontius on X offers the thought that Gorvin reminds him of the New Zealand medium pace opening bowler from the 90s, Gavin Larson.
Oh, yeah.
Seemingly innocuous, never quicker than medium, but very effective.
And the other Harris was another one.
Yeah. Gorvin on his way towards us as the sun disappears, and Anderson takes a step forward and then plays defensively on the leg side, and there is no run.
All these batsmen from here down are going up a place in the batting order due to the absence of Lewis Rees, who will bat, we're told, and will presumably add chaos to the proceedings by having a runner with him.
Hamstring injury early in proceedings on day 1. Never the best. As Gorvin bowls, Anderson back on his stumps, defending back to the bowler, and misfortune really for visiting sides, because in the first match, Leicestershire lost Patel with a dislocated thumb on the
morning,
the first morning, and he only played a token part in the match, coming in to bat at number 11. I would expect Rees could come in higher than that if needed. As Gorvin's into bowl, Anderson on the defensive. Glamorgan women look as though they're going to make it 2 wins out of 3, because Gloucestershire chasing 305 in 50 overs at Bristol, 59 for 4 in 17 overs. A wicket apiece for Tulloch, Cobb, Vukasic and Porter, all the 4 Glamorgan women bowlers used. The news of Derbyshire women is not so positive, I'm afraid. They're going to lose to Yorkshire by an awful lot. As Anderson is forward defending back to Gorvin. So Yorkshire piled up 381 for 6 in 50 overs, and Derbyshire are falling apart, 64 for 8, with only Ella Porter, 23 not out, putting up much resistance there. So a bow at the county ground for Derbyshire women, but not a successful one, as Yorkshire prove
Cook coming up
more
Nick,
powerful.
Notice to the
Yes.
probably again because Anderson might be batting outside his crease.
Yeah, he did take a step forward, didn't he, to
Yeah.
play the ball earlier in the over. So they're trying to constrain him. Cook standing up, 3 slips some way behind, and Anderson defends down into the gully where Callaway fields, and there's no run. Zach Chappell and Pat Brown are getting their steps in today, clad in sleeveless tops and shorts. They're perambulating.
You think that Chappell now, after all the bowling he's done in the past week, want to put his feet up in the dressing room.
Yeah, good point. Pat Brown did his fair share of fielding because Rees went off, as we said early on. Gorvin in, balls to Anderson, works it off his legs. He's timed that one nicely, but Zain Ul Hassan scampers round from fine leg fields, keeps them down to a single. And that was the only run off the over. 89 for Derbyshire in reply to Glamorgan's 4-3-1 all out. 282 is the follow-on target for the visitors to achieve.
So the captain there, Sam Northeast, holding his hand up to Tim van der Gooten. Now, whether it's because van der Gooten has asked for permission for a quick break and he's heading over the boundary. Yeah, he asked permission and he's been given permission. Probably there's a comfort break there. So Glamorgan at the moment. I hope a catch doesn't go down to third man. That's all top edge.
Byram's on.
Byron's on, is he?
There's some fielder. He's gone down to fine leg.
Fernando to continue. He will start his 7th over, 1 for 35 of the first 6. And Glamorgan still attacking with 3 slips. Anderson on 15 waits. And Fernando bowls. And this is clipped away on the onside. And there will be just... No, they're coming back for a second. I thought...
It was played slowly enough, really, to give Leonard quite the run from the backward square.
There we are. Captain's prerogative, I suppose. I'm not racing. Come on, junior pro. Up you come. 2 more then to Anderson, who's got a century under his belt this season, championship century. And he's settling quite nicely. Moved on to 17, overtaking Guest, who came in at number 4. Fernando to the right-handed Anderson again. He's in and bowls. And this time this clipped away and no ball yet again. I think this is 3rd or 4th. And there'll be another 4 runs added because it's 2 for the shot for 2 runs and 2 for the no ball. First we had Leonard at Bristol with 17. Fernando also had a few there. And for a test bowler, that's very surprising and disappointing. Of course, Nick, they have the option, as they say, Glamorgan, of signing Fernando for the T20 competition. So jury must be out on that.
Yeah, a couple of poor returns away from home. 5 wickets in the home matches so far.
Here he is again then. Comes in and bowls. This is he's bowling a lot of leg side stuff, and that's clipped away for 4 through mid wicket by Anderson now, who's moved on to 23 and faced just 23 balls. So he's going quite well, but Fernando not showing sort of a good deal of urgency, is he?
Well, he does charge in with urgency, but
No, turns,
rather
walks back,
a bit of a trudge back, and
as if it's to say, oh, do I have to bowl again?
yeah,
I'm sure it's not, but there we are.
Anderson 101 against Leicestershire and 107 against Middlesex.
Here he is, waiting. As it's mistimed. Had it he middled that. That was another poor delivery. Which it's a shame, really, because the other seamers have bowled extremely well.
Well, we've said so often this season on commentary, haven't we, that you need 4 seam bowlers all keeping the pressure on in order to succeed. There's a bowling unit, as the saying goes. Anderson played 35 first-class games without a century and 2 in the last 3.
Fernando in bowls. It's another delivery that sails down the leg side, head height.
And you were wondering about Martin not being a very Swedish sounding first name. Well, his middle name is Christopher with a K and a double F, which I presume is a Scandinavian spelling.
It's Chris Christopherson of that ilk. He's lots of K's, isn't he?
Martin Christopher, I can't say it. Anderson.
Fernando from this end in, bowls left, no ball again. Well, this is not good. Run rate is 4 over, mostly off Fernando.
Yeah, he's spraying it really, isn't he, after that early wicket of David Lloyd?
You look forward to next week to Kent, and you look at your pace attack, and really, you should have a look. Let's have a look at these figures. Yeah, we'll leave Fernando out. Give him a rest, or not a rest, he'd been dropped.
Well, if James Harris is fit,
Well,
he should be there or thereabouts.
here's Fernando. Comes in again. Bowls wide, very wide of the off stump. Medium pace and goes through to the keeper. 101 for 4. And he must have bowled 5 no balls.
Yes, he has bowled 5 no balls.
Well, that's 10 runs.
Plus various other scoring opportunities.
Anderson, 23 not out. Facing, but should be the last ball of the over, but you never know. In comes Fernando bowls. That's a better delivery. Well pitched up and blocked. End of the over, 101 for 4. And who's going to have a bowl? Is Tim been summoned, Tim van der Gooten? I think he might have. Yes, because he's been fielding up here at mid-off. Takes his cap off, gives it to the umpire, and I think a good change here because
Returning to bowl.
how many overs? 7 before tea. So if he bowls 3 or 4, then you can have his cup of tea and a sandwich or whatever they eat these days, and come back after tea and have another blow. He's been about to bowl to Guest, who's been very quiet but has been starved of the bowling.
Yes.
Van der Gooten then.
Is in from the River Taff end and bowls, and Guest leaves outside off stump. Yes, he's only been quiet because he hasn't been facing much. He's still almost a runner ball, despite having come in before Anderson. He's faced 11 fewer deliveries. As Carlson, well, I don't think he was seriously warming up, just trying to keep warm. But,
And Ingram.
at slip. Little activity in the cordon as Guest drives, doesn't time it, back to Van der Hoogten, no run. And the temperature is dropping as the clouds have come over here at Sapphire Gardens, so that could be the end of the sunny bank holiday weekend. I hope not. I hope that for everyone's sake we get a bit more sunshine.
I think it's sunshine is, but it's cold sunshine, if you know what I mean.
Temperature's dropping already ahead of tomorrow. Van der Hoogten in bowls wide-ish, slashed by Guest, but bounces up kindly for Callaway, and he fields at point. There's no run. 101 for 4 here on BBC Sport Online with Edward Bevan, Kenneth Davis and myself, Nick Webb. Dave Fletcher will be back to restore some
Sanity.
I'm not sure about that, but some balance to the commentary team anyway. Tomorrow, once he's finished describing Burton Albion. Van der Hoogten bowls. Guest is forward playing to cover, and there is no run. And describing Burton Albion at the moment, they're safe in League One. And what's the score at Charlton? It's 2-1. Burton were 1 up, but Godden's got a couple for Charlton. It's 2-1 to the home side towards the end of the first half there. As Guest squirts one away towards square leg, not entirely where he was intending to play it, and takes a single as Leonard does the fielding.
Anderson has attacked ever since he came in, which in a funny sort of way will give Glamorgan's bowlers hope, because often when you see someone attacking more likely to get an edge of somebody who's just pushing the ball back down the pitch. And this will be the first time for Anderson to face Van der Gooten.
Yeah, he's on 23 out of this partnership of 30 runs for the 5th wicket. Van der Hoogten is in to bowl, and Anderson defends to the offside. Newport County still 1-0 up against Tranmere Rovers at Rodney Parade. Wrexham still 0-0 at Lincoln late in the first half. Rodney Parade, or Dave Parade as it's known to some inhabitants, along the lines of Fools and Horses joke. Rodney was called Dave for some reason.
I was reading the report of he's a legend, Brian Jones, who Newport's funeral was packed at the cathedral this week. Brian Jones, a great man of Newport rugby, as you probably know better than me, Nick. As Fernando starts on the over and bowls to Guest. Guest gets one on the leg side and clips it away up towards mid wicket. They'll come back for a second, surely. Yes, they do. And get there quite easily.
Yes, he was very kind to me when I was a junior reporter starting off in the game, and was always friendly and helpful as he could be. And indeed, I think on a couple of occasions when we couldn't get a radio reporter to a Newport game, he'd come on the phone and describe events to help out.
Good innings he had, 90 years of age. One of the great Newport side that beat the All Blacks back in '61, I think it was. Here's Fernando in, bowls to Guest. Guest is forward, a much better delivery. It jags back into him, and there's no run this time. The late Brian Price, some captain that side, who worked with BBC Wales for many, many years, and a delight to work with.
Yeah, 1963 it was.
63 was it?
Wilson winner is All Blacks.
John Ezzell's drop goal.
It was the only match they lost in 37 tour games. They must have been here about 6 months.
I hope Llanelli rugby supporters don't mind me saying what I'm about to say after this ball. This is bowled and pushed up to mid-on. That there's always much more talked about. I don't know if Newport folk about Llanelli beating the All Blacks.
Yeah.
They're in this is a Newport.
Newport had done it 10 years
only
previously.
defeat.
Swansea had done it. Cardiff had done it.
Yeah.
But they talk a good game in Llanelli, obviously.
Yes, good friends us all, Scarlet. But here is Fernando again, coming in and bowls, and that's driven through the covers. Beats a despairing dive there at cover, and another half volley. And really, Fernando has proved very expensive here. He's gone for 53 in 7 overs and 4 balls. Now, when you're on top like this, your other bowlers are bowling really well against a very good batting side in Derbyshire. This is the last thing you need, Nick.
Yeah,
Especially from your overseas bowler.
He's struggled since that first game. It was looked pretty promising.
Just
4 for 71 against Leicestershire.
yeah, that was it. Here he is again, bowling to Guest, a good partnership development. Yeah, and that's very, very wide. And well, if he'd nicked that, he would have walked into the far side of the field and stayed there. Very, very wide. Off to do my piece for the Welsh language after this.
Yes, I think Kenneth is preparing to talk to BBC Radio Derby as well.
We'll all
possibly.
go here to Cardiff today.
We are trying to cover all bases in the absence of Dave Fletcher. He'll be back with us for the remaining 2 days of the game.
Here's Fernando to complete the over. Bowls, and this is defended. Score remains 108 for 4.
Thank you very much indeed, Edward. You're listening to BBC Sport Online. Edward Bevan, Kenneth Davis and myself, Nick Webb, for today. Dave will be back tomorrow. and Kenneth will be back on the final day of the game. So overcast now, a little bit of blue sky around the distance, but mainly overcast overhead, and Glamorgan will be hoping that that will aid the bowlers. Van der Hoogten has been tight and remains that way as Anderson defends on the offside, and there is no run. If you are just joining us, Glamorgan bowled out for 431 on the stroke of lunchtime, just a minute or two after 1 o'clock. 4 wickets taken today. 2 fell to David Lloyd, 1 to Alex Thompson, and 1 to Blair Tickner, who got Colin Ingram in the first over of the day for 81, but Tim van der Hoogten made 62 and has ball in hand now. And is bowling to Anderson, who slaps that one through the covers. Nicely timed shot, racing away to the grandstand side of the ground. Tribe can do nothing about it. And well, that's proved a productive area through the covers, and Glamorgan may be giving them a bit too much width at times. Derbyshire, who have benefited to move on to 112 for 4. As mid-wicket is pushed back towards the square leg boundary, Ned Leonard, maybe in the hope of a short ball providing a catch on the leg side, but not when you bowl it outside off stump, as that one was. Glamorgan did lose 3 wickets, or Derbyshire took 3 wickets to catches on the leg side, with opener Zain ul Hassan top edging a pull to mid wicket, and Kieran Carlson top edging a pull to fine leg, and today Colin Ingram hitting a hook shot straight down fine leg's throat. Anderson works one away to fine leg for a single all along the ground. Zain ul Hassan is the fielder, single taken. 113 for 4, so a healthy scoring rate of 4.08 at the moment. Kieran Carlson doing his best to get his teammate Boyd for one further push before the tea interval. Van der Hoogten bowls, and Guest playing that one gently towards Callaway at point, and there is no run. So the England pair of Joe Root and Harry Brooker at the wicket for Yorkshire at the moment, and Joe Root has got a half century after his first innings failure. 55 not out, Brooke is 12 not out. Van der Hoogten on his way in, bowls outside off stump. Guest plays no shot. So match situation there at Headingley is that Yorkshire 131 for 3 in their second innings, but that's only a lead of 83 over Warwickshire. Other scores in Division 1, Durham went for it, piled on the runs, 511 all out in 148 overs, with Graham Clark making 160, George Driscoll 69 runs all the way down. Ul Hassan then will be Glamorgan's 4th seamer after Fernando's rather expensive burst. 8 overs, 1 for 53. At Taunton, Somerset were dismissed for 145 in their first innings by Essex, with 27 from Josh Davey batting at number 3, I presume as night watchman. And there were 4 wickets for Simon Harmer, the vastly experienced Essex spinner. 2 apiece for Cook, Porter and Rajitha, as the first ball of Ul Hassan's spell is defended by Anderson. So Sam Cook is playing in this one for Essex, called up for the test squad to face Zimbabwe. Division 2's other fixtures. Lancashire against Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire 64 for 1. Replying to Lancashire's 450 all out. Harris made 167. Ul Hassan bowls and played by Anderson to Captain Northeast mid on, no run. At Grace Road, looks like a first innings lead for the Foxes. They made 304. Northants in reply 188 for 9, 3 apiece for Logan Van Beek and for Ben Green. Another dot ball here in Cardiff as Anderson plays one back down the wicket. At Lords, Kent batting better in their second innings are 143 for 2. Zach Crawley, the England opener, out for 68, leg before to Dane Patterson. Daniel Bell Drummond is 64 not out. Ul Hassan in, bowls to Anderson, who swipes at that one. That's an ugly shot outside off stump and through the keeper. 113 for 4 here. So Canterbury and a date against Kent is Glamorgan's next round, and Derbyshire, after 5 rounds on the bounce, will sit out round 6. So Ul Hassan bowls and Anderson defends. And following their rest week, Derbyshire have the joys of Old Trafford and potentially Jimmy Anderson. Starting on Friday the 16th, and the next Derbyshire home fixture, well, that's against Kent on Friday the 23rd. All Friday to Monday in this initial block of games. Ul Hassan bowls wide outside off stump. Anderson has nothing to do with it. And Zain Ul Hassan has started with a maiden over. Got 3 overs to go till tea here on BBC Sport Online. Edward Bevan's back with us.
Haven't done it yet. Yes, good opening over, wasn't it, by Ul Hassan? And Anderson had a wild shot. He could easily have nicked his third ball.
Yes, it's containment and nagging away, the order of the day for the bowlers, and most of them are doing it well.
Here's Van de Gooten then. He comes in, starts a new over, and bowls, and this is driven out into the covers. Not all that confidently by Brooke Guest, but he remains on 22.
I'm afraid for Derbyshire women it's been a sorry start to life at the county ground. They've been absolutely pulverised by Yorkshire women. The final victory margin 315 runs. Derbyshire 66 all out.
Van de Gooten tosses the ball from one hand to the other. Now he's ready and bowls. Oh, that nip back at the batsman there, Gaston. Didn't know much about it.
And Glamorgan women, well, they're set for a big victory. They made 304 for 8 at Bristol, and Gloucestershire, in reply, are 70 for 8. So I guess we're going to get... I mean, Glamorgan had a really good game, just lost a high-scoring match last week against Middlesex, but I guess we are going to see some one-sided games in these early days of women's cricket in the new structure.
Here's Van de Gooten in again, bowls. This is played defensively. Up to mid-on. Only fielder there, Andy Gorwin, close to the bat. There's a deep mid-wicket and a deep fine leg.
Gemma Porter has been Glamorgan's most successful bowler so far, with 3 for 13. A couple of bowlers on loan earlier, as I guess will be the case as Tier 1 sides loan out their spare players.
3 dot balls. Here's Van de Gooten in again. Bowls to Guest. Guest drives, not again very confidently, looking to play through the offside, ends up at mid-on, and the score remains of 113 by 4. Big deficit of 318, and about 220 runs away from following on. In comes Van der Gooten, bowls again. This is played into the covers. Accurate, usual accurate over from Tim Van der Gooten. 1 ball to go, just 16 now, if 1 ball short of 9 overs. I can hear Kenneth talking, giving his report to Radio Derby, which tells me that I'm on next on his line. So I will now vacate. Nick.
Thank you, Edward. As we approach tea, 113 for 4. Van Hoogten on his way in, and bowls, and well, Guest looking to work on the leg side. Didn't time it at all. Ball trickled towards mid-on. No run. Tidy over from Van der Hoogten. 9 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 16. And once Fernando had disappeared from the attack, the scoring rate has dried up somewhat. So Kenneth Davis back with us for a couple of overs before tea, and Zain ul Hassan to bowl.
Thanks, Nick. Zain ul Hassan has been brought into the attack then. And that's cut ferociously for no run.
Got an update for BBC Radio Wales fairly shortly as well.
Ul Hassan trudging back to his mark.
Bowling with 2 slips, 5 saving the single. Square leg is back, fine leg is back. Fairly conventional field. Mid wicket is fairly close on the drive, as fiddling at that is Anderson. Outside off stump. Has looked willing to go after the bowling. 28 off 41 deliveries now, slowed down a little bit. Glamorgan are nicely placed with Derbyshire on 113 for 4, needing 282 to avoid the possibility of following on. That's after Glamorgan made 431 this morning. They're all out on the stroke of lunch, with Tim Van der Hoogten, today's top scorer, with 62. In reply, Asitha Fernando got rid of David Lloyd early on for 2, and Glamorgan have kept chipping away. Some neat work from the pace trio of Andy Gorvin, who's claimed 2 wickets, including the vital one of Aussie Caleb Jewell, and Ned Leonard with 1. Tim Van der Hoogten's also bowled very accurately, and Glamorgan are as strongly placed as they have been in a game this season. Derbyshire 113 for 4 in reply to Glamorgan's 4-3-1. It has been a torrid season for Glamorgan so far. They have been often on the back foot, and so I hope Derbyshire listeners who've enjoyed their moments of triumph will permit the Welsh a moment in the sunshine, or in the shade at the moment, as Anderson defends one back to Ul Hassan, who's started off tightly. He's only taken 2 wickets this season at an average of 87. Has been used as the 4th seamer mostly, but Gorvin has come into this match, so he's the 5th seamer for this one, after the exit of Shoaib Bashir back to Somerset. Ul Hassan bowls, Anderson defends. Ul Hassan has got 2 maidens to his credit as his contribution to the afternoon bowling, and the final over before tea with Derbyshire 113 for 4.
Yes, will be a nervy 6 balls for Derbyshire just to survive this afternoon session. Glamorgan session, certainly taking 4 wickets, taking 1 in the first over. The former Glamorgan captain David Lloyd dragging on from the bowling of Fernando, and then 3 wickets as Tim Van Hoogten comes in from the River Taff end, and that is left by Guest, and it goes through to Chris Cook. Andy Gorvin struck with his very first ball. Caught getting Harry Kane feathering one down the leg side. Caught by Chris Cook as Van der Hoogten comes in, and that's a streaky shot, but that flew over Kieran Carlson at third slip. Well, had he taken that, and I don't know if it did carry, that would have been a superb catch. As we look at the replay, it was a bit streaky. Yeah, I think it would have evaded.
It was well
Carlson.
wide
Yes.
of him. Might have been fifth slip.
The dive was spectacular.
It was.
Yes, fourth or fifth slip might have caught it, had there been a fifth slip. Tim Van der Hoogten then, who's bowled neatly without much reward. Oh, that's a good line and length past the outside edge of Guest's bat through to keeper Cook. Marsden was caught. Carlson bowled Ned Leonard, and Jewell caught and bowled Andy Gorvin for 34. So these two have consolidated and have steadied the ship, so to speak. Guest and Anderson, they've put on 45 for the fifth. Guest is 26, Anderson 28. As Van der Hoogten comes in, right arm over, that's work to the leg side, and no conventional mid-wicket in place, so it will be a single taken as Gorvin comes round. Dealey loved to take another one to pile on the pressure in the final session of the second day, and Derbyshire would really be under the cosh then, having, well, they still need 282 is the target to avoid the follow-on. Still trail by a mammoth 313. That's pulled down into the ground for a single on the leg side. This is hauled back in by Ned Leonard. Took the wicket of Marsden. Shaped it well, caught by Kieran Carlson, who took a sharp catch because Asa Tribe came across. Three slips in for Van der Hoogten with a mid-off, mid-on cover, backward point, deep backward square leg, and a deep fine leg, and that's pushed, bisects both the men on the offside. Will it run all the way it should? Yes, it will. That all about timing from Brooke Guest. These two look solid, and that was the final act of the afternoon session. So the umpires bring an end to proceedings, but certainly it has gone Glamorgan's way. 4 wickets have fallen. Derbyshire have settled somewhat in the shape of Guest and Anderson, but still have it all to do if they are even to avoid the follow-on, Nick Webb.
Yes, it's a question of application and patience for the Derbyshire batters in the final session as the sun re-emerges and the ground staff emerge to do some running repairs on the surface. And yeah, they've put together a half-century partnership now with that final blow of the afternoon. So Derbyshire will be hoping for more of the same from Guest and Anderson, their 5th wicket pair. And Glamorgan, though, with the upper hand at the moment. Derbyshire 123 for 4 in reply to Glamorgan's 4-3-1 all out. And we will be back just before 4:25 with commentary on the final session here on BBC Sport Online.
I've got some latest scores and tea time scores from the other games taking place elsewhere today. We'll start across the Severn Estuary at Bristol, the county ground there, hosting the Metro Bank One Day Cup Division 2 game between Glamorgan women and Gloucestershire women. Glamorgan women 304 for 8 in their 50 overs. Bethan Gammon unbeaten on 129. And in the 29th over in reply, Gloucestershire were in 77 for 8. In the Rothesay County Championship at the Utilita Bowl, Durham have finally been dismissed by Hampshire for 511, and Hampshire in reply are 17 for 1. At Taunton, Essex are in their second innings, they're 59 for 2. That's after Somerset were dismissed for 145. Essex then leading by 120 runs. At Headingley, Yorkshire in their second innings are 144 for 4, leading Warwickshire by 96 runs. At Lords, Kent are also in their second innings, they're 158 for 2. So they lead Middlesex by 49 runs. Tea time at Grace Road, where Northamptonshire have just been dismissed by Leicestershire for 191. So Northampton 113 runs in arrears. And at Old Trafford, Lancashire were dismissed by Gloucestershire for 450. And the latest score from Manchester is that Gloucestershire are 75 for 2, trailing by 375 runs. A reminder that as far as refreshments are concerned here today, a full range of food and drink can be purchased in the Pyramid Lounge, which is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. Glamorgan members and season ticket holders get a 10% discount on all food sales. Drinks and snacks are also available from the mobile unit beneath the Castech Howell stand at the Cathedral Road end. Snacks are also available from the vending machines situated at the rear of the indoor school. And if you haven't found them already, there are plenty of water bottle refill points around the stadium to make sure you hydrate adequately. The Glamorgan Club shop run by Missouri Sports is open until 5 o'clock this afternoon. It's situated opposite Gate 2, and as always it's selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit, plus a range of recently published cricket books. If you're seeking a scorecard for this game, they are available free of charge from reception. And reception is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. That's where you can purchase a copy of the 2025 Glamorgan yearbook. If you're looking for old Glamorgan yearbooks though, a wide range is available for purchase in the Museum of Welsh Cricket. It's situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre, and as well as old Glamorgan yearbooks, there's a range of second-hand cricket books, plus other items and souvenirs which are available to raise funds for the running of the museum, which, as you may have heard me say previously, has recently had a refurbishment thanks to a very generous grant from the Welsh Government. There are lots of new information panels, videos to enjoy, and archive films. And during this match, the archive film that's being shown is the reminiscence of the 1969 Glamorgan playing squad, looking back on the year when they won the county championship. Just to update you with some good news from Bristol, where the Glamorgan women's team have won again. They've beaten Gloucestershire by 227 runs. Glamorgan in their innings, 50 overs, 304 for 8, Bethan Gammon 129 not out. Gloucestershire dismissed for 77, Gemma Porter 3 for 14, Sarah Phillips 2 for 3, Katie Cott 2 for 20. To resume the Derbyshire first innings after tea, Brooke Guest and Martin Anderson. And to resume the bowling for Glamorgan at the Cathedral Road end, Ned Leonard.
Good evening and welcome to the final session here at Sapphire Gardens, where Derbyshire resuming on 123 for 4, and it's Ned Leonard bowling the first ball of the evening session to Martin Anderson, who plays it defensively. So Derbyshire 123 for 4 in reply to Glamorgan's 431 all out. The wickets to fall for Derbyshire, those of Lloyd for 2, Came for 10, Madsen for 7, and Jewel, the prime one for Glamorgan, for 34. But the inform Guest and Anderson at the crease as Leonard bowls a short delivery that Anderson ducks away from. And reminder of the figures, the follow-on target is 282 for Derbyshire. So they need a couple of solid knocks, you would have thought, from their middle order to achieve that. And if they do so, maybe tomorrow morning's session, well, they might be tempted to just bat on as long as they can, see if they can put any pressure on Glamorgan in turn. But that's a long way away as Leonard bowls, and that's no shot played by Anderson. Contrasting fortunes for these two counties' women's sides in the One Day Cup today. Glamorgan beat Gloucestershire by 227 runs at Bristol. Glamorgan ran up 304 for 8, with Bethan Gammon 129 not out and Daisy Jeans making 59. As Leonard is in to bowl to Anderson, who gets the first runs of the evening session, dabbing it down between the slips and getting a couple of runs down to third man. 1-2-5 for 4. In reply at Bristol, Gloucestershire were bowled out for 77 in 30 overs. There were 3 wickets for Gemma Porter, 3 for 14, 2 apiece for Katie Cobb, 2 for 20, and Sarah Phillips, 2 for 3. And 1 apiece the on-loan opening bowlers Poppy Tulloch and Erin Vukasic. As Leonard is in to bowl, and that is half stopped by Callaway at points, firmly struck indeed by Anderson, and they go through for a single. Anderson 32, 126 for 4. In contrast, Derbyshire Falcons women, I'm afraid, had a day to forget. At the county ground, they were bundled out for 66 after Yorkshire had racked up 381 for 6. Yorkshire due to become a fully professional side next year. Leonard is in to bowl, and Guest is on the defensive. And the over, 3 taken, 126 for 4. And we're heading for a finish, well, somewhere around 6:25 this evening, a fairly standard county championship time.
Yeah, we always say that the next wicket is crucial, but although Derbyshire bats way down, they'll be into the middle order if they get either Guest or Martin Anderson. It will be Andy Gorvin, who took a couple in the afternoon session, took one with his first ball. Harry came gloving one down the leg side to Chris Cook, and the other one was caught and bowled Caleb Jewell for 34. So customary Chris Cook standing up to Andy Gorvin. His first ball in this final session, and there's a bit of width there, and that's a good stop by Callaway at point, because there was too much width. A bit of a loosener from Gorvin with his first ball. 2 slips in the shape of Ingram. Kieran Carson as well. Couldn't see the 5.
You can hear Kieran Carson.
Yes, you could hear. Yes. Any appeal going. As Gorvin comes in, that's whipped off his legs, and that will not race away, will it? Yes, it will. It evaded a wearily Tim van der Hoogten.
Tumbling in instalments.
Yeah, I thought he was going to intercept that one down, running toward the vacant third man area.
Well, he got there, but the right hand missed as he tried to flick it back in field.
So boundary to Derbyshire moves them on to 130 for 4. 282 is the target, initial target to avoid the follow on. Guest is 31, Anderson 36. So this is a partnership of over 50 now. As Gorvin comes in, and did that miss everything? There were a few groans and oohs and ahs from the slip cordon.
Well, hit someone's pads. I'm not sure if it was the batter or the keeper.
Yeah, it might have been Chris Cook.
As it went through. Harry Brooks gone for just 20 for Yorkshire today. Joe Root is 61 not out against Warwickshire.
Their solitary game for the season for the Yorkshire, probably.
Don't.
Gorvin in, bowls, and again there's ricochets off something.
I think that was the batter's pads, because there was a half appeal.
Just drops down as we see the replay. Fullish, yeah, it did hit the pads.
Sliding down.
Going down leg anyway. Yes, they won't see much of Messrs Brook and Root.
I don't understand why batters don't play a bit more in the Championship.
Gorvin in over the wicket, fullish, and that's struck firmly down to mid-on, and there's no run. Gorvin 2 for 23. But these two have looked fairly comfortable since coming together. Gorvin past the umpire, bowls, and again a bit of width, too much from Gorvin that time, and it's past Callaway at point and races away to the cover boundary.
Well, he's the first batters in a while who've got a bit of momentum for the run rates. Glamorgan went along quite quietly for the vast majority of their innings after the opening partnership, really, and Derbyshire started fairly quietly, but these two have got going in this stand of 62.
To be fair, that last delivery wasn't as wide as I thought it was. It was a punch through the covers by Anderson, who's moved on to 40.
Yeah, in that Yorkshire-Warwickshire game, Yorkshire 152 for 4, leading by 104. Ned Leonard from the Cathedral Road end is in. The ball, a wide delivery that gets slashes at, and was down on one knee afterwards, really regretting that he'd played such a wild shot. It didn't have any consequences for him, thankfully for Brook Guest, who's got a couple of half centuries already. Half centuries plus. He's scored 90. He's on 31 at the moment and facing Ned Leonard, who is forward, pushing on the offside, thought about a single, and both batters went a couple of metres. Zainul Hassan dashed in to deter them and was successful in doing so, didn't need to pick the ball up. Other scores in Division 2 of the Championship: Gloucestershire 87 for 2 in reply to Lancashire's 450 all out at Old Trafford. Derbyshire facing Lancashire in a couple of weeks as Guest defends this one to mid-off. No run. Leicestershire against Northants is well advanced. Northants were bowled out for 191 in their first innings. 4 wickets for Logan van Beek, 3 for Ben Green. And Leicestershire are 6 for 1 second time round, leading by 119 with the first innings Hero Patel gone for 0. Them's the breaks. Leonard is in to bowl, just back of a length, defended by Guest on the offside, no run. And at Lords, Kent fighting back strongly in their second innings, now 172 for 2, a lead of 63 over Middlesex, after Roland Jones destroyed them first time round. Zach Crawley, the England opener, made 68 rather, and Daniel Bell Drummond is 83 not out. 134 for 4. As Leonard bowls, angled down into slips by Guest. Played down, no danger. Daniel Bell Drummond was a player I was convinced was likely to go on and play for England as a specialist opener, who really had a very powerful few years with the bat. Fairly early in his career. Never quite tickled the selector's fancy. Spent an hour with us on commentary once at Canterbury, and was very pleasant to talk to. As Leonard in to bowl, Guest drives into the offside but picks out Van der Hoogten at wide mid-off, and there's no run. So a maiden from Ned Leonard, his second. He's got 1 for 28 off 8, and Derbyshire almost halfway to their follow-on target of 282, but of course wanting to do far more than that if they possibly can. They're 134 for 4, and this partnership of 62 has been at pretty much 4 runs and over, so they've upped the run rate somewhat.
So a few alterations in the field for Andy Gorvin. Still 2 slips with Cook standing up, mid-off, mid-on. Short mid-wicket for that possible chip. Andy Gorvin starts his run-up, will have to go back. There's a man out in the deep on the offside, and Tim van der Hoogten is at a deep fine leg. Here is Andy Gorvin, and that's worked behind square, so there's a chance of a single. As Tribe fields. 63 these two have put on. Guest is 31, Anderson 41, and they've barely put a foot wrong, it has to be said. It's coming together. I've been clear-cut.
Yeah, absolutely no chances noted down on my notebook anyway.
Guess the wicket keeper is on strike. Gorvin coming in, and that's wide. Taken brilliantly by Chris Cook, it has to be said.
Oh, how do you do things like that? How do you do things like that? It was down leg side at medium pace, quite wide.
When you're standing up as well.
Standing up, yeah. That's a stunning piece of anticipation
it is.
From Chris Cook.
Saved 4 byes for sure.
Yeah,
Gorvin
Guest was a bit unlucky to have a few against his name, wasn't he?
Comes in fullish from Gorvin, and that's struck firmly towards Fernando at mid-off, who was slightly expensive, shall we say, in his opening spell, albeit he did take the wicket of David Lloyd in the opening over Lloyd dragging on from a very wide delivery. Wheeling round is Gorvin at Safari Gardens, coming in right arm over, and that's a well pitched up delivery by Andy Gorvin, defended by Guest. Derbyshire still trailing then by 296. Still a lot of work to be done here for the visitors.
Yes, I mean, even a first innings lead of 100 either way could be significant on a pitch which Not many people have found it easy to score on.
In comes Andy Gorvin, bowls, and that's worked on the onside through mid-wicket. Tribe is after it. They'll pick up a couple as it comes back towards Chris Cook. Doesn't pick up cleanly. Wasn't the best throw back by Asa Tribe. So just a bit of a lull in proceedings here at Sophia Gardens. Some more cloud cover above. Certainly cooler today, and I think it's going. It's not as warm tomorrow, according to the forecast, as Gorvin comes in, and that's wide. Not as wide that time. Cook could take it easily. And that is the end of the over. Gorvin probably just not getting his darts on target in his first in those 6 balls. So 137 for 4. Guest and Anderson looking comfortable. Played well, these two, with 28 overs remaining. So as Nick was alluding, we should be done by about 20 past, 25 past 6 or thereabouts.
As Leonard will continue from the Cathedral Road end on a fairly sedate afternoon, as we saw, I suppose, when North East and Ingram were batting for Glamorgan yesterday for the 4th wicket. Leonard bowls. That's powered by Anderson, but he's hit it straight to Ben Galloway. That really was a rare, chunky, meaty sound off the bat. And Galloway gets a little pat of congratulation for stopping that one cleanly, as that one really could have raced to the boundary had he not picked it up. 137 for 4. Leonard 1 for 28 is into bowl, and that one is hit away through the covers, and well timed by Anderson, and he's moving very nicely. 137, 141 for 4. Anderson to 45 not out, and Leonard just airing in his radar wide outside off stump, and the forcing shot was always on for Martin Anderson, and he's batting nicely at the moment. Van der Hoogten gives the ball a polish, passes the ball back to his junior colleague Ned Leonard. 22, 7 wickets for the season. This is 3rd match, and he's into bowl. That's short of a length, and Anderson ducks and Cook jumps to take it. So 141 for 4. This partnership now worth 69, and Anderson giving a bit more of the strike and being the dominant scoring force as well, with 45 of them coming in at 6. As Anderson on the defensive there, ball just trickling a few metres back down the pitch. It's picked up by Tribe from cover. Low aircraft passing somewhere in the vicinity.
Yeah. Oh, there we are, going towards the Caerphilly Mountains.
Just a little bit of gentle sunshine. Wrap up if you're coming tomorrow. 141 for 4. Leonard bowls full length, driven but not timed by Anderson. And 37th over, ball might be starting to soften a little bit. He did time one very sweetly through the covers earlier in the over though, Anderson, so it's coming off nicely on occasion, getting to the stage where Glamorgan's bowlers will be wondering where the wicket is coming from. We haven't seen any spinners yet. Thompson was brought on in the 39th over for Derbyshire, so we're approaching that for the Glamorgan attack. As Leonard bowls appeal for LBW, not given, as Anderson, rare mistake from him, looked to be playing across the line, but it wasn't the loudest of appeals, as we'll pick up a replay on the video stream. Just doing a little bit too much, maybe.
I think it was one of those appeals where they know in their heart of hearts it's going down leg, but they may as well go up anyway.
That wasn't the worst appeal.
No,
I've
it
ever
wasn't.
seen. See one of those, the odd one of those given. 141 for 4. Halfway to the follow-on target and still 6 wickets left.
Gorvin comes in, right arm over past the umpire, and that's worked square of the wicket on the leg side, but Zain ul Hassan is there, just beside the square leg umpire. There's a man at mid-wicket, Chris Cook standing up. So then there's a situation where he's standing up and you have 2 slips then in the shape of Colin Ingram and Kieran Carlson. Man at cover, mid-off, mid-on. Tim van der Hoogten, deep fine leg as Gorvin comes in, bowls. Oh, and that's a good ball from Gorvin again.
I think Guest got his bat out the way at the last minute.
There's been a few where they've gone through to Cook. There's a man as well deep on the offside boundary. As Gorvin comes around, 2 wickets to his name so far, coming in, bowls, and that's gone behind square. It'll be a single. Tim van der Hoogten is there, coming in from deep fine leg. No mistake that time. Guest is 34, Anderson there. Stability the key, and they've provided it for Derbyshire, these two. They've put on 70 now for this 5th wicket. Gorvin coming in from the River Taff end, bowls, and that's just dabbed down defensively on the offside. Kellaway fields, and there's no run.
A couple of rugby results from the semi-pro level in Wales, the Super Rugby Cymru Trophy. They're at the playoffs, which is effectively the quarter-final stages. Just about a mile away from here, Cardiff RFC beat Bridgend by 31 points to 19, and Newport defeated Aberavon by 40 points to 25. Llandyfri against Pontypool is at 5:15, and Ebbw Vale Carmarthen at 7:30.
Gorvin in, bowls, and Anderson has to rock back to his stumps defensively and plays it out on the offside.
On the football front, getting towards the closing minutes of the 3 o'clock kickoffs, Burton Albion, I'm afraid, are trailing Charlton by 3 goals to 1, but Burton made sure of their safety last week.
Gorvin in and bowls, and that's defensively played towards mid-wicket on the leg side. There's no run. Good over from Andy Gorvin, with Derbyshire 142 for 4.
Wrexham going up in style from League One. They're 2-0 up at Lincoln with just a couple of minutes of normal time to go. I'm sure the TV cameras will be there in abundance. Bit of a slump for Newport County, I'm afraid. They were 1-0 up early on, 1-1 at half-time. They're now losing 4-1 at home to Tranmere, so a rather downbeat end to the professional sports season at Rodney Parade, with the Dragons playing their last 2 matches in South Africa, like all the Welsh sides. Leonard is in. Bowls and Guest on the defensive. Earlier Derby County stayed up in the Championship, drawing 0-0 with Stoke. Swansea City drew 3-3 with Oxford, and Cardiff City lost 4-2 at Norwich. As Edward will come and offer some words of wisdom after this over.
Quite a battle at Edinburgh, with Bath just leading 27-24.
As Leonard is in. Bowls and beats the outside edge for once. That's not happening very often at the moment, as Gast was forward rather tentatively. Made no contact.
9 minutes to go at the Hive.
Oh yes, so yeah, as I say, I got tickets for that Challenge Cup final.
That's on the Friday, isn't it?
Quite like to see Bath in it, because I went to college there, so a bit of residual fondness for Bath.
Leinster are at home to Northampton at 5:30 in the semi-final of the Champions Cup.
Watch out, Northampton. Leonard in. Bowls driven back to him. Oh, it's gone through his legs. And Guest will pick up a couple of runs here at least, as Van der Hoogten has the chase back to the long off boundary. They think about a third, but he's got a strong arm. And Guest has to settle for a couple of runs. 144 for 4. As what time's your next radio engagement?
5 o'clock, so I've got about...
Okay, Edward can replace you then. Actually, I could do with a bit of writing for 10 minutes, to be honest. I haven't written anything since lunchtime, so I'll just hover at the back of the box after this over. There's Leonard in. Bonds to Guest, who is driving that one up through mid-on and straight off mid-on, and there'll be more runs here. Could well be 3. It is 3. Very comfortable runs. 147 for 4. Just allowing the batters to get stuck into their straight drives. Partnership moves up to 75 now for Derbyshire, so by far their best effort so far. And it seems quite a long time since Gorvin took a return catch to dismiss Caleb Jewell for 34. Leonard in. Bowls defended on the offside by Anderson. A couple of centuries already in his 3 matches so far. So no doubt a man in good nick with the bat, having not been able to contribute with the ball. And Leonard is on his way in, and Bowls pulled away down to fine leg by Anderson. Glamorgan were looking for a short ball to produce a catch on the leg side, because they just moved in a short fine leg, but all in vain. The shot was played well. 148 for 4. Guest 39. Anderson 46.
Thanks, Nick. Nick, as mentioned, will hover in the back as I'll nip next door to do the last update for Radio Derby, as we welcome Edward Bevan back to the commentary position.
Yeah, Glamorgan not bowling with the same control as they did throughout the afternoon, and dearly like to break this partnership.
So Gorvin continues then from the River Taff end. Bit of a false start. He'll go back to his mark. Cook obviously standing up as he does to the medium pacer. Gorvin 2 for 31 comes in. Forward offensive stroke from Martin Anderson.
Yeah, so it's cloudy. That could help the swing in the air, and it's gone much cold. Well, not much colder, relatively colder. And that is the forecast, but dry weather for the rest of this game. Yes, Glamorgan would be looking to take 2 or 3 wickets tonight, and they would be very happy with their day's efforts.
That's worked into the onside by Anderson off the bowling of Gorvin, fielded by Zainul Hassan, who has had a bowl in the afternoon session. Haven't seen Kellaway. Wonder if he'll be brought on at some point.
Well, I think if in the next 20 minutes or so they don't get a wicket, they might try him. See if there's any turn there.
Gorvin wheels round, passes the umpire now, bowls to Anderson, and I think that's ricocheted off something and drops down to the ground. Yeah, it's been a while since the last wicket, which was caught and bowled by Gorvin in the afternoon session.
Interesting name, isn't it? We have the Welsh language. Caleb would be
We were
a lot of Welsh people, but
mentioning
not
that
Caleb.
yesterday. Yes. Gorvin in. Bowls.
Got him.
Oh, is that caught? Brilliantly caught. What a dismissal. He
Me.
goes, Martin Anderson, who was on for a half a century. Sharp catch. Just a little feather as we watch the replay. Gorvin, who has been plugging away. And that's... No, it's bowled him. I caught the off stump. I thought it was a sharp chance by Cook the way he went down. He's played on. He's played on. Well, that was unclear. That's the second Derbyshire batter to play on. And Anderson goes for 46, and that is a big, big wicket for Glamorgan and Andy Gorvin.
It certainly is, and Andy Gorvin, I'm just repeating, I didn't say it today, but I've said it during the last game, why on earth he was dropped after that first game. Only the Glamorgan selectors know, but he's in his, 10th over, 3 for 31, and here is a young man who should be in that side in all competitions for the rest of the season, because if Glamorgan do, and that's a long, long way to go, happen to win this match, this young man will have played a substantial part in it, because he's pegged away there. And I tell you also, kind of, to have Chris Cook, who is an excellent wicketkeeper, standing up and put pressure on the batsman, that is also a major factor. But that, as you say, was a big wicket, and Glamorgan now broken the ice.
Well, he played a major part in the cup-winning run last year, did Andy Gorvin. He's a skiddy bowler, a tough bowler to play against in terms of his pace. And he'd been plugging away, as you say, at the outside off stump, and he's had his just reward there.
I thought for a moment that Chris Cook had dropped it, and then I saw that you were jumping up in the air, so he must have bowled him. But Matt Dahl now coming in, and Glamorgan got half the Darbyshire side out. Just a very good effort. There was Reece still to come, of course, and work to be done, but they'll be happy with this.
Big trouble now for Derbyshire, who still need to get to 282 to avoid the follow-on. So here comes Andy Gorvin to Dahl, the new man, Anuj Dahl, who I have to say bowled beautifully this morning, without any reward from the same end as Andy Gorvin from the River Taff end. He'll be under pressure now. There's two slips, a leg slip, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off. Cover, backward point, still protection on the leg side in the shape of Timmy van der Hoogten as Gorvin comes in and bowls. That's
He got him.
It's been stumped.
Marvellous stumping.
On the leg side, sharp chance taken by Chris Cook. 2 wickets to fall in this wicket, and Derbyshire now are in desperate trouble, and it's Glamorgan who are overjoyed. It's a double for Gorvin in this wicket and in this over. Derbyshire 148 for 6, and Dahl goes for naught.
Rick Webb is looking at this, the wicket keeper. It was a marvellous bit of work, and that was the combination, you know, the little sign, because you could see Cook moving slowly across. There he is, and oh, he's well out, isn't he? Great work by the wicket keeper and the bowler. As I said, that was definitely bowler and wicket keeper working in unison. Marvellous to watch. Whether you're watching Glamorgan or watching any keeper stand up to medium pace. So that was the second ball, I think, wasn't it, Kenneth? I think it was.
That's the over. So
No, the second. Is it Dahl's first or first delivery? Not sure. How many balls? Second delivery.
second, yeah.
So
I will nip next door, Edward, to inform Radio Derby.
you've taken a few wickets here today. I'm still to get my first. So Glamorgan very much on top. They're now taking another bowling point. And here come the confusion.
The incoming batter for Derbyshire.
Lewis Rees.
The runner Harry Kane. The incoming batter Lewis Rees.
Lewis Rees and Harry Kane approaching the middle. Rees, having suffered a hamstring strain on the first morning of the match, was not bowling, so he is batting as we expected, and he's come in then as the lowest of the three all-rounders in that Derbyshire middle order of Anderson, Dahl and Rees. It would probably have been Rees at 6 otherwise, but he's in at 8.
Now, last week on a Monday afternoon, I'd been out for most of the day, came in and have some lunch, and I turned the television stream on, Derbyshire and Middlesex. And at that stage, Middlesex were about 148 for 1. And Eskenazi was going well, and was the other batsman, not Cullen, Maxie Holden, who was on 94. The first two balls I watched, he just hit 2 fours to get up to 94, looking for 100 before lunch, and then he took an almighty swing at Jack Morley, got bowled. But the rest, I'll tell you in just a moment, is Leonard now, after all that excitement, bowls to Guest. Guest gets one that comes up at him and hits him on the glove. He fends it away. Walking back to finding the rhythm. The next man comes in, and by this time, the former Derbyshire player, Duploy, needed a runner. He hits the ball, Eskenazi's set off, 1, 2, he's galloping up for a third, and the runner at square leg is standing still and he's run out. So all of a sudden, in 3 minutes, it's gone from 140 or whatever it was, to the loss of 3 wickets. Crazy cricket all round, but they did manage to draw the game. New batsman is Lewis Rees, and here is Leonard, and bowls to him. He plays it away on the onside, and there is no run.
Yeah, Rees, one of only 2 left-hand bats in this current Derbyshire 11.
Not like Sussex, huh? Middlesex have got a few too.
Yes.
149 for 6, and the deficit is still 282, and that, ironically, is the total that they need is 282 to avoid the follow-on. Leonard, 3 slips in a gully, wait. As he bowls, that lifts on Rees, but it's too much effort and it's a no ball. In fairness, it's the only no ball he's bowled after the dreadful time he had at Bristol. And he didn't bowl one up at Lord's, and this is the first he's bowled here. But he's bowled particularly well, I think. 141 of 10.2.
Yeah, it doesn't really reflect it, does it?
No.
And I'm not sure if it's something you can do anything about, but Leonard doesn't seem to get the figures to match his performances sometimes.
Here he is again over the wicket and bowls That's left outside the off stump. Seemed to slow a ball there. Glamorgan, best bowler in day out is Timmy van der Gooten, who has yet to take a wicket, and Gorvin is in line for another 5-4. In his only his second appearance, having taken a 5-4 in his first appearance of the season.
Yes, his better check his CB.
There's Leonard in, bowls to Rees. Oh, I've just landed in front of who's our tribe at first slip. Oh, well, he ended up at first slip.
Fourth slip, yeah, they
were all diving around Carlson, Ingram, the lot.
Yes, it was played down quite nicely by Lewis Rees, despite maybe his foot movement being hampered, and play that down into the ground, and nowhere near a chance.
So Rees coming in at number 8. And here is Leonard in bowls, short, played away on the on-side and fielded.
So Gorvin's best figures 5 for 40 against Sussex here last year, and he had 4 for 51 in the opening game here, so 5 for 40. At the moment he's 4 for 31, and there are 4 wickets still to take, so potential for Gorvin to get a CB if he gets one more cheaply, or indeed 2 out of the 4 that remain to fall.
On the attack now, Glamorgan, 3 slips and a man going from gully to a leg slip as Leonard starts his run, comes in for the last ball of the over and bowls, and Rees just watches that sail past the off stump. End of the over, 151 for 6, Guest on 40, and Rees is yet to score. Gorvin 4 for 31 of 10 will continue at that river end, and what that will tell us, of course, Nick, is that when he does have a rest, you'll have a very fresh Van der Gooten to come up at that far end, so there'll be pressure all the time on the batsman here, the Derbyshire batsman. Leonard just put in his long sleeve sweater on, which we haven't seen long sleeve sweaters for about 2 weeks.
So first ball of the over from Gorvin is worked away on the leg side to square leg, and they'll have to scamper because there's a good piece of fielding. Hang on, who's running where? There was a good deal of activity in the middle, and a good stop by Zainul Hassan, and there were people flying all over the place.
I might have told you before, I once played in the game and there were the 2 runners there.
2 runners at the same time?
Absolute chaos.
Oh no.
Well, the fielders didn't know what was going on, the batsman didn't have, he'd appeal for a run out, and even the umpires wouldn't quite know what's going on.
Anyone in the correct place.
Great fun.
152 for 6. Left-handed Rees is on strike, therefore Harry Kame is lurking out at deep square. The umpire's at point, and Gorvin is bowling to Rees, who's defending.
Remember that run of scores he had? Who was Rees a couple of years ago?
4 centuries against Glamorgan, first player to do it in the championship. 4 hundreds against the same opposition. Guest has moved on to 41 with that somewhat chaotic single.
He's at you all the time, isn't he, Gorvin? Not so much quick, but just nagging all the time.
Round the wicket, and Rees is forward, defending. Faced 8 deliveries so far without getting off the mark. Wonder if, well, the fact that Chris Cook is standing up to the stumps will inhibit his footwork anyway, but whether he is feeling it a little, I'm sure he's got a pain-killing jab in there somewhere. As Gorvin bustles in, bowls, and Rees will get off the mark there as he plays it down to fine leg. Runner Harry Kame, who's a good 30-35 metres away from the batter, makes his ground, and then jogs up to the middle, and Rees wanders off to square leg. 153 for 6. It must be really difficult for the umpires because Kame is running, as I say, about 35 metres away from the strip. So how are you meant to give a run out? Heaven knows. Gorvin bowls, and Guest drills it straight to Leonard at short mid-wicket, and there's no run. You'd need the eyesight of a hawk to work out the relative timings of a ball hitting the stumps at the non-striker's end, and the runner making his ground miles away. How on earth do you watch those both at the same time? 153 for 6. Gorvin into Guest, who'll get a single here down to fine leg. Van der Hoek. Oh, there's an appeal for a run out, and there was chaos there because it seemed as though it was just an easy single.
It always is.
And suddenly they came back. Well, Gorvin bowled to Guest, who clipped it off his legs, and suddenly decided to come back for a second. And the throw came in. Van der Hoek hit the stumps.
Wasn't all that.
But Guest had pinched a cheeky second, which maybe Van der Hoek shouldn't have permitted. 155 for 6. And that means that Rees will be on the strike at the start of the new over.
Leonard to start. Another over from this end. Comes in, bowls to the left-handed Rees, who plays that away onto the onside, fielded by Van der Gooten at mid-on. Guest is on 43. Rees is off the mark.
Looks as though Rees so far is very much content to defend, maybe knock the odd single and let Guest do the work, as it were.
What you tend to do also if you've got a runner is to run yourself sometime. You forget you've got a runner. That's great fun. Ned Leonard in, bowls short. Nearly played on then, and that shows that he's in a bit of discomfort because he tried to pull it, and as if it was a strain for him to pull the ball. Could easily have deflected it onto his stumps.
Yeah, he didn't get much of it.
Leonard doing a good job here. Containing, well, Gorvin gets the wickets so far out. Here he is again, comes in and bowls to Rees. Rees clips this in the air, and it goes up towards fine leg. They won't take a second here. As Fernando throws the ball in. You'd think now if Leonard had a break, you'd expect a Test overseas bowler to come on and bowl at his quickest, but he hasn't been at his quickest in this game, and that's what you sign an overseas bowler for, isn't it, Nick? You know, remember Waka Yunis,
yes,
Michael Kasprowicz, all those great overseas bowlers.
He hasn't bowled as fast as Blair Tickner in this game.
Not by any way.
It charges in, but the output hasn't matched the effort, unfortunately, so far, though he may well get another chance at some point.
Leonard, 3 slips waiting, comes in, bowls to Guest. Guest is forward, plays it correctly back down the pitch.
And maybe the loss of 2 wickets in the over has forced Brooke Guest to modify his approach a little bit, and maybe he'll try and dig in for a bit, because the Derbyshire run rate is dropping a little at the moment. Still a healthy 3.66.
Batsmen to come: Chappell, Thompson and Tickner. What order, I do not know. In comes Leonard, bowls down the leg side, clipped away up towards mid-wicket. They take a single and brings the left-handed Rees down.
I'd expect Thompson to be in next, but this is only his second game of the season. Chappell has got 1 half century, and Tickner's scored 65 runs for only a couple of times out, so a slightly inflated average, but obviously can hold a bat.
Gives you impression he could hit it a mile. Ned Leonard steadies himself. No. In he comes with the last ball, but a bault's halfway through. Says to himself, I'm not going to bowl another no ball. And walks briskly back to his mark. Lots of cricket left. 21 overs on this ball. 3 slips again, waiting as in comes Leonard. Bowls his left through at a nice height to Chris Cook. End of the over. And it's 157 for 644 to guess that Rees is on 2.
Yes, none of the distractions of yesterday afternoon. I'm not sure if you caught the activities of the gulls in your listening, Edward.
I heard all about it.
There were a couple of gulls getting friendly behind the bowler's arm.
Getting rather amorous with it.
Please go and do that somewhere in the outfield, out of the line of sight. It did get a brief round of applause from a couple of the players. 157 for 6, Derbyshire. No laughing matter at their predicament at the moment as far as the visitors are concerned. As in comes the next delivery, and there's a misfield at mid-wicket, and Guest will pick up a single. Looked to be a dot ball, but Leonard managed to dive over the top of it somehow. 158 for 6, and the stricken Rees will come on to strike. The left-hander. There's 2 slips, one on the drive on either side. As that one spits a bit.
Hit him on the glove. Don't say you're going to break a finger now on top of his hammy.
It's the last thing he wants, isn't it? 158 for 6. Guest 45. Anderson's 46 is the top score so far in the Derbyshire innings. Jewel made 34.
Final report for the Welsh language programme. As Cardiff comes in to take my place.
As that is edged away for 4 runs. How's that one got through? As Rees picks up his first boundary, moves on to 6. 162 for 6, falling short of Ingram at slip. It was not a chance, and the veteran didn't quite manage to get down in time to field it. 162 for 6, a further 120 needed to avoid the possibility of following on. As Gorvin comes charging in, bowls, and Rees plays on the leg side. Callaway fields no run. Dave Fletcher will be able to tell you all about a 3-1 defeat for Burton Albion at Charlton, although he might not be too bothered about giving you full details tomorrow because Burton were safe last week in League One, where Wrexham were 2-0 winners at Lincoln. And the next ball from Gorvin is allowed to go through outside off stump by Lewis Rees. And Newport County were defeated by 4-1 at home to Tranmere. So something of a damp squib to end the season at Rodney Parade. 162 for 6 here. In the women's cricket, big victory for Glamorgan by 227 runs. Big defeat for Derbyshire women against Yorkshire. As Rees plays that one rather awkwardly and just sort of scruffs it away on the offside. No foot movement there. 162 for 6. Gast has 45. Rees has 6. There are 20 overs to go this evening. Can Glamorgan bowl Derbyshire out in just a couple of sessions, which would seem fairly unlikely from their form so far this season, but they have been on top and
Returning to bowl
on the front foot over the 5 sessions so far. Well, Hassan will come in for a second spell, and no Ben Calloway as yet.
And you've had your wish, Nick, as Bath have
Oh, good.
booked their place in the final, winning 39-24 at Edinburgh.
Lovely.
So we'll play either Lyon or Racing, the second semi-final to be played tomorrow. And in 13 minutes' time, Leinster kick off against Northampton, the second semi-final. Another all-French affair, Toulouse, Bordeaux, Bergel tomorrow. Zain ul Hassan, his first over in this evening session, and that's a good length delivery. First up to Brooke Guest, who's unbeaten on 45. Lewis Rees. The stricken Lewis Rees is out there with the aid of a runner because he pulled up with a hamstring injury in the first session, having taken 2 wickets. So he's been off since then. So it is Harry Kame who's providing is the runner.
Yes, the expectation was that Rees would be out for round about a couple of weeks. Well, Derbyshire have a bye week next week, so whether that puts him in the running to return for round 6.
Yeah, because
Old Trafford.
They've played a game more than Glamorgan. As Ul Hassan, fuller delivery, and Guest leaves that outside off stump. It goes through to Chris Cook, who took a very sharp stumping chance to dismiss Anuj Dal, who left without troubling the scorers. Gorvin taking 2 wickets in the same over, having bowled Martin Anderson. Ul Hassan, and he's bowled him straight through the gate, and Guest falls in the 40s just as Martin Anderson did. Zain ul Hassan gets his reward, good length delivery, and it caught Guest as we see the replay, and yes, strikes the off stump through the gate, and Derbyshire in all sorts of trouble. 162 for 7.
Kept a little bit low, hit the stump about halfway up, may have just moved a little bit off the pitch, and well, that's been the story of this game. You don't have to do a lot with the ball, just enough, and Glamorgan on top now, and Derbyshire will have a struggle to avoid the possibility of having to follow on, though if Glamorgan can dismiss Derbyshire tonight, I suppose bowlers would have an overnight rest. But as Derbyshire found out last week against Middlesex, it's not always easy to bowl back to back.
No,
I suppose they've had a rest week, Glamorgan, and they've only been out there for 45 overs, so they may choose to enforce the follow-on if they have that option. Depends, I suppose, on the nature of the deficit as well.
well, there's still plenty of cricket this evening,
Yeah.
so there is that conundrum for Glamorgan as Thompson trudges onto the pitch.
Coming batter for Derbyshire is Alex Thompson.
Yeah, he's already been a busy boy in this match, bowling 29 overs, just the 1 wicket, that of Tim van der Hoogten. But he's got a job to do now for Derbyshire to try and haul themselves past that target of 282 and take the follow-on out of the equation. And it's highly unlikely that they'd get there tonight, even if they are still going overnight, because
Well, what have we got, about another hour?
19 overs after this,
yeah.
and they are still 120 short of avoiding the follow-on.
Where's your money? They would enforce it, do you think?
I think so, if they get them reasonably quickly tonight. And if there's a chance to make Derbyshire bat again this evening, that's always good to put some pressure on the openers with a short session tonight.
So Zain ul Hassan, who's just dismissed guest, comes in. That's a full delivery outside off stump and doesn't trouble Alex Thompson.
And it's a good combination for Cardiff wickets, really, as Andy Gorvin and Zain ul Hassan bowling as straight as they can, wicket to wicket. No great pace in either of them, but certainly just doing enough off the pitch now and again.
In he comes, Zain ul Hassan, full delivery once more, and that's dug out on the offside towards mid-off, and is fielded by Tim van der Hoogten.
So ul Hassan's now bowled 3 overs, and his figures are 1 for 0. Having had a little spell in the afternoon session.
That is the benefit of playing ul Hassan, of course. He's struggled for runs, made 32, probably should have gone on in the first innings.
Yes, we've said that a lot about Zain ul Hassan with the bat. I mean, his last failed in the first match, but his last 5 scores, 28, 55, 65 and 44 and now 32, so he's getting in very regularly, getting set.
Gorvin coming around to the left-handed Lewis Rees.
And it's played on the leg side, and there is no run. 162 for 7.
Stole your thunder there, Nick. I got...
It's all right, Ken. As long as one of us describes it, it doesn't matter who does it.
I got distracted.
May well be an update for BBC Radio Wales in the next few minutes to deliver the glad tidings to a radio audience as Gorvin bowls, and that's flicked away down towards fine leg. It'll be 4 runs for Lewis Rees. Gorvin just straying, and Rees goes into double figures on 10, just able to help that one on its way. 166 for 7. Short straight boundaries notoriously here at Sapphire Gardens compared to the square boundaries, which can be as long as anywhere and are pretty long towards the pavilion side still. Gorvin bowls. That's again on the leg side. This time it will be collected by van der Hoogten at fine leg, and just the single taken, bringing Alex Thompson onto strike for just his second innings of the season. He was out for 3 in his only previous knock. Tall young man, Cardiff educated, so will have played here once or twice for the Cardiff Universities, no doubt. As Gorvin bowls down leg side, and that'll be 4 as well. 4 somethings. Has he got a bat on that? Yeah, so Gorvin troubled by the right-left combination and a rare couple of poor deliveries. And I think, yes, Thompson has got a bat on it, so he's off the mark, and he was away with 4. Thought initially it might have flicked the pad or the keeper's pad, but not the case. 4 off the bat. 171 for 7. 111 needed by Derbyshire to avoid the possibility of the follow-on. Glamorgan bring in Tribe to leg slip as well as 2 slips, and Thompson plays that one defensively back to Gorvin, and there's no run. Glamorgan need to be careful with their over rate with no Kellaway bowling. The temperature feel might be starting to drop a little bit, and the crowd has thinned out. It's a little bit sparse. Yep. 171 for 7 as Gorvin is in to bowl, driven by Thompson. Nice shot, well stopped by a diving Fernando at mid-off to make it a dot ball. Thompson has 4, Rees has 11. 171 for 7. Derbyshire still 260 runs adrift overall, and still 111 short of avoiding the follow-on, as the three Derbyshire batters meet for a little chat in mid-wicket, which is always amusing to see. Update for Radio Wales to come. Glamorgan are strongly placed because Derbyshire are 171 for 7 in their first innings, and that's still 260 behind Glamorgan's first innings tally of 431 all out. So it's been a good couple of sessions for Glamorgan's bowlers, and for Andy Gorvin in particular, who has 4 for 49 next to his name on the scoreboard, including the Australian Caleb Jewell, who has caught and bowled for 34. Since tea, 2 wickets in an over for Gorvin, who bowled Martin Anderson for 46 and had Anuj Dal stumped second ball without scoring. Then Zainul Hassan, another seam bowler, chipped in the wicket of Brooke Gast for 45. So no half centuries in the visitors' innings so far. They need 282 to avoid the possibility of following on. And with 17 overs to go this evening here at Sapphire Gardens, Derbyshire are 171 for 7. Ul Hassan still hasn't conceded a run.
And he took the wicket of Brooke Guest in his last over. Lewis Rees is on strike. He did buy the runner, of course. So Glamorgan will be hoping to wrap the tail up quite quickly here, and they will have a decision possibly regarding the follow-on.
My decision is that Edward Bevan can come and talk with you.
Thank you, Nick. Hassan bowls, and it's left outside off stump by Lewis Rees. So into the tail now as Ul Hassan starts his run up from the Cathedral Road end past the umpire. Right arm over.
Gone.
And he's gone, is he?
Yeah.
Ooh, big appeal behind, and obviously the slip cordon thought it feathered something. It goes without saying that some members of the slip cordon were up more than others.
Nowhere near it.
No prizes for guessing who. So, Zul Hassan starts his run up, bowls, and that's left outside off stump.
I think, Kenny, that Lewis Rees is in some discomfort because he's a good player, very good player. We've seen him play before, and he's a fluent player, and he's had the opportunity to launch it. You haven't seen him, bending his back a lot, or really, and I think that he's just got to stay there and hope that the tail enders hang about, get some runs, because if he goes, well, you've only got having said only Chappell, he's got a 50 this season, and Tinker to come. And the way Glamorgan are bowling at the moment, and the bowlers are in the ascendancy, and a splendid spell now has just ended, and Gorvin 4 for 49 off his as I was about to tell you, when he overseas bowled, he took it off the board. But 4 for 49 again, excellent bowling. Van der Gooten, 0 for 26 off 10 overs, and it's ironic. He's got the best figures, but hasn't taken the wicket. Well, he can make amends now because basically he's got 9 and 10 and Jack to have a go. Van der Gooten then from the river end comes in and bowls to Thompson. Thompson watches that go past the off stump. The tall figure of Alex Thompson, former Warwickshire and now Derbyshire player. Well, he enjoyed himself at this ground last year when I think he took about 15 wickets if I remember. 12 was it? With his off spin. Took 1 for
12.
12. 1 for 82 off 29 yesterday as Van der Gooten comes in over the wicket and bowls. Thompson cuts and gets 4 runs. It was short outside the off stump, And Thompson got right on top of that, this tall man, very tall, and plonks it away through cover for 4. 170.147. We saw this stand of, what was it, 71, 76 rather, between Guest and Anderson before Anderson and Dahl went into quick succession, and then Brooke Guest went. And we've got these two relatively new. In comes the next ball, and that's played up towards mid-on. There's no run. 8 to Thompson. Reese's 11. I suspect there were 11 singles. I haven't really counted them.
We were second guessing if the follow-on would be enforced, Ed.
Well, I would. Well, it all depends, obviously. You know, if they're out and there's a deficit of about 200, even 220. I think so, because I'll just break off as Van der Gooten bowls, and this is driven confidently but straight to mid-off. It's fielded by Fernando, simply because there's something in the pitch, definitely. We've seen the ball moving around, especially for Gorvin, for Leonard, for Van der Gooten, and if you keep the pressure on, and if you take a couple of wickets, if they do follow on tonight, and you drop 1 or 2, you're very much in the ascendancy, and you won't be here on Monday. Has happened last game.
It has.
Van der Gooten bowls. Oh, and that jags back into him, and he just gets down on time and shovels it rather up towards short mid-wicket. The man can put your feet up, can. Children in school.
Bank holiday.
Right back in the oh, it's a bank holiday, of course it is.
Yeah.
How many bank holidays do we get in this country?
I know, so I hope there is play.
Yeah. House full of girls. Yeah.
Yes, been a short, we've only had a week, 2 weeks.
And then you've got to wait until September or something. Here is Van der Gooten bowls. Oh, well, that was a good leave. Judged it well. End of the over, and it's 175.47. Thompson has removed on to 8. Reese on 11.
There'll be another bank holiday in 4 weeks. The Whitson one. It's a short
What's this one on Monday? Or May Day, isn't it?
Yes, yes. Yeah. But Easter was late, wasn't it? So this year.
You've heard of a little village called Gleish, haven't you?
I have indeed.
Oh, you were born about a couple of miles away. Every Whit bank holiday Monday, they have a point-to-point. And I watch it from across the road on the canal bank.
Zaidul Hassan continues from the Cathedral Road end, and that's played square of the wicket on the leg side. There's no run, it's fielded.
And I'm really surprised how good these amateur riders are, you know. They gallop round the course. I get quite frightened for them. And it's something different, isn't it?
And that's a yearly thing.
Yeah, every year. Unless it's absolutely pouring down with rain.
Zainul Hassan comes in, and that's left outside off stump. Too much width on that. And it's taken by Chris Cook, 175 for 7. Thompson 8. Lewis Rees, who's hampered by that hamstring injury, is there on 11 with a runner, which is Harry Kame, who went out cheaply, caught Cook, bowled Gorvin for 10, caught down leg side. Zainul Hassan coming in and bowls better length delivery that time, and it's a defensive stroke by Rees on the offside. There's no run.
Still hasn't conceded a run.
So what have we got? We have just over 15 overs remaining today.
Plenty of cricket.
It should take us up to what, 25 past 6. Zainul Hassan, that's a full delivery, but that's worked behind square for a single as the runner comes through. And that, I was going to say the end of the over, but it's they switch because this left-right combination. It brings Alex Thompson to the crease.
Chopper's round from deep. Fine like it was that. Right to the other side, and he's told to go back where he was.
In is Zain ul Hassan, and there's a bit of ooze behind in the slip cordon. Plenty of encouragement.
Who's that?
Is there a sub on?
It looks like McIlroy. to
Yeah,
me.
I think it is McIlroy. It is McIlroy.
Yeah, he's threw in with his left hand.
McIlroy's come on.
Yeah.
In place of whom, I'm unsure.
Gorvin, perhaps? I don't know.
North East Van der Hoogten.
Who's down a fine leg? It looks like Gorvin. Anyway,
In comes Zainul Hassan, full delivery, and that's dug out from the block hold by Alex Thompson. And that is the end of Zainul Hassan's over.
expensive over that. 5 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 1. Very symmetric.
As we see the scorecard, well, we see the Glamorgan scorecard, and it seems a long time since Colin Ingram was dismissed in the first over of the day, which Derbyshire must have thought we're in the hunt here, having the prized wicket of Ingram, but then Van der Hoogten was joined by Gorvin. They put on 86 for that 8th wicket, and Derbyshire never really got back in the hunt.
Glamorgan attacking 3 slips now for Van der Gooten as he prepares to come up and bowls. And this is pushed away on the onside. Have you got any more Radio Derby?
No, that's it, I think.
Ami?
I have Radio Wales duty at 10 past 6. Nick will have to hop into the chair.
And quite a busy day. Hope we've brought you all the sport in action. What's the latest on the rugger? Kenneth will tell us, the rugger man. In comes Van der Gooten bowls outside the off stump, and that came back a lot after it had passed. Taken low down by Chris Cook.
Northampton had taken a 5-0 lead away at Leinster. That's the semi-final of the Champions Cup. Leinster firm favourites for, well, certainly going through, but as I was telling Nick, unfortunately, that used to be the blue-ribboned event of rugby union, the old Heineken Cup, but it's lost its allure because, well, it's Van
der Gooten.
the problem is the top teams have gone
Difference
a
completely.
different league. There are 2 leagues in one now.
I remember going, when I was doing rugby commentary, out to Dublin and Cardiff. I think I'm right, very many years ago, when Cardiff were playing in either the semi-final or the
Against
final.
Leinster.
Yeah.
At the old Lansdowne Road, that would
Lansdowne
have
Road,
been,
yeah.
and there would have been no one there. Hardly no one followed Leinster in that time.
Well, I can't remember. Well, obviously it was quite a crowd, but nothing like a full house.
Oh.
Certainly. Here's Van der Gooten. Bowls to Reece leaves outside the off stump.
How the times have changed.
Yeah, indeed.
But Leinster are based on the private schooling system in Dublin, and
As is cricket.
we can't compete, unfortunately. Mind you, that said, there's a bit of jealousy towards Leinster out in Ireland from the other provinces, because Ireland.
That isn't right that they end. Was it their 3rd team that lost at Llanelli?
well,
The
second,
Scarlets, rather.
second stroke third, yeah.
Here's the next ball. That's driven confidently, but straight to Fernando at mid-on.
Well, you see, Ed, now Leinster equals Ireland.
It's
There
just
were
about, isn't it?
23 from Leinster in the Irish Six Nations squad.
Well, how many are going to be on maybe
Well,
8th from the
Well, I was going to
Lions
say,
side?
Leinster equals Ireland, Leinster equals the Lions, probably.
Management and squad.
That team, incidentally, that squad is picked next week by Andy Farrell.
On the 8th,
yes.
isn't it? It's next Tuesdays on Monday.
The O2 Arena in London.
More runs of this over, and hits him on the pad, but outside the line off stump. Maiden over, end of 176. For 7, the deficit is 255. Obdurate defence here from Thompson and Reece, and just the 2 batsmen to come, Tickner and Chappell. Chappell's no mean performer. As Ol Hussain, with the extraordinary figures of 5 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 1, will continue this end, and he bowled. Guest, I was doing the my update next door, but I just managed to see the I'll break off as Kenneth starts this over.
Zainul Hassan continues, and that's squared Thompson up, and he's looking to play that through mid-wicket, but it's squirted on the offside and fielded at gully. There's no run. Freeman scored incidentally for Northampton. Thought it might have been Pollock, who's the star man there, and I believe he will get the call from Andy Farrell. I think he might be a
no, I was going to say something else then, but confident young man.
He is confident.
You know what I mean?
He is very confident. It's not in short supply, but he might be the bolter there.
Yeah.
As Zain ul Hassan comes in and bowls. Unfortunately, there'll be little representation from Wales. Two possibly, looking at Jack Morgan and Thomas Williams would be the other. Not many more are going to make the grade, I'm afraid, and we're going to be in the Scottish numbers from 2017, I think, was the lowest from Scotland. There was a Scottish joke which I'll share after this ball by Zain ul Hassan, which is put away on the onside through mid-wicket, and it races away for 4. There was a Lions supporter from Scotland who met a Welshman in the bar prior to the 3rd test in Sydney in 2013, and he was berating the fact that he'd spent all this money to travel across the world to see only one Scottish player have 5 minutes off the bench in the 3rd test. And the Welshman replies and he said, I know exactly how you feel. We've only got 2 in the test scene from Bancavelin. Which is true, because Mike Phillips and Jonathan Davis were there. Zain ul Hassan comes in, that stayed low. And he did well to dig that one out, did Thompson.
And that's the reason that if Glamorgan do get the position to follow on anything around the 200 mark, that sort of delivery I would enforce, because you never know that if you bat last on this, is this going to get worse?
Yes, we've not seen much uneven stuff.
But you saw the dismissal of Guest, that came back a long way, didn't it?
So that'll give plenty of encouragement to the Glamorgan bowlers, including Zain ul Hassan, who comes in, bowls short of the length that time, and that's whipped away on the onside, but it's fielded by Asa Tribe at mid-wicket.
Both batsmen on 12 here. Rees has faced 37 balls and Thompson just 18. That little tale reminds me of what a former Welsh captain,
Frank Lampard's Coventry Cities.
Yeah, in the playoffs.
They've clinched a playoff place. Zain ul Hassan in full delivery, and that struck firmly, but it's picked out the man at mid-off, which is Tim van der Hoogten, so there's no run. 180 for 7, and they still require 102 to avoid the follow-on. So plenty of work to be done by Derbyshire.
And plenty of runs with Glamorgan to play with at the moment.
Still going to be Tim van der Hoogten, the Dutch international, to continue from.
And due for, well, not due, he's bowled so well, he's due for a wicket, and if he could get one of these, I think he might profit from knocking over the tail. 1 wicket to Fernando, 4 to Gorvin, 1 to Leonard, and 1 to ul Hassan. Round the wicket then comes the first ball of the over, an appeal for LBW, and the umpire says no.
Well, that was a big appeal. They all went up for that. So
just out.
Must have been close.
Well, he can't stretch too far because of his hamstring.
No, he can't get outside the line.
Yeah, I think there's benefit of doubt there, and also because he didn't get a long way outside the off stump. We may see it just a little later, but a huge shout from everyone. Still hasn't got his first wicket as in comes Van der Gooten. Bowls again. Oh, and an absolute beauty that beat Rees. All ends up, pitched and left him, held its course. Rees goes down and has a look at the pitch, does a bit of gardening. Don't quite know why, we all used to do it.
Yes.
So one Huge appeal, one play and miss. The first 2 balls. Here he is again. Van der Gooten in, bowled, and beats him again outside the off stump. Beaten by 3 deliveries here. And I'm sure this is restricting his movement or movements. Govin, Van der Gooten turns at the river end around the wicket to the left-hander, balls to him, and this time he just gets a bat in it. I think there's a bit of wood in that. But 3, 4 very good deliveries from Tim Van der Gooten.
Well, it's got to be restricting him, isn't it? Because he can't get a good stride in.
Plenty of time for Glamorgan to get their bonus points here. Out of the 110 overs, only 51 have been bowled. With 2 balls left of this over, as Van der Gooten comes in again and bowls. And this time, this is played gently up to mid-on. And again, there's no run. And I think Lewis Rees must have told his captain, look, I'll go out there and I'll defend, but don't expect me to play many attacking shots. I'll have to leave that to somebody else. He's doing a job, in fairness, holding Glamorgan up.
But he can't do much, can he?
No, he can't jump down the pitch and hit anybody over the top. Last ball of the over, and he comes and bowls outside the off stump, and that's a very good over from Van der Gooten. The score remains on 180 for 7. 52 overs gone. We have around dozen left tonight, and the over rate is just -1. Chappell has got his leggings on. Tickner hasn't. He's got full confidence. Of course, in the old days when we have to have buckle pads, remember those?
So they take an age.
Well, you have to pad up. If you were number 4, you pad up before the opening pair reached, and then these days you just Velcro, done.
I know.
20 seconds.
That's gone through from Zain Ul Hassan, so they're persevering with Ul Hassan from the Cathedral Road end. That went through straight to Chris Cook, left outside off stump. Zain Ul Hassan, 1 for 5. Took the wicket of Brooke Guest, which stayed a bit low, and he was bowled. But the last wicket to fall. Here comes Ul Hassan, that's edged! And that's gone through, that's been put down.
What a difficult. Now, did anybody dive in front of anybody else?
It did fly off the bat. Now, it'd be interesting to see the replay. I think, was it Carlson who got fingertips to it? Or Colin Ingram?
Did Carlson go in front? Oh.
Yeah, he's put it down.
Yeah, but it was going straight to Ingram.
Yeah, and Ingram just says, yeah, that was in the bread basket.
In comes the next ball.
And that's, dug out.
Yes, he was doing some poaching there, I'm afraid. Kieran Carlson was going straight into Ingram. Was a very safe slip fielder. Lovely delivery.
Yeah, he came across Carlson from second slip. And it probably was Ingram's catch at first.
Oh yeah, without doubt. Good over this again.
Ul Hassan in, good length delivery, and again it's slightly low, dug out by Thompson, who's on 12. Probing over here from Zain Ul Hassan, asking questions of Alex Thompson.
Imagine if they had to follow on with about 6 overs tonight, and the ball keeping low.
Serious pressure then.
Yeah.
What have we got? Just about 11 to go.
Just got to be patient because they beat in the bat, both ends.
Zain Ul Hassan in, good length delivery, but it's left on a length outside off stump. And it's taken by keeper Chris Cook.
Cook excelled himself with that catch, and he's kept beautifully again. Belies his 30 8 years, is it? Yeah.
Chris Cook, who didn't get many with the bat, as Ul Hassan comes in. That's chopped down into the ground by Thompson on the offside. And there's no run. The end of the over then. And a brilliant one at that from Zain Ul Hassan. Probably should have had another one. Another wicket who's put down by Kieran Carlson at slip.
I think he might be taken off, which I'm a bit surprised. Everybody's giving him the high fives and the claps on the back. Is it for that over? I hope it is, because I don't think he deserves. He looks as if he's taking the wicket every ball, Kenneth.
He's been very probing, asking questions, threatening his Zain Ul Hassan. So it'll be interesting to see who comes on from Cathedral Road End.
Van der Gooten to continue his little battle against Lewis Rees, the left-hander. In he comes. Bowls the first ball of the over, and Rees comes forward. Just pushes it up towards mid-on. The only problem you see here, playing like this, okay, it takes time out of the game, but you've got to try and score runs. And really, he hasn't played a shot in anger, has he?
No. It is a problem for Lewis Rees.
Not nice to have a pulled hamstring. Van der Gooten bowls too wide of the off stump, and it's let go.
Tommy O'Brien scored for Leinster, who lead by 8 points to 7 against Northampton. Yeah, I wonder who will take the reins from this side. Leonard has bowled from the Cathedral Road End.
Unfortunately, your overseas bowler, Fernando, has bowled poorly. I know he dismissed David Lloyd in the first over, and since then he's no bowled. He's gone for about five and over. And you don't want to leak runs. You want to keep pressure all the time now in this position. In comes the next ball, and he takes evasive action as he tries to thinks about, well, get into position, but that time he got there, the ball were in Chris Cook's hands. Or gloves. It's 70 runs away, and Derbyshire from a batting point. And he comes again. That's played firmly, but no run.
Just a bit of a lull at the moment. Glamorgan obviously want to knock these over as soon as possible.
Well, we got 13 wickets, 11 wickets fallen today. As I said, Tim van der Gooten comes in and bowls. That's a lovely delivery, which passes the off stump, and there's no chance of a run. So Glamorgan have taken 7 wickets in what have they had? 2 sessions nearly. Interesting move in the field. Leg slip goes in.
Just Kellaway.
Yeah. Maybe a little bluff, but we shall see. Last ball of the over. Exemplary figures. 0 for 30 in what will be 14 overs. Here's Van der Gooten to complete the over. Bowls. Carlson, the chief cheerleader here, with his hands up in the air. Cook didn't bother. He took the ball, and that is the end of the over. And Lewis Rees, poor chap, is, you know, it's difficult for him to score, and they're going nowhere really by not scoring and have 7 down.
Well, you can barely hit the ball off the square at the moment. It's tough for Lewis Rees.
I thought Ul Hassan wouldn't be coming off.
No, so they will continue with Zain Ul Hassan from the Cathedral Road End. 1 for 5, brilliant figures. Here he comes, bowls. That's fended off into the offside cover, and it's fielded by Andy Gorvin. He surely must think he's plugging away off stump and should have been rewarded in the last
Yeah.
over.
I think he's only got to be patient here because it's doing quite a bit for him.
As he wheels round, does Zain ul Hassan in full that time, and that's whipped over mid-wicket, and that's gone all the way for 4.
Good shot by Thompson because it was drifting down there, half volley length, and he put everything into it and broke the shackles for just a moment.
Actually went squarer than I thought. As Zain ul Hassan starts his runner past the umpire, bowls, good length delivery, but Thompson gets everything behind that in defensive mode, and there's no run. He's on 16. The injured Lewis Rees on 12 from 49 balls.
And the good thing is, as far as Glamorgan is concerned, of course, you've got 2 full days, and we know that there will be 2 full days.
Yes.
Because the sun is going to shine. So that means there will be cricket, although it might be a little fresh. Mid-wicket, right, pushed back to the fence.
Well, Hassan tries a bouncer that time, but Thompson is underneath it, and no bother. So there's going to be, they're going to put a man in here.
Cook coming up
Who's
there.
going to stand up? Is the wicket keeper to Zain ul Hassan. Oh, we saw a brilliant piece of wicket keeping to dismiss Anuj Dal off the bowling of Gorvin.
Oh, that was,
Stumping
you won't
Anuj
see
Dal.
better.
Ul Hassan comes in with Cook standing up, bowls, and that's just dabbed down to backward point, but there's no run
It's
there.
certainly a bit too paced because that ball there just stood up, as you say, and went on to the bat ever so slowly, and he just dabbed it down. And others, it hits a certain spot and it either takes off or catches the edge. But that it could have been, we'll have to see an expensive drop there. Well, not a drop, but he was poached.
4 dot balls previous in this over, and that's missed everything.
He fished at that again, didn't he?
That was not too dissimilar to the ball that dismissed Brooke Guest earlier. But that was the end of the over from Zain ul Hassan. So Derbyshire still struggling, 184 for 7. Thompson at Rees at the helm. Thompson 16, Rees 12. They've put 22 for this 8th wicket, but it's tough going out there, scoring-wise.
It says, and that's, you can see by the run rate now, which has decreased. It was at one stage 3.7, 3.8, it's now 3.3. They put a break so on the scoring where Darbyshire would want to try and get runs from somewhere. Still attacking is Van der Gooten. He's got 3 slips for Lewis Rees, who he's beaten a number of times outside the off stump. He's into double figures, 12 of 49. Here is the first ball. And that hits a spot there, and Rees has to hit it at the top of the bat, jarred his head back. So you see, there is something there, isn't there?
Yeah.
Both ends, if you hit it, and it's that surely is not going to get better, even though there might be, well, there probably will be a heavy roller.
Jumped up, but Rees just hit the splice of the bat there and just caught him by surprise.
Van der Gooten turns, he's bowling such a good spell, comes in, bows to Rees. Rees down the leg side and taken nicely again by Chris Cook. Not the great delivery of that, but the scoring rate has really dropped. Ben Kellaway is swinging his arms.
Well,
At cover?
wonder if he will come on.
I wouldn't be surprised because left-hander going across the bat might might get a little bit of turn there. Never know.
Well, given that he's ambidextrous as well.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see him bowling left arm somehow. Van de Gooden bowls, that's a little bit too wide on the off stump.
Nick will confirm it. Was it at the Oval? He took
Yes.
right and left.
One day match, wasn't it?
Yeah, he definitely took one with both
Didn't
arms.
take one underneath one. Yeah.
So I will depart next door to have a little chat with Mr. Carl Roberts on Radio Wales.
Van de Gooden scoring has dried up here. As in comes Van de Gooden, bowls to Rees. Oh, he beats him again outside the off stump. And Tim Van de Gooden here, Nick, must be wondering, what have I done not to get any success? I've beaten the bat about 25 times.
Yeah, that's
One of those
something
days.
bowlers, I guess, get used to at the age of 34. Sometimes you bowl really well and don't pick up the wickets, and sometimes people hit your bad balls down the throat of a fielder and you have a good day that you don't deserve. So it all evens up in the long run.
In comes Van de Gooden to left-handed Rees. Rees gets a bat on this. We've been discussing that surely Rees must be inhibited because he wouldn't play like this.
No,
With
he's not
flowing.
playing any shots, is he? 12
doing-
or 54 deliveries.
Derby's cause any good, just prolonging, if you like.
Well, I don't know, it all gets overs into the legs of the bowlers, doesn't it? It means they're slightly more tired if they have to bowl a second time consecutively.
They might take the other option and leave Derby sort of 450 for lunch tomorrow, something like that. He's put up deep mid-wicket back here. Could it be a double bluff to this last ball of the 56th over? We shall see. In he comes. Bowls. Misses.
Outrageous appeal from the slips.
Well, two of them, to be honest. The captain, Sam Northeast, and the other one?
The vice captain.
Kay Carlson. End of the over. Again, no runs from the over. And let's have a bit of Kelway, shall we? Yes, we are.
That'll hasten us towards the close, and it'll also help Glamorgan's chances maybe of
Road end, Ben Calloway.
Tempted.
extending Rees and forcing him to do something that he's not really in a fit state to do so.
Interesting chat between the two batters and also the runner. Will it be a case, what do you reckon, boys? Shall I try and play a few shots? Because we're going nowhere here. And the run rate now is 3.2.
Yeah, 98 runs further required to avoid the possibility of a follow-on. And 66 required for the first batting point for Derbyshire.
Good luck, he's a tribe. He's feeling about a yard and a half from the bat.
There we are. Such are the pleasures of being the
Junior member.
young member of the side. Two 21-year-olds. One's bowling, one's at short leg, and Kellaway not doing Tribe any favours with a short first delivery that Thompson clips away on the leg side, but luckily for the bowler, straight to Ul Hassan at mid-wicket. The tall figure of Alex Thompson on strike, and Kellaway bowls again. It's a bit short and
Too quick, young man.
worked away on the leg side.
Do you know, to think that years ago, Peter Walker, Glamorgan's greatest ever fielder, took over 600 catches at short leg, never had the opportunity to wear any body armour, as it was called, or even a box he'd never wore.
Really?
I was quite mad.
That was a
told
bit
me. Yeah.
eccentric.
But, you know, I'd hate to feel they never did. I used to refuse.
As Kellaway will come around the wickets to the left-handed Rees. There's a short leg and a slip in place.
Toss it up.
If he can induce Rees to lunge forward. Well, he's turned that one through the leg side and he's firing them in so far, Kellaway, and they will pick up a couple of runs as I struggle to pick up runner Harry Kame at the periphery of the vision, and he's running, I think, even further away from the strip on that side of the wicket, now away to the pavilion. He must be 40 yards away.
Yeah.
How on earth can they give run-out decisions as Kellaway bowls to Rees, who's on the defensive, 187 for 7, Rees has 14, Thompson 17. As Callaway, young man from the Chepstow Club, is into bowl originally, as Rees is forward, defending into the offside, and there's no run. 187 for 7. Callaway in to the dogged Rees, who's pushing forward as far as he can, probably through gritted teeth. 3 off Callaway's first over, 187 for 7. Derbyshire with 7 overs left to play tonight, and well, it looks as though Derbyshire have pretty much avoided the possibility of having to bat again tonight, even if there's a little clatter of wickets you have to take off too anyway. As Fernando is going to try his luck with a third spell, with his first got him the wicket of David Lloyd with a drag on from an inside edge, and he has sprayed it a bit, and he's gone for 7 and over nearly.
I would have been inclined to give Van der Gooten one more, simply because he's got Alex Thompson, who he hasn't bowled a lot at, and he bowled beautifully at Lewis Rees. But now then,
so Fernando can redeem himself in the last half hour of play, or last
he's gone
20
for
minutes.
53 and 8, over 6 and over on this sort of pitch.
2 slips in a gully. Oh, square leg's backhand point is back. It's quite a lot of insurance, really.
Deep mid wicket and a fine leg on the other side. In comes the first ball, and this is played defensively as the sun peeps through, and the clouds have moved, and it's a lovely blue sky.
Yes, I mean, Tickner's, well, he bowled pretty well, I thought, without much luck. 2 for 97, but he's shown that you can get the batters to hop around a little bit, and with some fast bowling on this pitch.
He bowled too short though, didn't he? I don't know, but 3 or 4 went over the keeper's head. 4. Yeah. That ball was struck out to deep extra cover for a single. I just then in my commentary I was looking at the field, and as you mentioned, Nicky, the deep backward square and no third man. I think that you should try and save run, even there's a very, very big deficit, 243, but if you get 2 people at the crease who are intent on staying, then just tires the bowlers up. You can defend by having defensive field placings. Fernando then coming in from the river end now, and bowls to Rees. Rees is forward and pushes it away on the offside. If I remember, in the first game against Leicestershire, he bowled at that far end, and that's where he picked up his wickets. What did he take? 4 for 71, which wasn't a bad effort. Mark you, 2 of them were tail enders. And he has bowled in this game so far, this end, and this is his first over from the far end, the river end, as the sun comes through the clouds. In comes Fernando bowls, appeared for LBW, and that is not out.
Yes, these two have dug in well. They've added 26 for this 8th wicket, but it hasn't been a substantial contribution in reducing the deficit as yet.
And Glamorgan will be not too, shall we say, Glamorgan this morning, if you said 88 for 7 plays 4-3-1, you'd have been absolutely delighted, wouldn't you?
Well, particularly given the struggles that Glamorgan have had.
Next ball is too short. He played away in the offside, but not in any way timed with any perfection, and Callaway feels.
Well, Rees's footwork is clearly limited by his injury. Didn't look in too much pain as such when he was chatting with Dave Fletcher last night, but
Oh, you can just feel it there, can't you, with a ham? If you
obviously-
start walking.
yeah.
Horrible. Fernando then. Last ball of the over. In and bowls. And Rees plays it nicely, but it's nicely fielded.
No, it's eluded
in the
Tribe.
end. He got paw to it, but it's, as you say, it's eluded him, and they go through for a single.
And it's odd, isn't it, when you see the ball played to mid-wicket, fielder dives over the top of it, and then you see the runner chugging up behind the fielder.
Yeah.
All very confusing. 189 for 7. And not much in the way of attacking cricket against Fernando, with just a couple of runs conceded in that over. Ben Callaway will try and twirl someone out.
Over 8 -1.
Well, they
Happy
don't
with
change it during sessions, I don't think.
They do and they don't, don't they?
Well, only on the final day, I believe.
Oh dear. What?
Here comes Callaway round the wicket with his off spin, and Rees props forward and defends on the offside, and there's no run. I'll give way to Kenneth at the end of this over, and he and Edward can take you through till the close as Callaway flights that one nicely. It's driven though by Rees comfortably into the covers, and Thompson comes down to join him, but Harry Kame has done the running somewhere on the pitch.
He came from square leg up to the non-striker's end, circular route.
190 for 7. Derbyshire managing to ensure a quiet end to the day so far, as that's driven back to Callaway on the bounce by Thompson.
You sense that Thompson wants to have a dart over the top here, mid-off and mid-on, basically up.
Yes, halfway back, maybe mid-on. Mid-off is saving the single. That one's allowed to go through outside off stump. No shot offered by Alex Thompson. Taker of 12 wickets in this fixture last year. Looking to contribute with the bat now, as he's driven that one nicely through the covers, and that's hit rather harder than I thought initially. And it's raced away for 4 runs, with no sweeper employed by Glamorgan on that side of the ground, away to our left, the pavilion side, and big man like Thompson, 6'5", just had to persuade it away. Timed well.
Little draft coming in from it, the window we have open, and you can feel the cold air that
Feel
we've not
it's-
had for the fortnight.
It has dropped significantly in the course of the afternoon, hasn't
Yeah.
it? 194 for 7, as Callaway is forcing Thompson back on his stumps to defend. That will be it from me on the broadcasting front today, as I retreat to finish off the match report for the BBC website, which hopefully you'll be able to read in about half an hour or so.
Kenny comes back to join me for the last 5 overs of this very interesting second day here at Safari Gardens. Glamorgan, okay, they're not pressing for victory, but would love to get a victory. This game very much in control, because the deficit is still very big, 237, and Fernando will be bowling from the river end and bowling to the obdurate and incapacitated Lewis Rees. And before he gets a chance to bowl, his captain wants a word, but he's coming round to the left-hander as the sun comes blazing down. Here he is. Bowls the first ball. Rees, as he's done throughout this innings, of 16 of 66 balls, has nothing at all to do with it.
There's just a bit of an impasse at the moment, isn't there, given the...
Yeah, and Glamorgan, okay, might get a bit tired, but they're not doing any damage. You see, it's scoring at this rate, which is down to 3.2. And it's come nearly to a halt here. The odd boundary from Thompson, who is on 22, Rees is on 16. Around the wicket comes Fernando, bowls. It's clipped round the corner. They'll get a single, as Gorvin feels at fine leg, and that's all they're going to get. Brings the tall figure of Alex Thompson down. Last man out was Dal, who was beautifully stumped down the leg side, second ball. And since then, these two have defended, hit the odd boundary. Reached the boundary? I don't think so. No, it's Thompson who struck a couple.
He's barely got any backlift, so...
Yeah, it's a struggle for him.
2 boundaries, Reese.
Has he?
5 to Thompson.
2 boundaries. Round, over the wicket now to the right-hander comes the next ball. Very, very wide, and well, if he'd nicked that, he'd have not been very happy with himself. He went reaching for it outside the off stump, and it went through to wicket-keeper Cook.
We've come full circle with the sun blazing once more.
Not a cloud in the sky
There
now.
was a bit of cloud cover early afternoon.
Seagull goes in front of our box looking for food. We haven't got any here, pal. Off you go. In comes the next ball. And he
Up and over.
went over the top of slip, wide delivery. It really was a poor ball again. And these are runs, of course, which shouldn't be given. And I say given because it was wide, it was high. And the score moves on to 199. This partnership now has put on 37, which is a bit of a nuisance as far as Glamorgan is concerned.
It's certainly that.
Fernando not helping the cause. This is his 10th over, and he's gone for 60, 6 and over. As Fernando appears to be attacking this off stump because he's now put a gully in with 2 slips. And one man sweeping. 26 to Thompson as Fernando is coming up and then aborts at the last moment.
Still, what, 83 needed.
If it gets under 50, I don't think they will enforce it. But then, you know, teams have tended to bat on and on and on, which doesn't give them the chance to really bowl so many overs. Well, he's aborted the second time now. What's going on, young man? I don't think he's got anything wrong with him. It's just he's marking his run up again, and he's having a word from his captain. Sam North East is at mid-on. There he is again, third time. Can't be third time for a Welshman, of course. Sri Lankan. Here he is, bowls. Oh, that's very wide again, and this could be another boundary. No, it's Fielder just inside the boundary this time by Leonard. And they take a single, and a little smidgen of applause from one person who must be Derbyshire supporter down here.
There's a
For the
few
200.
trickle of supporters still here underneath us. Yeah, 1 for 61 is expensive.
On a pitch that's given you consistency, you know, every other seaman's got something out of it. And he's coming round the wicket to the left-hander, Lewis Rees. And he comes and bowls. Rees leaves outside the off stump. End of the over. I don't think there's much point in bowling, do you? Fernando again. I know there's 4 overs left, 2 apiece. I had to give one of the other quickies a blast as Kellaway comes up to take this takes his cap off and
I'm trying to see who's maybe limbering up Gorvin, isn't he?
no, that perhaps if they can keep the score down, but if you're going to leak 5 or 6 and over, it doesn't help the cause, does it?
Kellaway's going to continue from this end. Wonder if they'll give Gorvin a blast from
Well,
the river end.
He's done his worth today.
Kellaway then comes in over the wicket, short and easily pulled on the leg side. Should be a couple, and they come back for a second. Just too short there from Ben Kellaway. So they've got to the 200 mark. It's been hard work for them since Rees and Thompson came together. Given Rees's limitations injury-wise, there's a runner on, which is Harry Kane. Ben Kellaway coming in, right arm over the wicket. Fuller that time, it's a better delivery, but on the half volley scooped towards mid-on, and they take an easy single.
I guess he's preparing to go to fine leg, then he goes to square leg, then he goes back to point. Now he's going back to square leg. Or point as far as the left hand is concerned.
So Kellaway will come round the wickets to the left-hander. Thompson moved on to 30.
Yes.
Coming in is Kellaway to Rees, and Rees has a big stride in defensively, and there's no run. Kellaway played against Glamorgan in that pre-season friendly for the university. Kellaway in, bowls, and that's flash outside off stump, and that's missed everyone, I think, and it's going to race away. Now, did it touch something? It looked like byes. Yes, it is. The raised hand of the umpire indicates 4 byes. It was a wild flash outside off stump, missed Cook, and
must have hit something there.
It took off, didn't it?
Yeah.
And Carlson couldn't deal with it.
Glamorgan will be irritated more than anything by this little stand, which it proves quite
45
troublesome.
now, Ed.
Yeah, because they would have thought perhaps we can knock these 3 off tonight.
2 balls to go and Ben Kellaway's over. Kellaway coming in and bowls, and Rees is forward defensively, prods that out to cover, short cover. There is a man at short leg, slip, and short third man, mid off and mid on, up. In comes Ben Kellaway. Again, it's a full delivery, and it's fielded at short cover. That is the end of Ben Kellaway's over. 3 remain then in the second day's play here at Sophia Gardens. Derbyshire still have it all to do. They're 207 for 7, but a bit of a rearguard action no more from these two. Alex Thompson is 30 from 44. The injured Lewis Rees is 17 from 72. And who it is going to be? Fernando.
What was on it?
It is going to be Fernando.
Oh, Fernando.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And this has been the problem, that he's fed them some runs, hasn't he, in the last couple of overs. In this position, you'd be wanting to keep the batsman tight, not yielding anything. As Fernando, it is 1 for 61 off 10, comes in and bowls, and that's played back down the pitch, and there is no run. $207 for 7, 30, as you say, to Thompson. Rees is on 17.
On the whole, of course, they would have bitten your arm off for
just
this
saying earlier on, yeah.
kind of score. They would have been frustrated, as you mentioned, had they been able to whittle the tail out quickly and get them back in.
Thompson there, bat held high, waits, as in comes. There's a feel for a catch, not convincing though.
Half-heartedly again.
Yeah.
There's a few half appeals.
Alex Stewart was a great chap. He had 3 different appeals, and you knew exactly. One would be the hand raised high,
Yeah.
and the other would be an ask, but when he threw it up in the air, you knew it was out, basically. And you've seen it here today. Not so much Cook, but the slips. In comes the next ball, and that's a half volley, which is driven up to mid-off, and there is no run.
So have we got sunshine tomorrow? Or
I think it's sunshine.
It is
it's cold.
sunshine, but cold. So the shorts will be packed away for a few weeks then, I suspect.
2 months, perhaps.
Few months,
Never know
yeah.
by this
Yeah.
climate in this country.
Yeah, we had a good run last week.
Oh, yeah, I thought I did well, basically, yeah. When the kids were in school.
Yeah, it's always the same.
Halfway through this over, Fernando is in, bowled. This is played quite gently up to the man on the drive. It's a try. Just running its course now. There's not many people left. They've probably gone home to have their supper, or taking the wife out for a drink Saturday night, or taking your good lady out for a drink and a meal. In comes Fernando. Bowls, driven, mid-off fields, no run.
Yes, just going to run his course, his last couple of overs. And hopefully Glamorgan will be all guns blazing to come out and
Yes, they'll be fresh, won't they? And,
tomorrow.
ready to have a crack. What are we away? 62? Yeah, there'll be quite a number of overs before the new one is taken. Hassan, Fernando. Last ball of the over, in bowled, an appeal for LBW, and a stifled one. End of the over, we have 2 overs of the second day remaining.
As they trudge to their fielding positions. Sun still glorious conditions here. Picture postcard scene at Sapphire Gardens in the Welsh capital. All those runners have disappeared, long disappeared now, that were involved in that 5k run in Butte Park, which for our friends from Derbyshire is adjacent to just over the other side of the River Taff.
Yes, they've had a good run today, and I'll be driving into the sun tonight, going
westward. Kellaway, his final over of this second day.
You know when you go up to Stormy Down and then down, that's when it hits you. Sun as it's setting in the west.
Kellaway comes around to the left-handed Lewis Rees bowls, and that's full, but Rees gets a good stride in, and there's no run.
Not at all interested, is he? Rees in
Kellaway, none for 11. Ben Kellaway, the all-rounder from Chepstow, still performing, still doing his studies at the university. What is he doing, biochem or something? Oh, I'm not quite sure. But he is at Cardiff University.
Yeah. He's got a bat pad now, gone from short leg, which under the eye.
3 balls left then of Ben Kellaway's over. And that's struck, and that's Fernando is after it, but it evades the Sri Lankan. Only a single there for Derbyshire, 208 for 7. So they trail by 223.
Still a big deficit, isn't it? Very big deficit.
Penultimate ball of this over. He comes over the wicket to Thompson. Bowls, and he rocks back towards his stumps and has to dig that one out. And there's no run. Yes, they're just shutting up shop here in the final couple of overs. Just 1 ball to go in the penultimate over of the day. Sun sets. It's gone behind a cloud here momentarily. Kellaway coming in around the wickets and bowls, and again it's fended off to the offside by Thompson. There's no run, so that was a maiden. No, there was 1. Beg your pardon, from that Ben Kellaway over, and Derbyshire at 208 for 7. That will be that from myself. Ed Woodbevan will take you through this last over of the second day's play.
And it will be bowled by Fernando, and he will be bowling at Lewis Rees, who's come in. He's got an injured hamstring, and he's defended. He's defended well, it must be said. 18 of 76 balls, stopped the rout. because Derbyshire were 162 for 7 in deep trouble. But these two have put on 46 and done a pretty good job. And here's Fernando coming round the wicket to the left-handed Reese for the first ball of the final over, and he pulls and will get how many runs?
Oh, it has.
Oh, it's gone past Gorwin. He half stopped it,
Yeah.
and that is the 50 partnership between these two. And
Yes, good effort by Gorwin, but he couldn't
quite get there with it.
No,
Poor delivery again,
partially
you
stopped
see.
it.
Very short delivery and all the time in the world, and he's now gone for 65 and 11 overs and 1 ball. In comes the next ball. And he's left that outside the off stump. Thing is now, Kenny, that we were told that Glamorgan would hedge their bets of whether to sign Fernando for the T20. Well, I don't think you and I would select him. And this performance, not this performance, but performance all through.
I think, I think it unlikely that he will stay for that competition.
You've got one overseas in Colin Ingram, was an ideal, one of the best T20 players. You have to find probably a bowler. Fernando is in round the wicket and bowls short.
Douthwaite obviously will come back into the equation for that
If he's
competition,
fit.
if he's fit.
Um,
Mason Crane, obviously.
But you also want a bowler who can keep runs down, you know. There'll be no Labuschagne, so from what I hear. And he comes now halfway through this last over. Fernando bowls to Reese. But Reese didn't play shot. Did he play shot then? Yes, he did then. Yes. Leg by. Well, I'm not sure he did. There we are. Who am I to disagree with the umpire?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they are in the hunt for anybody. I mean, they brought... Well, I remember 2 years ago...
Well, they brought unknowns in.
Well, they needed a seamer, but they brought that Australian spinner in, that Hatzalkaloo.
Got the same name.
Did okay, to be fair.
Well, yes. And then they bought some character I'd never heard of, and he played, what was it, Nick, 2 games? From minor counties?
Oh, was that...
Nick will find out now.
Yeah, Fletcher, yeah.
Fletcher. In comes the next ball, outside the off stump, and Cook has to dive for that to take it. It reminds me of the name of the Tottenham Hotspur manager.
Oh, yes, Ange.
He can glue.
Might not be there for... Well, if they get anywhere in Europe...
Yeah, he'll be there.
He might survive.
Yeah, we remember him. Extraordinary action that he bowled, the leg spinner here. But as for Mr. Fletcher, I think it was 2 matches he played? 3. Last ball of the day. If we don't get a wide or no ball, is he going to bounce him because he's got a leg slip? And he comes and bowls. No, he's not. He's bowled him a full delivery, which is hit past cover, and he's going to collect 2 more runs. And that will end the day's proceedings in bright sunshine as we started it. And the position here is that Derbyshire, in their first innings, are 215 for 7. Thompson on 32, Reese on 22. And a good recovery because they have put on 53 for this, the 8th wicket, after slumping to 162 for 7. But the deficit is a big one. They trail by 216. They need 182 to avoid... 282 to avoid the follow-on. That now is going down, and they've got 215, so we'll just have to wait for the morrow, as we suggested earlier on. Glamorgan's bowlers will be fresh, they'll be eager for action. A good day for Andy Gorwin, 4 wickets for him, bowled extremely well. Hassan was very tight and took a wicket. David Lloyd was the only victim for Fernando, and Leonard got the captain out, Wayne Madsen, for 7. So overall, a very good day. Glamorgan's best day of the season. We look forward to the third day. Hope you'll join us, God willing. We'll be here at 11 o'clock in the morning from now, from Kenneth, Nick and myself. A very good evening. Nos da, chi gyd.